says over here is even Averos, that halacha l'maisa, there's a certain category, for example, mitzvahs aseh, positive commandments. So the Torah says that if a person who agrees with the performance of a positive commandment, that's obviously a much lower level of an infraction. That's more battle than aseh. And if you do tshuva for that, you're forgiven immediately, instantaneously. Even those type of averos, a person should carry with them and be ever aware of them. So if Tzaddik says insight, now we understand the internal cognitive contradiction. Watch this. Bahari Nimtza, annotation, on the days that I'm going to end with this. Bahari Nimtza, Shagam Zet MS. Bashinim Naloshim Enim Chulu Averosa. Ba'af Shebevadai HaEmes Shebanim Chulu Ro, רק כמו שאין שיר בכל נעלוס האדם ומדרגוס היוחס, ואין הגבול להצטקנות ולעלוס, כך אין שיר כמו במדרגוס התשובה שהזכר את כל דברו. We'll come back to this point, but I'll just read this now. The sentence is like this. So how do you start off? This internal contradiction. On one hand, I commit navera, I do the tshuva, I file it away, and I expect it to be done. Yet every once in a while, what happens? I begin to think about that avera, not to commit it again, but it comes back, and I don't understand that. Why am I thinking about it if I've done the work to effectively rectify, remedy, and file it away? The answer is because it's a contradiction. Because in the world of tshuva, there is this constant back and forth. So on one hand, you need to go ahead, remedy, rectify, file away. But on the other hand, you don't really need to what? To maintain an ever-present cognition and awareness of the Averos. And that's why what happens in the Neshama is there are times where I cannot think about something for a very long time. That's helpful, by the way. We discussed this in our mind. It's helpful not to always think about the Averos, but on the flip side, every once in a while, something and I've heard that I committed in the past, and I did my tshuva for it. But at the end of the day, now it comes up again. How does it come up again? Because it's important to be aware of the Averos. Even if I've not committed that particular Avera for a very long time, it's important to be aware of it. Because first of all, the topic is going to say that awareness allows me to do more tshuva. We'll come back to that on Monday. That awareness that the Lord says, that awareness creates level of vigilance. And it's that level of vigilance that hopefully leads to the possibility of seeing so stop looking for things and suddenly telling us that the thoughts are not contradictory. What we do with those thoughts, and that's our show Monday. Shkaya. Good to be back. Let's write it out. Let's just spend a few moments at the topic. Well, in that time, because the cities we started to rather than just the elements of a little bit of like advanced really beautiful idea. The duration of truth, duration of truth, which means ultimately refers to the idea that when we sin, we reach certain things process, which is also the process that when we simply there requires cut. There requires strength, requires ability, requires skills. These are skills which Baruch was that now are, so to speak, hijacked, used for the commission of sin. And so part of the process of tshuva is to give those very things back to the just be a few today. It's only love I this the left hand column section of 3 it's only love Shemati Akodu Shatoma Sha'aganesa. The person who sins realizes that everything that a person does, everything a person does is a result of the fact that Baruch gives him the ability to do so. Bahida Shava, Ha'amot, Sabarido Shava, even thought, this project of thought, the first thought materializes in the heart of God, the immediate reaction is God. Hope, again, that thought is only revealed شاید خودش باید تیمش میگم سیم زن اینجا شاشن داره اینجا عشان نسل با اساسات بسیار شد every single piece of cloth, every single unit of strength, piece of strength, and also every single thought is very something as strength of thought that doesn't emanate from the before and strength, which means something amazing. As one Basia Soloveitch, which actually is powerful. That actually was the focus of Shabbat as one Basia's Naisa Adu. That's your intelligence and innovation. It turns out, if I accept the premise, including trust and including ability, it turns out that even thought and still seems to cover some people. Even actual ability comes from what I'm saying is, what's the next evolution? Something like what you're saying. I don't think the evolution of this is going to be this because right now, everybody that's selling AI, it's like the guy, it's like the Asian guy who's doesn't learn how to make real estate, learn how to make money on real estate, so he's making money off of telling people how to charge. That's what AI is right now. Everybody's making money off like changing up the AI. Aside Alpha Hatshuva Agumura Vivota Sigonos Adeles Shaba Music Nasilos Vivitos. River Drevet Cousins, I can't hurry this point. Drevet Cousins, that's kind of Shiva. Part of Shiva is recognizing that every even the thoughts and actual abilities to prohibit. Rabbi Rothschild also controversial. It all comes from Hashem. Listen, what is war? Why is that part of some people completely discriminate fate is a removal of oneself from Hashem. That's what fate is. And gravitating away from God. So on one hand, I'm taking my abilities that should be triggered, and now using them as a something for my addiction. I'm taking my abilities, my purpose, and I'm removing them from Hashem. The irony of that is that it's those very tokens, those very abilities, both physical and cognitive, which allow me to sin, come from who? Come from who? From the Holy Spirit. So I'm taking that which God has given me, and I'm using them against the Ribono Shel Olam. Which also, if you think about it, is so wild. It's so wild. It's almost as if, imagine for a moment, you give your child an allowance, or you give your child an allowance, right? And the child takes the allowance to go ahead and do something illicit. So illicit. So it's bad enough if my kid does something that's not good, but to take the money that I gave you, and now you use it for something negative, it compounds the transgression. He says up top, what are we doing with the idea? Because the Baruch Hu gives me thoughts, and I use that thought to decide what I'm going to do. The Baruch Hu gives me strength, dynamic ability. Now I take that dynamic ability and I use it to sin. So what it says, that sometimes you are there for Tshuva. Tshuva is when I recognize the fault comes from Hashem, and I return it back. So I recognize that my cognitive ability, my actional ability comes from Hashem, and now I say, okay, because of how I did that, and I misused it, now I want to return it. Of taking those purposes that are from Hashem and returning them to Hashem. That's true. That's the return. That's the concept choices of Torah. So it's not that there's just today to pick up a word from a month to see something practically. How do I actually accomplish that? Strap yourself. Really, so the really sensible. Alright, so it's like good morning, let us begin. So we have to do that in Eretz Hashem. In Simchas HaTzadik Os Kof. Os Kof. So put it out on the chat, the PDF, on YouTube, is there are hard copies available here in the front as well. So again, you'll see, I know that yesterday we had done Tzadik. Yes? So I'm skipping the Tzadik class just for today. And then in Eretz Hashem, we're going to go back. We're going to be first, and then go back to the second verse. Let's see why. The Rebbe says this like this is really beautiful. Tshuva. Speaking a little bit about Tshuva. Now that Pesach is over, it's almost Elul. It's almost Elul, it's almost Yom Noel. That's to go ahead and begin to think about Tshuva once again. So the Rebbe says as follows. Tshuva. What is Tshuva? Father El Hashem Yisrael. Literally, Tshuva means to return. Let's just translate his words. To return that very thing, also gather that very thing to our Kodesh Baruch. Now let's take a step back for just a moment. What's in general is interesting about the word Tshuva is that we often go ahead and translate it as repentance. To repent. Now it's not really etymologically accurate, but Soloveitchik points out in his Tshuva brushes that the word Tshuva really comes again the first time we find that the use of that word, one of the times we find is the Shmuel Hamra. But the Rebbe says that Shmuel was not only prophet, Shmuel was also shofet. And how would you speak up his judiciary activities is he would have the people come to him, he would first to the people. And literally, he was literally a circuit judge. He would go ahead and make the rounds around Eretz Yisrael. And the Torah says, he would shoot the soul Harama. So he would come back to his home in Rama. So the Soloveitchik says the seeking of the corruption of Tshuva is Lashon of coming home, is Lashon of return. The essence of faith, the essence of sin, is that a person is believing in Kodesh Baruch. Tshuva is there for the process of coming back home. The tzaddik also trying to maintain fidelity to the true etymological root. And it calls him Tshuva also means, he says, Shalisha. You're returning something. You see, but Soloveitchik says, I'm returning me. I am returning home. The tzaddik says, I'm returning something else. I'm returning. Tshuva is the process where I return something to Hashem. What am I returning to Hashem? Also, Davar. That thing. That thing. If you look at the Yiddish, if you look at the B'riyah Hasidus, right? There's some top is a tzaddik, you know, there's also a tzaddik with just roots. Standard explanation. The B'riyah Hasidus in the left-hand column, looking right. Omer Ivas HaTshuva, in Sha'ayadar, Meshif HaAdam, also Davar Shechatabo, El Hashem Yisbarach. I return the very things that I sinned with back to HaKadosh Baruch. So when I commit an Avera, I'm committing an Avera with something, and I'm removing that something from Hashem. The act of Tshuva is ultimately the returning of that item which I sinned. The returning of that item back to HaKadosh Baruch. Now let's say this is reminiscent of something we learned before in the Psalm. Now when he says Davar something that does not have to be an object, but something without saying that. It can mean a Torah, it can mean an energy, it can mean a ability, it could mean a midah, a character trait. Remember that when the Prophet first off is before, which is that each of us have kofos, and those kofos, those abilities, those strengths, each of us have midos. Those character traits by themselves are neither good nor bad. Everything in life depends on how you use So tzaddik is saying that if you're in a person commits an avera, effectively what I've done is I've taken something in life and used it against Hashem. I used it against Hashem. I'll give you a simple example. Let's say a person goes ahead and does an avera. But I don't just do an avera, I run to do the avera. So I say, what have I used? What attribute or what midah have I used in the commission of sin? Jesus. So in that case, what I've done is I've taken Jesus away from Hashem. I've removed Jesus away from Hashem. It says of tzaddik, what's tshuva? Tshuva gives Jesus back to Hashem. How do you give Jesus back to the Ribono Shel Olam? By becoming zealous in the right thing. What's that? Isn't it? You've got to look at that and say, but that's the definition of Jesus. I think it's something from the Ribono Shel Olam. And now my job, my role is to give it back to the Ribono Shel Olam. That's true. He goes out. And I will say, if it's something, and you can see how it is we've been able to discuss outside for a while. You can see the upper what tzaddik does. It's kind of combines what different things into one piece. So this is element number one. The essence of tshuva is I think do something from Hashem in the commission of sins, and now tshuva is the return of that very item back to you. But then he goes on. It's only Loma. So it says, what I want to explain is as follows. Shemakir, Shakol Kol Hashem Yisbarach B'Kofar, Ba'afilu HaMachshavet HaLoke B'Libo Shel Adam. Let's analyze this now. So what do you write? It's only Loma Shemakir, I'm just going down to the area of Hasidus. It's only Loma Shemakir Achol. Okay? The part of the tshuva process is when the sinner recognizes Shakol, Masha Adamosa, everything I do in this world, everything I am able to do in this world is only a result of the Ribono Shel Olam. Right? In other words, there's nothing I can do in this world without Hashem. Even thought itself, before that thought form in the heart of man, is already revealed and known to the Ribono Shel Olam. So let's all our singles down. As again, it quotes over here the Medrash. Those over here the Medrash in Kuf Ben Bav, which we don't have to get into. Good. So both say, so there. Again, so this point. So point number one is what the essence of tshuva is. Point number two is part of the recognition of tshuva is a person recognizing that everything that happens in life is known to Hashem. Meaning, even before I think something, Hashem knows what it is that I'm going to think. Those machshavos are really the Nimsa. Therefore, it turns out as a tzaddik Nimsa, Hashem Yisbarach is spirit. Who's that? Asher Nosem Noes HaKoach Ves HaMachshava Hazgam HaAsiyas HaMaisa Avera. So let's say I listen to this in the tzaddik. So therefore, if I accept the promise that everything is revealed to Hashem, and the Ribono Shel Olam knows all, that is even before I sin. HaKadosh Baruch Hu what? Knows I'm going to sin. right? And yet, despite the fact that he knows that I'm going to sin, what does he do? What does he do? He gives me the power to be able to sin. Right? You want to hear this? In other words, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu wouldn't allow me to do something, do I have the ability to do it? Of course not. So therefore, again, if everything I'm going to do is revealed to the Ribono Shel Olam Mitzvah, it's already revealed from the beginning. Kadosh Baruch Hu knows that I'm going to sin, yet He allows me to continue to do so. What does that tell me? That the very koach to commit an avera comes from the Ribono Shel Olam. Now again, don't confuse the fact that Hashem gives me the koach to do an avera to mean that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to sin. Of course, that's not what it means. But the Lamaisa, the koach, the physical koach, the cognitive koach, to be able to do what I want to do in life, even if it's wrong, the Lamaisa comes from the Ribono Shel Olam. He says, the Ayib, exact. Shanakira Adam Ekach. When a person recognizes this reality, that the koach to sin and the physical wherewithal to sin comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, as I offer Tshuva Hagura, Uzocha Shafidu Zidoros Avero Sha'ata B'Mezid, National Episcopal Process. We'll stop over here. We'll stop over here. But I just want to begin to frame this concept. That a tzaddik is going to explain something so beautiful. That part of the Tshuva, right? So we spoke about part A, the Tshuva process is returning that which we have taken. That's part A. Part B of the Tshuva process says that tzaddik is the ability to recognize that even the ability to sin comes from Hashem. It's always revealed and always known by the Ribono Shel Olam before anything occurs. Then the nice given the fact that HaKadosh Baruch Hu allows me to do it, that by definition comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well. And Tshuva means the ability to recognize that all of the kochos, even those to sin, comes from Hashem. So it says that's part of the process of Tshuva. Now, how that last piece figures into Tshuva, and the Hashem will continue with Tshuva. So we'll spend 2 more days in Hashem on Oskop. Hold on to the sheets that I handed out to you. Beautiful, beautiful traveling Tshuva. Important piece for each other. We'll continue to that. All right, everyone say good morning, good morning. Hello? Yeah. All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin. So it's exciting today to know Hashem picked back up a little bit with Sickness and Sadik. So I went ahead and thank God for PDF just a few moments ago. And those who are hard copies here somewhere. Right down the schedule, just put a hot schedule over here. Put it on hard copies. So we're going to a very beautiful piece by the Rebbe today, focusing on something incredibly profound. So the Rebbe says in Siman Tzadik Ches, he says as follows. We'll see if we go ahead and we'll see if we get through this in 1 day or 2 days. The Rebbe writes as follows: "Kol pasuk shel divrei Torah, yesh bo kol chos v'chiyus shel osa imin shnei adam." That's an incredibly profound and beautiful idea. Page Tzadik Ches is page Reish Lamed Vav. Reish Lamed Vav, page Side Post Tzadik Ches. So then it says as follows: "Kol pasuk shel divrei Torah." Every pasuk in the Torah, yesh bo kol v'chiyus shel osa imin shnei adam. Every pasuk in the Torah contains literally koach, strength, feels, life energy regarding the subject matter it discusses. So notice what the Rebbe is saying is like this: Psukim in the Torah contain energy. And what's the energy of those psukim? The energy itself corresponds to the very matter that the pasuk itself is discussing. He says, for example, Teda, Shebetfilin, Shene'emad, Bahaya Li'otz. For example, by Tefillin. Right? Tefillin, partial to Tefillin, discuss the idea that Tefillin is an oath. Tefillin is a sign, a covenantal sign. For the Shbarach and Yisrael. Zivalon is Parish, Eza Parsha, the Divrei Torah, Sarah Piyos, the oath. And here's what's interesting: some theology is written. So the Torah says that the Tefillin are supposed to be an oath. But the Torah doesn't tell us which parsha in the Torah. The Torah doesn't tell us which parsha itself goes into Tefillin. In other words, which parsha itself is the oath, is the sign. Va'aloha lichtov osam haparshas she'era b'hazeh. On the oath of parsha she'era the pasuk v'hayam oath. Ish ba'osa even, koach v'stula shetia li'os. So that is like this. This is that fascinating. Torah tells us that Tefillin is a sign, and Tefillin is an oath, which means that I'm supposed to put a particular parsha inside of my Tefillin, but the Torah doesn't tell me which parshas to put in my Tefillin. Elamai, which parshas, which sections do I put into the Tefillin? Ultimately, again, the parsha itself that discusses the oath of Tefillin. Now, what the Rebbe is trying to say over here is the pasuk that talks about Tefillin, those psukim themselves contain the energy of Tefillin, contain the fierce of Tefillin, using the Rebbe's Rothschild, contain the koach of Tefillin. And therefore, again, it makes sense that halacha l'maisa, I'm going to include those psukim in this section of Tefillin. So I say, let me skip down to this a little bit. Into the next paragraph. This takes me to what the Rebbe is saying over here. So the king pasuk Shema Yisrael. This is, for example, the pasuk of Shema Yisrael. Shema Yisrael, which highlights the oneness and essentiality of the Ribbon Shalom. He says, "All Torah appears Shmua Balei." I will say, if a person really wants to be able to hear the message of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in their hearts, right? Listen, think about this just a moment. I want to be able to sometimes was knowing something and feeling something. Feeling something represents the ability to reinforce that which you already know. Right? There are many things I know, and I want to reinforce that which I know. So how do I reinforce it? I listen to it again. So the person wants to reinforce their knowledge of the centrality of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in their lives. How does one do that? Says the Rabbi, reading the pasuk of Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu. When I read that pasuk, it says, "All Torah Tzitzis Hashmiya Bali, embedded in the concept of Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad, is the energy of reinforcing the oneness of Hashem. Oh my God, Pidas Shema Yisrael. So what is this amazing? By the concept of Shema Yisrael, I awaken in myself the energy of that concept. By reading the concept, ultimately I reinforce within myself a recognition of the oneness of Hashem. So I say, look, the topic is trying to highlight over here something that we heard of the nuance. Every pasuk has an energy. Every pasuk has a force, a life force. And when you read that pasuk, read Fatana Scanning, reading that pasuk, unlock the energy of that pasuk. So I want to reinforce within myself the oneness of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How do I do that? How do I do that? Reading the pasuk. Now, let's say, can we illustrate this to you on the other side as well? It's going to make bring home the point even more. Watch this. Just so damn to Masha Shamati Apostle. Six Tzaddik Yevon Rothschild. We reach Lamed Desire. Listen to this. Kiarisa Kashav Skula. Firstly, this is incredible. Skula Yenishi Yitzro Nesiso Izadeh. But let's say my Yitzhahara entices me to read a particular, which entices me to commit a particular Avera. Like my Yitzhahara entices me to commit a particular Avera. So so what should I do? How do I combat that? Right? How do I combat that desire? Listen to this. Without the come up under Pasuk Halad Shem Avera. I will say that. If I'm struggling with a particular Avera, so what should I do? What should I do? Read the prohibition, read the law a couple of times. Right? So let's say, for example, just a simple example. Let's say I'm struggling with theft. I don't know, whatever, I'll call it theft. So what should I do to combat that Yitzhar Hara of theft? I should read the pasuk, sing so multiple times. Read the pasuk of the prohibition of theft multiple times. I'm struggling with lashon hara. Ultimately, again, read the pasuk. Multiple times. I'm struggling with looking at inappropriate things. Go ahead. Says the Arizal, when you read the pasuk that details the law, that details the prohibition, what does that do? It gives me the strength to combat that desire. Isn't this absolutely incredible? He says, reading the pasuk itself, which details the prohibition, by Rothschild, my very will is able to change the family in a mitzvah with Davar Tov. And the same is true, by the way, for a mitzvah and for something good. The same way that ultimately reading the pasuk regarding a particular law gives me the strength to combat that desire. Reading the pasuk of an aseh, a positive mitzvah, gives me the strength to go out and perform that mitzvah as well. The Tzedek Shalai will toss this incredible and profound soul that the psukim of the Torah do not simply detail information, but rather the psukim of the Torah themselves have an incredible, vibrant, and dynamic energy. So when you read the pasuk ultimately again, you're able to unlock that particular energy. If I'm struggling with an Avera, read the pasuk of the law. And if you read it, you unlock the energy to combat that Yitzhahara. I'm struggling with the not struggling. I want a reinforced desire to do good. Read the pasuk of Yaseh, the positive commandment. And read it a couple of times, and you'll unlock the energy ultimately to do positive, to do the Yaseh. The idea being that the psukim themselves contain energy. Reading of the psukim unlock that energy, and of course, by the way, even on an esoteric level, reading the pasuk ultimately reinforces for myself what's good, what's bad, and says the Rebbe, the Ayyidezeh, Ishtana Halasai. The reading of the psukim, unlocking its energy and reinforcing its message, I'm able to alter my very will. Right? But also, it's not going to today. Just an incredible little piece by itself. It's a little short in words, but profound and massive in message. So, yeah.
What else happened this week? Any other highlights of your week this week? Anything stand out to you? I almost saw. I thought I was seeing my girlfriend's grandfather die. That was pretty exciting. You got to die in a good way. Scary. What happened? She made. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Turn that flash. What happened with the grandfather? Had a bad seizure. Was it a stroke? Yeah, it was like a stroke / seizure.
All right,
Oh my God, how old was he? I heard others personal shoot struggle, which I didn't sign up for that. I'm having a wife that did bring with you here tonight. Yeah, he's in the bathroom still, maybe. This was a seizure out from a friend's grandfather. Seizure out. Did you perform? Were you like a first responder? From that world? What'd you ask? What are you doing? I was just watching. What am I going to do? Can you give us an impression of you watching that? Wow. And you just did nothing? What was he doing? Can you do an impression? Can you look at that camera there? There's actually a way to do an impression of Grandpa having a seizure. That's what a seizure looks like? That's aiming. That's what you can do. That's the face I was asking you how you make. Let's pull all of that out. Seizure tamales?
Second part, ultimately,
So when he was having a seizure, he just sat there and stared at him. I mean, they came in 10 minutes later. But not anything like that. So your grandfather had a seizure, but he survived. He's alive. He's alive. Yes. Anyway, you guys keep it. It sounds like you're just saying that he's alive. So your collective was unemployment benefits or something. You guys are collecting a check on this guy? Yes. Wow. He's never seen a vegetative. Oh, you also got in a car accident. Oh, yeah, I did. I was,
The ability to go ahead and make a heartbreak with the past and chart a different path forward to the future. That's a unity in Erev Shemesh. That's human. So Erev Shemesh still got you. There's a different here. The sun sets, the day is over. Brand new day ahead. I'm starting a new day of my life. You live in the middle. And you're able to start doing what represents and nurturing. Nurturing my life. When a person immerses themselves in Torah, what I do is I go ahead and I bolster myself. I make myself stronger to be able to resist the temptations which all come asking from God. So let's remember again, the focus. Focus your now in the future. How do I make myself stronger for the future? So that I don't repeat the same mistakes of the future. reverse Torah. Now, of course, conversion in Torah doesn't have to mean that a person will take their day job and there is a whole day. A lot of Israeli Zaka to do that because you know what conversion parties are, I don't know, what should I do that? Dedicate yourself to the Lord, not a lot of time. When you have that level of immersion, going to strength, going to strength, and that you find strength is that the head is to resist temptation, going for the head is to resist making the same mistakes going forward. Now, just I want to point out the last piece. What about, so okay, so that's the past, right? That's I'm sorry, that's the future aspect of Erev Shemesh. This day is over. It's really hard to get it. So the Prophet doesn't request something like that. But there's a couple of underlying issues as well. And sometimes in life you just have to say, this chapter is over, new chapter has begun. Like you have to be able to experience a sight. You have to be able to say what's done is done. Like that I can't control. But in front of you, like the life in front of me, I absolutely have the ability to go. First thing you look about Torah, make yourself stronger and you're ready for things to happen. What about retrospective? Also, even if I can down with let's see what is the Kapara. And in Shachas La'adam Avar Hashlama Hakara, we shall never again. Whether it's reflected when it comes to physical, whether it's a Kapara, right? How do you achieve the Kapara level physical world? That's the problem. Right? I go ahead, I offer carbon, that's my Kapara. So that is like Kapara is necessary. The retrospective piece is necessary. It's not a bite, I feel as well. What's the retrospective piece? He says, so too, you got to put out an effort to cover the Gaba. Yes, some times, everyone must have a momentum you had in the parking lot just go on that and and at some point, only to exciting parts right there. I have some brains on the past and starting something new. Like the past is the past, starting has set, and now starting going ahead and starting a new day. The whole part of Trevor is when I go ahead and so the door flies open. That's the so remember, in the realm of physical flow, you bring the carbon. What do you like? So the hanging with that is somebody talk about your husband. Yeah? Do you think carbon? The person who you to Right? It doesn't mean my bathroom, it doesn't mean my uniform, it doesn't mean my library. I do something physical as if nothing with the emotion over. Also, so what do we do for this Hakara Ashra by Shuvah? We do also this is incredible. She used the Makom carbon, began Ika of the Iker, the Generatos as Hashem. Suffix is something absolutely. So what takes care of Hakara? What takes care of the retrospective of Shuvah? Ultimately, again, is what takes care of the retrospective of Shuvah? In other words, Tefillah is Shuvah. What is Karban is Tumah. And the same way that when a person is Tameh, the past artifacts of the Tumah only gets rectified when a person so to the retrospective of part of Shuvah, where I have to go back and examine what I did and why I did it and where was the breakdown. So that part of which is so fascinating. So the topic says that Tefillah and Carbon accomplish the same thing. Carbon is there to make me color, to make me feel that much better. Tefillah Tefillah, ultimately again is a dialogical connection. It's just to establish a relationship. Right? How do you create any life relationship? You talk. You talk. You converse. You converse. Let me tell you about myself. Let me tell you what's happening in my life. I open myself up to you. Look, so tefillah accomplishes the same thing as a korban. I brought a korban to come karov, to come close to you. I got into your Kodesh Baruch Hu. I want to have a relationship, have a connection. How does tefillah take care of the retrospective part of tshuva? How does tefillah address the past issues of what I did wrong? Because if you think about it, at the end of the day, why do we sin? Why do we sin? Not only why, it's because our connection with our character is not as strong as it should be. Because at the end of the day, I wandered off a little bit. I just wandered off. If the connection is strong, then the hate would not. If the connection was solid, the relationship was solid, then hate wouldn't happen. Because at the end of the day, when I'm in again, when sin occurs, that's indicative of the fact that the relationship is not as it should be. The kirva, the closeness that should categorize the relationship is not there. How do I reestablish that? The deposits so Tzaddik says it's not the shot that I'm really going back and examining every page I did and why I did it. I'm getting to the root cause. And the root cause is the root cause of sin, how do I sin? Because I'm not as close to it. If I was closer to you, I felt you more in my life. If I really did the Shemisi Hashem Benek Summit, I wouldn't be about it. So how do I take care of my past transgressions? Strengthen my team. Strengthen my team. Because tefillah, davening, is one of the most powerful tools we have to establish relationship with the Rizal Hashem. To establish relationship with the Rizal Hashem. Well, I'll tell you, if you don't really understand that, or because it struck me that you have so many so which is good and beautiful. The reason we often talk about that, not even a constructive about it, it's just kind of a lack of understanding. That's like session notice kind of like no one is kind of had to be private moment because they got shushed. I know that shushed. Like that guy can't go with the biggest insurance in the world because they're shushing everyone. He's not much of traffic. Started going on right. He's really like this other like it doesn't like why? Because if I don't understand, I don't understand. That's what it is. And often when it's happening, it's not because you don't like happening. It doesn't like everybody loves happening. Hey, it's because I don't really understand what people are doing. I pretty much all too often I'm checking the box. I'm just checking the box. There's an obligation. There's an obligation. And let's move on. I'm happy. But the topic says, don't understand what I'm doing, what I'm not. I'm coming close to the Rebbe So the Rebbe I know that I am weaker if I don't have a strong relationship with you. I know that I'm more vulnerable if I'm not so close to you. I know that's the reality. I've sinned. And as a result, ultimately, again, at those time, ultimately, I know that I'm weaker, so that I don't show up. Says Rabbi Rothschild, how do you rectify the past? Strengthen your davening. Strengthen your davening. Strengthen that connection to the emotion. The closer I am, the stronger I am. There's more in this host, but we're going to have to be done for that. So Tzaddik ultimately tells us that the process of tshuva is the process of purification from tumah. Tumah needs mikvah, ahead of shemesh and kapara and a korban. Tshuva needs mikvah ahead of shemesh. Ahead of shemesh, close the door of the past, move forward. Mikvah, for tshuva purposes, immerse yourself in Torah. Torah makes you stronger to face the challenges of the future. The retrospective on tshuva. So remember again, tshuva has korban. Tshuva has tefillah. Because at the end of the day, when I look at my transgressions of the past, they only happen not because of and not because I'm not in control of my life. Everybody's in control of. I want to be in control. Even though sometimes because my relationship is not a strong relationship. But if I strengthen my God, strengthen my dialogue, strengthen my daily connection with that transparency, then ultimately again, I have greater assurance that I'll be able to challenges. Stop over here.
Doesn't really seem like it. You're hung over,
So
not looking either direction, going into the McDonald's, causing massive accidents. What happened to the lady that hit you? She hurt? No, she's pregnant.
Hey, you can learn something as well. Not down in front of the All right, so let's say good morning.
Oh, that's great, William. Great job. I just wanted to get out of the situation. I didn't have to. But she probably doesn't have a driver's license or car insurance. She said it was a lost car, and now I'm waiting. What kind of car was that? What kind of car was that? I think a Toyota Camry. Jeez, what kind of monster is a Toyota Camry? My God. I don't know. I'm still waiting to hear back. I haven't heard back. No, you were the best person for this lady to run into. She's definitely never going to reach out to me. Well, how's her car going to be? Well, no, that thing's going to take care of it. I hope it does. I'm a little worried about it. I'm a little worried about it. I've heard that. Hell yeah. What else, William? Anything else? What happened then? These are parts of the really? No, actually, took it to a really nice museum. There's a lot for free. There's like a recall on the locks. Fix the locks? So your pass on board. Your pass is recycled. All the driver's side shut, but now they're all fenced. Well, the only issue with that is I've never had doors open just because they weren't locked. You can see it's fully when it's shut. Like you would shut, but then like you go around the corner and it would fly out the side of the car. I left it like that for like a week or two. Out the car locked, nobody just tried to open the car. I've been like reloading this after driving with William long enough just to eventually set fire to them. So
That's
really saying that this sweeping thing that you're going through is insane. I know. I'm not asking. The fact that we think turn the lights like down. Yeah.
Rabbi said there's
There's a
Chicago and there's
what is that?
Chicago.
Shut up.
Two things.
Yeah,
Mikvah, Tefillah, and Parashah.
Messing that guy.
Tomorrow is a true hope that the process of children requires there is a para, there's para piece. We'll see. Right now, there's para piece, there's a para piece. Let me simply do what the thinker does. So there's two parts. There is a future-oriented part. I want to be different. I need to be different. Don't want to continue past. I want to live differently. I want to do better. Then after that, there is a rectification of the then there's a representation of the past, a second passage, it says it is then it says as follows. He says, I'm looking around Hushkaf Gimel, in the area of Hasidus, the left hand column, about it starts 3 lines down. He says, he goes up in the Shorish Tikvarim. Like the person is coming, he knows he's back for a moment to physical control. So a person who is physically control requires two things that the other. They require the government muscle. In order to go ahead and fully purify himself from these sins, that's what's Aleph. Today we're going to focus on today. Today we're going to focus on the concept of Tara, of purification. So what's Tara, like we said before? Tefillah is Tara. Tara, Tefillah the Mitzvah, the Harav Shamash. Remember again, the purification of Tara is to serve through immersion in the Mitzvah and sunset. Whoever says something amazing, Harav of Tikkun Yachzor, Harav Lahava. That first part of Tara is the future-oriented process. Future-oriented process. Let's say, you need to think about this. Look at the images. It's easier for people to appreciate this Harav Shamash, right? So it's Harav Shamash represent, right? What's Harav Shamash? Setting up the sun. What is the setting up the sun represent? Think about it. What does it represent? New day. New day. Right past is the past. New day. Chapter. I'm starting. So whoever says the concept of Tefillah as Harav Shamash, he represents what he calls Tikkun Nafsha. That is the purification process. That's the part of Tshuva. That's the part of Tara. That's future oriented. I was coming as I enter into this new day. That falls behind me. There's a new chapter. There's a new chapter of life in front of me. So the Rebbe says as follows. He's going to focus much more on the concept of Tefillah. So I understand that to rid myself of physical impurity, I have to go into a mikvah. Remember again, what the Rebbe is highlighting is the same process to go ahead and remedy physical tumor is going to be the same process to address spiritual tumor. So again, if I'm Tamei, I need Harav Shemesh, I need mikvah. The Rebbe says that refers to the future-oriented part of.
Morning, Mr. First. How are you?
So Harav Shemesh represents the old day is
Well, thank God. What's on the agenda for today? That's right. Seeing that movie with Heat Sweat, executive producer.
The last time we did this primordial substance.
That's on your agenda after you get through reading.
What'd you say, Miss Aquarius?
And so what's on your agenda after you get through reading? After you get through reading, I hear you reading. After you get through reading, I hear you reading. What's on your agenda?
Thank you. I published a couple. Published a couple press releases, and I'm waiting for those to make it to Google News so I can look at them and make sure they're good. And I'm probably getting sleep. Riser and I watched the remainder of a podcast last night and then talked at length and Zoo. Zoo was being Zoo, and we were just up really late, so I will probably teach my class in either a little bit or maybe in the afternoon. Get ready for the weekend. I also submitted to some publications, and so I'll check on those and make sure that my submissions were at least received, and then hopefully they get accepted.
Torah is one of these remedies. What should he do? Mashir the base of right? Crash when he gets to afterwards. The first step. Bring him to this measures. Why? Therefore, again, my water, I'm going to immerse myself in Torah. You know how he says, that Torah, also Ma'acharoi, the whole point, the page check, just the Ma'acharoi. So, I will be cast down from about Iva, in the bad place, Torah is Torah also protects the individual. على أجل المسلمين محسوب نفسه من سهرات شلو يحشي أي الشمس أكثر من أبيرز شلو يحشي من سهرات. Let's stop here just a moment. The deficit thing is funny.
What else is going on in these minds? Any drama, anything like that? When I was 20, the minds, people would get into arguments, you know, there's a bunch of people slutting and meetings, and all this stuff going on.
That the first part of Shiva is kind of reconciling with my past. And then I build a future. Something, it's actually just the opposite. I'm focus on the future, and then I'm going to shift to the side. So if I have to stare down my Avelis, I have to ask, and you're going to come to this as well as it does, many times it's too painful. So people just choose to shut down the entire human process altogether. The beauty and the perfect smart of it is, let's talk about the future. Let's talk about the future. Past, but right now, let's just focus about that growth. Was but what will be. So as you go on these plans for that future, Well, again, it's physical trauma. How do you Kevin Shemesh, right? Kevin Shemesh, new day, new control. Go back to the primordial substance of being, right? I need start. That was part of a previous chapter. Guys, you can go to the courage. Okay, Shuvah. How does that work for Shuvah? Is
What else, dude? What's your love like? Like, you have this woman terrorizing innocent young women. You can talk with her, but can you walk with her? Now, when's the last time you got laid? What's that like?
well record. I like those. Like, sometimes people kind of just give it like a little bit. These are topics.
Where'd you meet that girl?
But I was going to say, drinks and
Oh, you did? Did you meet her somewhere? Did you take her somewhere?
started Cola.
When you come, what's that name?
And the nurse I had in it, one of the
Classic for the long time.
more
It really was pretty crazy.
I buckled myself Torah, the more I'm able to stand up and
Anything else?
when I stand up to every single one of them,
Alright, shut up, dude. Jesus fucking Christ.
go all the time. But the stronger you are,
Bitches in the great state of Georgia.
I don't give a shit. I want to think about it. I want to build up.
Also,
Like, I want to take a 13 I want to build my immunity.
so let me ask you something. You're a Marine.
That's all I want. So what? So if I want to plan a
That guy was like, hey, I'm moving in next door, babe, to yours. Sorry if you don't want that stuff, dude.
how do I plan the future?
Yeah, right, whatever. I don't believe that.
And what I know is I want my future to be like past. I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. I don't want to engage in the same beliefs. I don't want to be the same person. How do I ensure that that's going to happen? Oh, yeah. All I need to listen to else to the Torah is that it builds that
Ladies and
right?
gentlemen,
Ultimately, again, but really,
his
right?
name is Mario Tonti.
It
Here
goes
we go.
ahead and actually bolsters and strengthens the person in dramatic ways. There's a 1,000% assurance that I'm never going to sin again. Of course, the first time you get that assurance is when you're dead. Right then you have 1,000% assurance that you're not going to sin. But the myself, if I bolster myself and wisdom, I got myself, I strengthen myself, so I'm better able to. So as a stop over here for today, so let us pick up with the rest of your days.
Suicide Girls tattoos are annoying. It's like, we get it. You love the movie The Crow. You need the entire script tattooed on the inside of your pussy. A lot of girls on dating apps now are only there to promote their OnlyFans. You want to spoil.
Hi, everybody. Have a good day.
You too. I hope you enjoy your movie and everything.
Mario Tonti coming in. Pure momentum. The whole way through. An incredible minute of comedy when he tried to doing it. Now you're just out there fucking writing real jokes. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. I can tell that he was a writer by the way when he walked up and it was swing his arms. Yes. You were on a fucking mission tonight. Pure focus. Straight to the fucking point. Joke. Incredible. What have you been doing? What's changed since the last time we saw The best set I think I've ever seen. Just during the whole night.
That was my best set every night.
There you go. There's a global that's helping you. That's helping you. Yeah. Yeah. What does that make you think when you hear him talk about the fight days?
Well, I know that he does it at the park near your house, and I'm wondering if you have seen Tony yet. I haven't. I've seen Rick Nelson. I saw him on Super.
Yeah, yoga would probably like to get into but yeah, have you ever tried before? How far can you stretch? Have you ever tried to touch your toes?
I can touch my toes. It's just, I don't like the that sit down thing where you're on your shins.
Come on. Famously on the in front of a massive theater in Toronto or something like that. I mean, boy, the memories that I have of like shit that I see looking up that way.
He sucked his own dick on the stage.
Well, basically, he did do the thing, and I mean, his butt didn't end up just laid down on his back. That's how he did it. He brought his legs and butt, and he just folded like a goddamn fucking waffle machine, like a fucking George Foreman grill. I could have sort of open. I could have like kissed it. Who wants to just kiss it? Who wants to like tease yourself like that? That's the amazing maybe with George Foreman. Oh, great tease.
Put the reference numbers and everything on the footnotes. Just don't say the type of style that you're using.
You know, I think everyone's trying to suck their own dick once, like at least try. Come on, try. Jesus Christ. I can do it. It's not all attractive. It's boring. You know, you can deep you do a bukkake on yourself. It's called a yukkake. I'm on the new one for that joke. Thank you very much. So Mario, what else has been happening? Now that you're doing yoga 5 times a week, how's your body reacting to that? What else is happening? What kind of smoking do you do? Hold on, wait. Camel lights. Italian guy that looks Jewish and smokes like a highway. Yeah, only in your dreams. Why do? Yes, when you have a dream about sucking your own dick, do you do it on your back with your feet over your head, or where your butt planted and you did the hard lean? I would one side is you, one the other side is you.
Standing up and then just bending over.
Wow, look at that.
On the train, the dick just came off his body.
Wow. Sam Tripoli, ladies and gentlemen. Comedy Store royalty walking through the room. Right there, Sam. Sam, take a step right there. Look at that camera from right there. Say wave to these people. Actually, there's not going to be any light. There he is. Look at that. Sam Tripoli. Multiple time Tony guest, of course. Many of his shows, the Tinfoil Hat podcast. What's that? I don't think everybody's already there. No, I think you're going to say that. Sam, what's happening in the world? What's shaking with you? What are you up to?
forward,
zombies.
would
That stole the election.
and they,
Yep.
for the national women should identify
All right, thank you. One more time for the great Sam Tripoli.
Check out his Patreon. He does
big
great talent. Very popular right now.
Conspiracy social club.
Okay, next week. Or wait, maybe not next week.
Yeah, I don't know.
Whoa, is this my eternal monologue shouting from the dark? Nobody said anything on chat. Somebody liked your text messages.
Supposed to have a meeting before we come out here fucking hugging for pizza and then you stories I get.
Like making it on as a guest. And now you're moving the
Oh,
podcast.
come on, man. You're gonna be just fine. You have a baby on the way. You didn't raise your child. Do you want to come out? There you go. Maybe not play a song for this thing, you peasants.
I was gonna take the order, but then you go to my head.
Mario, anything else we need to know about you before we let you go? There you go. Great set, great time, Mario Punch. Keeping it moving.
step one,
Sure will. All right, this is fun. This young lady actually made her debut about a month ago or something like that. She's back. Here is Jill D'Souza, everyone. Here we go. Jill D'Souza.
Hi guys. So when I was growing up, I played mostly men's and boys sports, mostly ice hockey. Good news is though is that I saw a lot of days, so like I knew what I was getting into when I really got into the game. A lot of people get surprised, but not me. A lot of people think that my dad is the reason behind this, like that he really wanted a boy. Actually, my dad hated when I would do boy and shit, like for like Mama Pussy or crying in the Humane Society commercial. He really hated that shit. But my mom was actually the one behind it. She actually carried me in every sport that I ever played. I wasn't even good. I would like chug orange juice to try to puke so that the coach shouldn't put me on. Yeah, it's a true story. It's really sad. But I think that my mom was actually just trying to like live her lesbian dreams through me. That's a whole other story. It's too much for the minute. So like a lot of people think that like, oh, I'd be really good with guys, right? Because like I hung out with guys that much. But the truth is, whenever I would like lean in for a move after a date, I would think of anything well and it would be like chilling right next to me.
Jill D'Souza. Welcome back, Jill. How's it going?
Good.
How long have you been on stand-up?
About 3 years.
3 years. New York?
Yeah, mostly New York. I just moved here in May.
That's right.
Yeah.
How's that been going? Have you been running into Moha? The open
I actually have, yeah. I've seen them all around.
Yeah, you don't forget that fucking
Absolutely not. Come on. I'm not hanging out till 5 a.m. I got shit to do.
Right. Like what? What type of shit do you have to do?
I have a job.
What's your job?
I work in corporate innovation, good technical corporate innovation. I have an MBA and everything. Yeah. So, but my job is on the East Coast, so I have to be up really early.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just working from home.
Did you do it like on Zoom or something like that?
Yeah, pretty much.
You said that you had a story about your mom, lesbian, something that was too long for this, but now I'm intrigued. What are you talking about?
Oh, I don't know. Like, me and my gay cousin were talking about this, and we think that my mom is like a dyke, low-key.
Is your gay cousin a boy or a girl?
A boy.
Are you a lesbian?
I'm not. You would think so, right? Because I like
I mean, I thought just because you said the word dyke, and then I think you're
oh,
the only
yeah.
one that's allowed to say that.
I know. So that's actually part of the law of it, is that like I'm allowed to say dyke because I dress like this.
No, it's not. It's not going to be the thing. Like, black people can say the N-word and I can say faggot.
So everyone thought I was a lesbian. Oh, you can say faggot. That's
I
interesting.
can say
My sister's a lesbian, and she said the only people that are allowed to say dyke are people who eat pussy.
What if everyone thought I was a dyke for like half of my life? Then am I allowed to say it? I didn't look like this until like 2 years ago.
What happened? What did it look like before?
You guys could like look on my MySpace if you want. Then you'll know what I really look like back then.
is that the only over and now in life in a particular level, even if the ownership over
I'm
feel
26.
that particular level is a good idea, if the individual feels, should be feels, committed to the fact that they are performing the a dramatic idea that Badera, the other Muslim leader, was even believe that they're walking along with that trend, the
But see,
popularity,
mine
even
was
to
just
the
a
point
single
of over
individual. He had no idea. And we had different communities traveling to different areas and times and things that have been skipped. You have people going to Italy in exile, people in Spain in exile, and especially too, you have the Russian calendar that didn't sync with the Gregorian calendar, and that's how off it is. And you have like a time in England around the 1800s or something where the month of September was shorter. There are all kinds of changes to the calendar. And those are just the ones we know. To say that the sages knew with certainty that no days were skipped is simply a logical fallacy. It's nice to think of from a religious standpoint, but it may just be a logical fallacy.
Are you shopping around?
Always follows Rabbi Eliezer. Halacha always follows Rabbi Eliezer. Yes, the hours of Yeshua Arab Leza Amar Leza Shamar. Rabbi Yeshua goes up and says, even though the gospel says that the halacha follows Rabbi Eliezer, Leza Shamar. Ultimately, halacha is not decided. Halacha is not decided by the Rebbe Shalom. Because the hospital and we decide the halacha. I mean, by not having وجاء بعد ثلاث أيام فأصل في الحلم
Absolutely super important. You have a picture frame that rotates a picture.
I don't. I think my grandma would just let my horse go into it all the time.
So this case, the majority felt one way, Rabbi Eliezer felt section one way, and therefore the halacha follows the majority. I, the boss, came along and said that Rabbi Eliezer is correct. Very nice. It's very nice. So incredibly impressive. And the Moshe spoke to us the halakhic process at
It's so simple.
the tzaddik,
Savvy mom and dad.
I understand. So why did the boss help him? In other words, was it Yiddish Shiloh? Okay, Chayraz Mahamas, right?
Yeah, we are a little dumb sometimes.
And you follow the doctor, follow the majority. Fine, I understand that kind of stuff. At the end of the day, so why did the heavenly voice come out in support of Rabbi Eliezer? In other words, did he put so then also knows what's written in his Take that again. He also did. He also knows that when I say he knows, he also knows that there's a given majority. And the given majority says, so why even have the gospel come out at all? It's a big kind of stuff. It says so beautifully. He says, nevertheless, the case who
Favorite part about doing stand up during the pandemic.
wrote that later to Derek. It's the fun.
You can really say whatever you want, you know, and like no one's really gonna see it. No one's really gonna care.
Eliezer held that he was correct despite the fact that there is a biblical principle of Acharei Rabbi Yachafetz. I wonder if Elohim only sees that someone is convinced of their daya, of the correctness of their daya, and truly feels that their daya is correct. That the owner should lend his support to that individual, even if objectively what the individual is doing is correct. This is like listen to found to say. It's almost like if I'm thinking about this a little bit, that even parenting sometimes do the same. Like someone has an idea and wants to do something, and in your exact parental mind, you think to yourself, I could do this. Absolutely something bad I done so many lives. You see that the child is convinced about the correctness of it and the goodness of it, and that the child genuinely feels that this is a good daya. Like I'm not talking about your child wants to do whatever.
He is not the social technologies in the two period of time during the exclusion period. But most precise conclusion is incorrect. You can say potentially or perhaps traditionally, I think it's best to say traditionally, but uncertainty with any measurement system exists, just like this one.
I disagree with you, but this is the way we grow, and this is the way you spread your wings, and this is the way you mature. So I have to give you that support, even if at the end of the day, I fundamentally disagree. That's what's severed. Oh, yeah, that's funny and right. The Ribono Shel Olam goes down the position. I don't agree with what you're doing. But when God doesn't agree, that's a pretty good indicator that what I'm doing is wrong. But for myself, it's my conviction, and it's my dedication, and it's ridiculous. But I'll give you the help to me, but you don't objective. Right? But I said, and you get a day of my life when I'm done, I'm not going to stay with her. Wait, that's why a bicycle comes down. Because they always talk. You all know that story of Rabbi Eliezer and everybody's bothered by the same fundamental question. Rabbi Eliezer was really wondering, why does the bicycle come out? Why does the bicycle come out? Because when the bicycle stands in contradistinction to the halakhic principle that the Roshim himself went ahead and espoused. Elamai, Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that he was right. And he was convinced that it was the Ratzon Hashem, and the derech sha'adam like the lyrics or the Ratzon, but the one that he's going to stop. So instead it says as follows: Va'al derech zeh, Megor ma seg down to the slowness for the Hamesh Va'alon, Kishanis Torah Va'adasa. Listen to this. It is that which is as is Torah. Remembering this is something amazing happened. He opened up scholars of Torah and scholars, right? A pretty clear indication that Torah is why Moshe was right. Once Klal Yisrael responds to the opening up the swallowing of Torah, Hashem Yehamis them as Am Hashem. You, the accused Moshe, look between Jews. You're still Jews. What? First of all, Torah started. Second of all, this is an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. And by the way, as powerful as Moshe is, Moshe can't misuse it. Hey, Moshe can't misuse it. And we have to describe it. Yet they're accusing Moshe of killing Jews, of killing Anak. That's the fact. He says, come off of Chassid translation. You come off of Hashwazah, Gilov HaShamayim, ולכן אם לסמוך על פלח זה שבריאת האדמה, כי הוכחה מן השמיים לדעת, שרק שהדין המפורשים שלו. But David essentially says, the Tzal Yisrael said it follows. Follows as it makes. And the derech she'ezer knows the Lila will be powerful animals. That if you are convinced of a particular derech, and you are convinced that that derech is correct, and it is the right from Hashem, the Ribono Shel Olam is going to help you down. Did God want to open up the earth and swallow up Torah? Torah and his followers? No. You know what he did? He did it because you were convinced of the correctness of that approach. But it is not indicative of the fact that was the thing they truly did. They'll say, so again, oops. Literally what they're saying is, Moshe light, you're like Rabbi Eliezer, you're like the gospel. Hi, Rabbi Eliezer is wrong, you was the minority, and Allah was decided by the majority. What happens? If you have convictions, and see that you're dedicated to your cause, then at the end of the day, will support you, even if you're not correct. So Moshe, you have convictions, you're dedicated to your cause, because the supporting you, you know what? You're not really correct. That was their plan. It was like, this concludes yours. That was just a couple of high environment different lessons. A couple of sub-lessons. Number one, you see having convictions. There's so many times in life where like power about something. Yeah, I think you find a lot. You love as a girl. I'll do a lot of things. What am I truth? What are my convictions? What do I believe in so much that I would even be able to sway the opinion of the Ribono Shel Olam in a certain way? Power of conviction, power of dedication to an idea, to a principle, to a cause. It's so strong, so intense, that even loving the Ribono Shel Olam to my side. That's power. Faith is the primary lesson of the Bible. So important question on nefesh, introspection is in life. And to really examine and to look at the data, we can't be chosen for ourselves. Because very often we assume that if I'm successful, that's indicative that my path is blessed by God. And like the Tzaddik is highlighting for us, that's not necessarily. A person could be enjoying life success, but nevertheless, the path that I've chosen for myself is not correct. How can you have success without divine observation? It's very simple. You got up to other laws of yes, I know what's going to happen. You could have success even if God doesn't as long as I don't even feel like that, then my first for success because of success. Important it is to be able to take a step back, to introspect, look at the way we're living, look at what we're doing, look at how we're behaving, look at what we're engaged in. Because even if we're successful, it doesn't always mean that it's the right route. Courage to be able to step back despite the success. And it's like very easy to be introspective. When things don't go well. It's very easy. I think very easy to be introspective when you kind of hit this wall and the things you're engaged in are not building the success. That's easy. But what Kevin says is it's no less important than everything is going great. And everything is going beautifully. And I think very still take a step back, introspect, examine, and contribute to your efforts to make sure that the way I'm living and what I'm doing is the true stop over here. Alright, so there's like this morning, that's
Why are you that bad dude? I love
if
this.
you're actually gonna spend a little bit less time the present this morning, to get a little bit of a bigger head start
How
on
to
the
wait
bad
for proper
things
TV
outside of us today.
during this interview. He's digging, trying to figure out, yeah, it's like, oh, did he go to college? But not you.
But the first thing whatever
Yeah, what are you angry about? Tell us,
is
right?
pushing bugs. And we're gonna continue operating this somewhat valid.
Why are you undefeated in this show?
There are emotional labor maybe in is then if I have true addiction and true dedication of taking the time to think that my diet is the right one, then you will have to the devotion over the every time that even if that time may not be the true definition, the true will of the definition. So let's give another example. This person involves lots of color, the area has to talk a lot. عشان الطاقم الصناعي يكون أقرب في المنطقة approximately real in Philadelphia. And the positive is idea. The positive idea that historical conducts himself in the person in a way that a person believes is حياة. تعالوا نحن نتابع في علم الشهادة even if it turns out that the emotion may not feel that this particular daya is the right daya. على كده بإرياض وقع في روض إرياض النبي ولا بإرياض أمر الآخر لا يهشم على الجيش وهي هشمها إلى الأرض إرياض النبي after the king of Marxist Islam, who was unfortunately a terrible overdose of that's what the real tragedy of Alpha is not his sister, but the real tragedy of Alpha is that he was so close to being killed a couple of different times, yet failed to do so. Anyway, if you all know he was a dramatic fallout with Alpha, and because Alpha there was no raining at the sun. There'd be no rain. The Abu Khazal, English family, also she used to live in a shrine in a flat center to West Hill. Now, those are not easy. And it says that they're doing my people. You can put the show to never be spent. And one of those keys is to my cast for the shovel. Yes, in your hand, of you reflected enough for the powerful to be handed over the key to the ring. Remember again, how we can be on another give us no such a declaration of this. But there was main ring for someone on the earth. But the only way to make a declaration like that is if you control the ring. He asked that for the powerful to be up over the key of the ring. It was smaller. And if the powerful in fact do him the key, gave him the key to the ring. The other leaders had got some shallow shows. And as a result, the yo withhold the ring for 3 years. Under the down to the Yako, higher special is one of the class. Yes, like a show. That is very difficult for us in politics, but we shouldn't be there for 3 years. So,
Well, just gotta see what you're saying about her right now.
but there is no natural aim of belief
You're gonna be
with the
undefeated
yo
administratively
decision.
for a long
That's so possible how historically decide that this is a good idea. But again, if you all have not well, this was the public presentation. He felt that it was the right direction. So he left the defendant could only deem his speaking over the key to the show. Shahari al-Had, the Masr Sanatiyah al-Sham al-Sham, other than Shudara as Egamar, because never before in the history of the world that historically ever been over the key to the ring, any consider Shadara, She'iliyah Hanavi Ba'atzmo, Yirtza La'atzir Kafak, Against Yiddish Kabbalah as an offense of Yom Interestingly enough, remember again, we're not getting into all the details right now. Yom never wanted to perform an act of Yes, I was ready for the day. So that's another key. Because again, but once it gets the information, you have to get back to the key. It's solving the field against feedback. Yeah, but Amr lo Elio, live Miza, Ufanisa Vachaketa, V'nishtayta b'nachas Shafni Allah, V'aljaya Shemizbach Michal, V'isas V'nisachas b'nachas V'chiyel Derech Nis, She'yochai b'nachas Lola, Lemmer Derech Nis, Achas, V'nach to this overall delay. Right, the actually, the order of Eliyahu Hanavi killed. Eliyahu Hanavi's eyes, right, the eyes in the face from that eye, the Krishna being, not like this. Not like this. Where the Jewish everyday ravens, with drinking of bread and drinking they were avoided when they were drunk, and now the whole kind of constitution. They literally just drinking Achas Kalis and better to sustain Eliyahu Hanavi not like this. והריצילו היה המלך עכשיו מלכו ליהנבי היה עכשיו מחליפו לבד והשתירו חדש ולבד בדרגה וכמו שעשו היה אחר כך שנראה הגיעו לאחר ביד הגשם had Eviel had Achash's Eviel, he would not have necessarily killed him, but he would have told him to walk back and he's actually going to walk back with the dream. But he don't want to. His daughter didn't want this. His daughter didn't want this video. Remember,
What's the happiest thing that you did?
he told me about it for 3 years, then he didn't see me for something like that. So they both had to but again, כמו שעשו היה אחר כך, כמו שעשה יונתן אחר באיש הנביא, שתיקו שנזכר לעצמו על המים, הרי, כמו שלא ניסיתם ואף שאין רצון השם בעשייה הגש, even though it was not the רצון השם, to try to hold the rain, הציע בעד בדיו וזכרי בפני אחר. What do you say about us on other podcasts?
Yeah, otra cosa
number one, give the other keys. Number two, I give you and or a prolonged amount of time. Put this all together with you feel very almost an over facilitating someone's course of action. Even though what? Even though the furnish and over did so this again both the subject's primary thesis. Which I would say EDS 2 manifestations. Number one, that sometimes people feel that the particular derech they are engaged in the proper derech is the best on our friend. Even if it's not, the Rebbeinu shall always go ahead and help you along. Number two, just because we feel success in a particular path, in a particular endeavor, is not necessarily that the Rebbeinu shall always is actually as I think it's that second part that's much more meaningful and significant to us. Because when God chooses to tell a person, when God doesn't choose to tell a person, but two people have to do this discussion. We've got plenty of times where we start discussion going up to a court, and therefore presents it to the court, and it's nice to the yo, what's important to us in this case is to do don't assume that success in life is indicative of divine faith. Otherwise, obviously, I can't be successful without actually disqualify or allowing you to be successful. But don't allow success to be translated as God is happy with the path I have taken. Because sometimes that's true, but sometimes it's not. And it's important to understand, that life in general will be so much easier if I can look at the following approach. If I'm doing well, right, I'm succeeding, that means God's happy. Not succeeding, that means God's punishing. That's a great, great life. Because it's pretty clear. Except not even the water for us. Right? They're telling us that even you want to be successful in life,
Cheers.
when you sign up for you're successful
Yeah,
for
we're
a
not.
variety of
That's it.
different
We
reasons.
had so much fun.
But I think
Good,
the part
unbelievable
that comes
segue.
up
Gonna be a
Ashton
great Ryan Johnson,
tries
everybody.
to understand
Yeah.
down going down.
Yeah.
We'll come over to today. We'll pick up
Yeah. I think he's
finish
gonna
up that road.
I do too. My guess would be, my guess is it's probably going to knock her up sometime, and then she's going to T-bone William Montgomery pulling out of a McDonald's. From depression to succession, ladies and gentlemen, this is my favorite part of the show, is getting to bring this guy up every single week and see the amazing, amazing talents. You just get to sit back and watch and enjoy. Brand new minute of comedy from a true American hero. It's great. Michael Clear. Here we go.
Last weekend,
There he is.
really fascinating idea that often I like to assume that when we are engaged in something, we are finding success at a particular level, that is indicative of the fact that really ownership happy with the direction that I am taking. Conversely, when I engage in an endeavor as successfully well, the indicator of unhappy with how I'm doing. And the second highlights the idea that a person realizes success in a particular area, but it does not mean that the owner should ever be happy with the chosen area. Because instead, the subject is that sometimes what happens in life is the disparity sees that if I have chosen a particular path, because I believe that ultimately this is the right path, this is the Ratzon Hashem, this is the true will of God. The Tzaddik says, if that's what I believe, then I can start to continue along that path, even if technically speaking, that's not really the right way to go. This is a manifestation of the concept of Derech Sha'adam Motir Elim Molim ourselves. Derech
You guys
that I
played
choose
super low. I bet
to
we
start
do
with
it all.
helps me
Hear
along.
everything.
Now, again, as brothers, kind of
Here he is. About me with
I
Michael
have to
Clear.
believe it. So that what we spoke about before, so that when I can show up with you value more than anything, is a set environment. I was like yesterday, if you will bring your energy, yesterday, and we felt wanting to be genuine and committed, right? That as long as there is a sense of genuinity and commitment, that just help you along. If you believe in it, I'll help you along that path. Even if I'm talking, even if I don't, even if I, God, don't believe in that, right? Don't believe in that, right? I'll help you along. Which puts me in trust. So somebody gives me an example of this. He says, Ba'af Mashalom Yisrael, Asakfa on the left hand, the right hand paragraph, right hand side. There's the area, see this? Second paragraph down. Ba'af Mashalom Yisrael, Asakfa Hazah, Shamet, Hagras Hashem Baruch Yisrael. So the Rebbe says, this is a good example of this. Yisrael Hashem is conducting himself with Kolah. שבתפילה עבודה השם לא תהיה נתינה, never again. So you know the story of Kolah? Kolah was a Gentile prophet who approached the tribes of Balak the king of Moab to go ahead and persecute people. And Balak promises them fame, fortune, everything. Unfortunately for them, the man suffered terribly from political violence. Balak refused to fight for the can't go. They say, look, you can't go then. Well, you can't persecute people. They are oppressive people. So it happens. The oncoming comes, and I think it was Philip, quite consistent. Right? And Philip was asking about Philip, after the start. The oncoming comes, is after a certain amount of time what happens. So that's the start. He says to Philip, come late. Go. Go. Why? Philip wants us. Lachas Sorry Baba. Start to say like this. Philip wants to go. Philip wants to go. Very much advanced. And therefore what happens? The direct there, when we got a soul first we saw that I put the Philip wanted to do this. And for Abraham also saw that Philip really thought this was the right thing to do. Look at that, and look at the approach. You see when we are going to meditation, the one that is given by Ralph, right, Habib, but perhaps there was some elements that Philip also felt that this was not this as the fact that there was his opportunity to flex his prophetic muscles, be able to do something with confidence, as he was committed to this particular course of action. He goes on and says, for the Torah, وَحَيْثَ كَوَنَتْ بِلَنَا رَشَّمَا ultimately, again, now when you look at this, Bilam's intention was not to go with the Torah. The Prophet says, Prophet says, well, maybe you could say that, but Bilam's intention was Torah for B'Shem Shammai. The difficulty is that the Torah intention of B'Shem Shammai is why. The Prophet tells him, don't go. So it's hard to say that your intentions are for the sake of the heavens, when heaven is telling you don't go. Aber ihm ist so so the word out. So I'm looking backwards and Sulachas. So Bila Barasha is a Sitra Gilei Side Shalom, Ayazara, Yasha, Hadis, Alo Asisrael, Mira, Yasha, Yasha. This is back. So goodness, as much as he was giving Yasha with God, he understood that he felt that it was the right thing. I wrote the note, it was right.
Doing some of that material. It's so interesting. Your
Not
method
the will
of madness,
of God.
it seems, is trying
You
stuff
write
out
that
there
stuff
and
is
then
not
bringing
one
in here. So
because
we people need new stuff here and then take it out there.
don't
But
go. Don't go. Yet
I
somehow, some way, he still felt that it was the right thing to do. That was like, now, last thing don't say that. Don't say yourself that crazy. That's because the Bible tells you that if something is wrong, then of course, how could you ever do it? Anyway, this is human nature. Human nature is, I know what I'm supposed to do, I know what I'm not supposed to do. And it's like that carries over sometimes in life. You have like a relationship where you're not exactly sure what what I'm supposed to do, but I'm not supposed to do. Yet many times I'm on myself on the wrong side of the wall, doing things that I'm not supposed to do. How do I get there? Because you have this incredible ability to recognize, incredible ability to go ahead and do things that are really against the nature. So I have to convince myself that it's good, that it's right, that it's correct, that it's warranted. That's not really good. This is the communicating. So good. Don't care. I don't want you to go. It's not going to be I go. Yet Philip convinces himself that this is the right step. Okay? He says, it's not going to be like that. But say what you are doing is correct.
you make it hilarious.
Yet someone somehow what you're doing is the proper correct. So
Even by special diapers.
he goes on, he says, also Shelo Ulato Shins Lachmahaga, Imashu Shoresh manufactured on positive Israel. Who was so he's like a Shins So with that, the Hitler there's a lot of sorry, Bula Bara Hello as incredible. Here essentially probably be saying that this thing is so Again, all but it requires two things. Number one, genuine
Wow, you probably booked out your Vegas hotel room and saw some loser arguing with some next girl on the phone.
those two factors are there. Even if halacha l'maisa was, halacha l'maisa is like that, then what will help you along? Help you along. And it's again for this kind of staff again, that for halacha l'maisa, success, and like don't automatically
Tell us about that.
success equals divine pleasure. All success means is that I'm committed and I genuinely believe that what I'm doing is correct. It's not that, but that it actually is. It's scary. Before we saw Ace Son of Flowers, automatically assumes that success means that the Baruch Hu is
Tiger.
now you realize how scary it is. Successful, however you define success.
Michael Larry
It was
was a tiger, but
successful.
yes, you've seen many of those
Directly
National
right.
Geographic
And
documentaries
yet,
where they zoom in on a tiger that's sitting on his butt in a wheelchair.
totally is a young guy. This is why that right.
Actual sounds of all of these things.
Like things aren't going well. Like the lower law, like it's just not going.
And now,
So if it's not going,
I get
it's not going. Sometimes like everything's going wrong.
right. That's what
Like
happened with
things
that
are
prop
working
in
out.
Dallas.
I'm
She
being
got a
successful.
We've all been there.
Those times where people also put the step back and ask themselves, right there. Is this or because perhaps have I misread the reference from success is not necessarily an indicator of divine pleasure with the choices that generally very quickly as it comes to great meditation in the midst of success to be able to analyze shit with respect and to pick up in Yad Hashem. Another example is the video of government in Yad Hashem.
Yeah, you're about to switch into super tiger mode. Yeah, exactly. Better than the rock, right? You're like an actual rock. Absolutely should. One more time. Exactly. Wow. All right, go ahead, Michael.
So it's just this is case from in days we saw this idea about the ability to introduce ourselves which really cultivated initially by individuals and then we started to discuss about the beautiful idea of the influence of another and the influence of a father. Just when we sit builds on this idea of love, the actually goes with the idea that let's think that only the father who influences the brother can go on to discuss incredible impact of the child as well. But again, we'll focus a bit more now on transition to the next slide. So with that, let's pick up. follow the credit crisis follows. Some follows the this is incredible. The double writes, come in here the other. Sharab the bird. Sometimes the person who visualizes sees that the rebellion should already is hoping them in a certain way. The open you have to follow it. I think it's not just the so a person will see a person who life and will see that their confidence level of success. In other words, these things are more confident to be successful. Because in real life, the always shash there's a very small component of it. In general, when you're successful in life, you can see that success means that the environment should organize happy with what I'm doing, which makes sense. Yes, now, it doesn't work both ways. In other words, there are plenty of times when I've done non-successful, and that's not necessarily a sign of divine displeasure. That's a sign of a variety of people. Successful, and then it's like, everything is my friend. Everything is my friend. But sometimes I'm not successful, I might because I'm not working on it. Right? Sometimes I'm not dedicated. Or sometimes it's because it's the wrong knowledge, it's the wrong approach. And sometimes it is because you don't want to get upset on me. Or unhappy with me. Whatever it might be. Certainly the first part usually is everything. I am successful. That is a sign that God is happy with me. And in particular, that the Rebbeinu Shel Olam is happy with the particular derech, the particular direction I'm taking the things that I'm doing. Sharei, Elokim, Lahaya Ozel of Miyuchad. And again, the logic is very simple. If the Rebbeinu Shel Olam is not happy with what I was doing, you don't provide me with divine assistance, and I would not be successful. I recognize that success in life only comes I'm only successful because of Hashem. Which means that therefore, whenever I encounter success, that's a result of God involvement. And if God is involved, you must really be happy with what it is that I'm doing. He says, he calls that, it's all right, he calls that, ain't so that I yet shown that I must be that it says, you don't have success to that does not mean that what I'm doing is good in the eyes of the people. It's incredible, no? I know, I understand this, it's such a dramatic piece of way of thinking. You normally put one more time, and normally you see that if I'm successful in something, that's a sign that I have a powerful blessing in this effort. So it's a you can go ahead and encounter success in life, and it's not a value. It's indicative of the fact that our actions are Russia, are good in the eyes of Allah. Is any shit. Now, what is that? How do I understand that success in a particular endeavor does not mean that what I'm doing is good in the eyes of Allah. Or I could be successful in something, even if what I'm doing is not good in the eyes of Allah. Is that you should. Shahad represents reaction of Rafa. Around Dakhal Hoya, Nazik Rafa is directly. So we pass it here, that's what it's about. Asfal, Shabakara, Sa'adam, Yinsa, Lebesha, Positional. This is a concept. There's a halacha and hashkafa you see. But the guy Sa'adam is a little bit the path that you want to take in life, the Rebbeinu Shel Olam helps you that. I have this year, I have future. Begs you, you must be tracing the right way. At the end of the day, it's nitrous or abuse. And whatever path I choose in life, that is the path that I will take. but we can sign them in a time by giving place himself. God, listen to this. God in Hashem Yisbarach
Michael Lair, we
Yosef.
love you so much.
God
Michael Lair, comedy.com, everything. Michael Lair is so much fun. Here's the Jolly
Even if Hashem
Green email.
does not want me
Coming
to
right at
speak
you
on
right
his
down the
behalf,
barrel. Unbelievable. There's Mitch, there's me, there's Renee to the
that's
man.
the choice
Coming
for
to
me.
me from Mitch. Hello, everybody. Thank
That's
you,
what
Tony.
his
You on the
clarity
mail. So
is.
much fun stuff happening.
Listen,
Tell me
so
where they
we're
can find
two
you, Mitch.
incredibly profound
We're on everything.
things
TikTok,
happening here,
Instagram,
which we
Twitter,
believe
and
connected. Number one,
What a big hit movie that's
success
made Jeremiah
is not
Watkins.
being
It really is. A new
the
special
freedom
coming
of
out
the mind.
December 8th. Tell them more
But I
about it,
think you
Jeremiah.
have to be successful in something in life, and yet still not doing the right thing for myself. And why is that? Because I don't know to live it. Hashem helps me. Hashem helps me down the road I want to go. Even if at the end of the day I don't feel that that is the correct Jaya. An incredibly dramatic idea. Now, as it goes on, referring to his book of God, he says there is an important qualifier. Incredibly important qualifier. He says, Masha Bukazal, Dajaya Shadamot Relele, in Nabi Allah, Nabi Muhammad Dafir, משמע דרצים לא מבזל לכם, לאחר שלחנוך ישראל דרך הספר, דרך התורה במצוות, כמו שזה לאט. היינו, אם השם, so I understand that I don't know the way it's made, right? And I also understand what David is saying, that even if the Torah I want to take is not the right Torah in the eyes of Hashem, that it's almost almost still help me take that Torah, but that's what I choose. Well, let's say, but does that change the sense? Right? And at the end, is it I want to forget it was terrible. I want to forget it was painful. I want to forget it was harmful. Does it make sense that the result of the things that hurt me down that way? The Prophet qualifies this in a very important way. He says, Lord Salomar, Derech HaTorah Ba'amitzvos. Moshe Voda El Osma Kas Hainu. Ye'im Hashem Yisbarach. Nisayeya. Umajrich La'odam Ma'ashim Eschatzot. Elo Kishurat. Daita Al-Chochonim. Oshem Shubul Kovei Derech HaTorah. What's the reason for this? When do we say the Derech Sha'adam Moshe the path that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to take is the path, the path I want to take is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to take is only one prerequisite. You have to believe in the path that you're taking. You have to believe that the path that you're taking in life is truly the right one. If you believe that the path that you're taking in life is the true and correct path, then Hashem will help you down that path, even if what? The Rebbe Shem knows it's not right. Right? Most of us, will say, can you imagine this path? I don't want to talk about this. Because Baruch Hu knows how to position life and probably thinks about the things each and every day that everyone does in his name and purpose. And I can just imagine the sister, taking his design like that. Everybody thinks they know my will. And everyone thinks that they're my ambassador. Right? If they would only really try to pay attention a lot of times in life, you call up the phone, you left on Hashem, but it's not the left on Hashem that's the phone. It's the left on Hashem. It's your own will out there. And it's happy to go ahead and break it in the will of the therapy. So that is just something absolutely amazing. It qualifies a very complex concept, which is the Derech Sha'adam motivated to Hashem says, listen, you choose the path, I'll help you on it. The prerequisite to that is you have to believe that what you're doing is correct. Truly believe that your Derech is the pursuit of the Ratzon Hashem, that your Derech is the pursuit of absolute emes, that Hashem says, well, listen, whether I agree or disagree, you have this Buddha, and that helps you down that path. That's incredibly true. Share with us. Like, that's the most incredible example of Derech of the most related to everything. So, example, sorry, David Amela, Bilam, Pharaoh.
All of the
Right?
prints are
Pharaoh
available
is
right
the
now
most
on Bobby Jones
extreme.
every episode.
Right?
Individual posters. How about a big gift for
Plus, remember again,
Vito's
the
here.
Universal
Everybody
comment on
keeping
this.
us well
That
fed.
tells you
Vito's
the
amazing.
television
It's
is
on
below
Mall
as well.
Santa between Santa Monica and
Think
Melrose.
about
Why
this.
not grab a slice? They're open during all these crazy
Pharaoh,
times.
part
Take out
is part.
the rear. Get it
Because
on
Pharaoh
Postmates.
keeps looking away, Pharaoh's the hero. Because
Maybe they'll
Pharaoh
build a location.
ultimately, again, he understood.
And the great Gino is here.
He's looking at it as a creative. Which is
CEO
it
over
is
at Better Mountain Studios, which let us camp out there during a lot of this pandemic.
You're more than
Here we go.
if you
We're
are
ready for another
ultimately
incredible
allowed
episode of Kill Tony. But before we start, here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that make this episode
So again,
possible for
Pharaoh
you.
did not believe in a start off with.
You know, my
Pharaoh
favorite
believed
thing that
that
I
he was
found
the
during
hero.
this time
Right?
of
And here,
staying at home and
right,
relaxing and
I
binge
yeah, you
watching,
have
one of my favorite things
if Pharaoh
is
says, I made
ExpressVPN.
Pharaoh
The
can
VPN
was the
protects your
deity.
privacy and
So
security
Pharaoh says, listen, you
online,
want to be
but
the
I
guy,
didn't know
you want
until
to stand up,
recently
you want to go
that
out and
sticking
actually
my
be
TV
Pharaoh.
watching
The guy
game to
said,
the
then
next
okay,
level,
later,
then you can use
so
a
we
VPN
said,
to unlock movies and shows that are only
to
available in other countries. You know,
believe
abundance. I
that
watched
what
The
you are
Last
doing
Dance right over the weekend.
is
I
correct.
used ExpressVPN to binge
And this
a
is part of
Doctor
it.
Who, for example. It was so simple.
Or
I
if you
just
want
fired up the
to
ExpressVPN app, changed my location to the United Kingdom, refreshed Netflix, and that's it. See, ExpressVPN's tied to your IP address and lets you control where you want sites to be located. You can choose from almost 100 different countries. So just think about all the Netflix libraries you can go through.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I love the anime. A lot of the animes not available in the United States. You can use ExpressVPN to access Japanese Netflix in the spirited away. And it's not just Netflix. ExpressVPN works with any service. BBC Ware. I wear YouTube. You name it. Hundreds of VPNs out there for you, and I use ExpressVPN to watch shows so ridiculously fast. A lot of the time you guys aren't fast. There's never any wandering or lag. You can stream in HD, no problem. ExpressVPN is also compatible with all your devices, phones, media, consoles, smart TVs, and more. So you can watch it when you want to watch it on the go or on the big screen. Visit our special link right now, expressvpn.com/KillTonyAll. You can get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free. You support the show, watch what you want, and protect yourself at expressvpn.com/KillTony. Support for Kill Tony is brought to you by Manscaped. Visit the Manscaped Men's Below the Belt Grooming. Manscaped offers precision engineered tools for your family jewels. They obsess over their technology developments to provide you the best tools for your grooming experience. That's why Manscaped has redesigned the electric trimmer. The Manscaped engineering team spent 18 months it's the greatest ball hair trimmer ever created. And just released the new Granite Groom Lawnmower 3.0. Right? That's when you get outstanding
Cutting edge
because when I said, this is what I
all around you. Nick greetings to
this is what I'm going to
technology.
that it's right.
I mean,
Is it indicative that I agree with it? Absolutely.
minutes, guys.
But sometimes you have to let people believe in the things that they don't believe in. But somebody says, you got to try to know the way that they believe in it. Also, you have to believe it. You have to actually believe. You have to believe in something with a fiery and a fierce conviction. And if I go to God, listen, you believe in it, then I'll help you. Then I'll help you. I might not agree, but I'll help you. Because of subject, be very, very careful. Because sometimes when you're successful in things in life, you think that you need that if it's poetry is giving you that tempo, like it's tempo, is scam, and what I'm doing. It's not true. So it's incredible self-awareness and making things through life. To really think about, I mean, what I'm doing is right. Success is not always the metric of divine pleasure or divine happiness. It's my life choice. So it's God will help me because I believe that this is the right thing. And I have to be self-aware and perspective enough to really try to figure out if what I'm doing is really the right thing. I will just double dip it today to pick up the mantle from the
podcast and a bunch of other incredible shows. Punch Drunk Sports, Sam Tripoli this, Sam Tripoli that. He's the first guy to ever take me out on the road. Sparking the ignition to one of the most incredible youthful comedy careers ever. The career of Tony Hitchler. A lot of people say this man is responsible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's the great Sam Tripoli. Here he is, everybody. Wow. What honor one of the funniest human beings on the planet. This is a true comedy store killer right here. You've seen all of the comedy store documentary. I'm so happy to see you referenced so many times in that movie. You're such a powerful force. You are what I consider a true comedy store comic. No fear, spitting fire, changing paces faster, slower, faster, slower. Fucking crowd, killing in your time slot, no matter when it may be, no matter what they saw, they're relentless fucking murder. I often say you're the Dexter of the comedy store. I've been noticed saying you are the Genghis Khan of late night comedians. And all the comedy careers that you've sparked, including mine. I didn't know how to go on the road until you took me to those for, I believe, a 5-minute spot called Opening Your Shows. Me, Sarah Tiana, and Steve Simone, and you.
Thank you.
Also famously took me to open a bar at a corner gig of 7-Eleven owners in a dining hall at Round Table, microphone connecting to a podium. And when I did that show, there was only one person laughing in the back of the room, filming it with the sandwich trip. Cracking up. What a different time. Halfway up to Modesto for that 7-Eleven.
Well, we're not going to go through all of it again. I'll go up, but just see that again. Rabbi and Dad for the first time for my beautiful says, "Let how you pass." Yeah, for saying his father. Let how you pass from which country? What is the first time starting about the others? She was correct for us. We should see how you pass. How you pass. Which they must be. The next says, so many times before that, how many stories divided by families, by happy others, by respect. So of course that doesn't teach us. The Bible says that embedded in this idea of being divided by families, so what's the representation of that? But different groups possess different needs. Some groups live in Europe. So that what you think is also from the חלוק, חלוק, נפרון, בין המין וגדולה, החסיד בסביבות מידה מסוימת, הלאה ועלה ג'ירו וזיה. You understand, the way it works in the process, the way it goes out of its way to highlight this family and that family, because generally, families inherit this gift that they were also. Which means that different families personified themselves in different areas, different areas of life. Means that in Master Halukas Hachivos, this seals are not shown as being
Watcher, what's your name?
באופן שהחיים בעבודה השם. So this kind of history. Rabbi says, so let's think about this before. Yosef, right? Remember again, Yehuda of Yosef. Yehuda of Yosef is first he was excited. So you spoke about the idea that Yehuda of being excited is the ability of many people to maintain a heightened sense of morality, even when being confronted by temptation. So the family of Yosef is so in that Yehuda. David Amalek, family of David, were Hasidim, Hasidim like by the Tzaddik, right? But they personify the need of Hasidus, which is the ability to be fully and fully embedded in Avodas Hashem, in the service of the Holy One of Torah. Imagine that the offspring of Yosef and the offspring of David get together. They get together. Are they the same? No. Who's better? Who's better? But that is wonderful. It's different. It's just different. So it's positive as they go to highlight something.
Here's a surprise for you. We're gonna flip some things around today and start with a fucking super bang. As I present to you a regular unmixed show that is absolutely minds this guy trained in the art of
But in fact, that's never been the goal. Right there, it's a two part. So what did we just learn? We just learned that all of our great that history personified different events. David didn't have the midas of Moshe, and Moshe didn't have the midah of David, and Moshe Rabbeinu didn't have the midah of Yaakov. And Yaakov wasn't Moshe. Everyone personified their own particular midah, and they passed this midah on to their children, which means that their mishpachos developed differently than one another. The Tzaddik says, so what's the particular message? He says, Eilu means Yosef Bale Midah Messiah. So certain families were stronger in a particular area. So Halazim, the Midas HaKadosh, the Eilu HaAkilim, Tachlis Midas HaKadosh. In other families, right? So one of the Midas. He goes, B'nei Yosef, She'ikar Avodas. For example, children of Yosef, again, ultimately Tzaddik, so morality, they were stronger in this particular area. On them, what's this to say? Every one of these matters is very true. The Tzaddik is going through the order, as I want to be clear, with the exception of Moshe Rabbeinu. How did he order those? How did he order them? In chronological order. Like he wasn't ranking. This is more important. This is less important. They're all great. He puts Moshe at the end because Moshe Rabbeinu is personified as different type of leader, which was just different than anything else. But he says they're all amitis. Now let's remember again. When we learn this, we have a shaykhus. Remember the way this works. The Tzaddik said. Down in the beginning, the person personified the leader, he then passed it down to his children, and then becomes the purview of all of Israel. So when we learn this is really important. I look at this and I say to myself, okay, so what do I want to work on? Maybe I need to be a little more of the Yosef. Maybe I need to be a little bit more of a David, a little bit more of a Moshe. What do I need to work on? They're all shaykh to me. Elu, shilling his pashtusam, the bottom, both those knowledge, Yosef because Achaz, Mala had it Golfas, the Lekas, Yosef because Shira. So we'll say, and again, different people stronger in different areas. This is one of the important to say. No one is strong in all areas. Not one of us. The topic is saying is there anyone who possesses all of these midos? What's the answer? The answer, I think the answer is to possess all of these midos. But no one possesses all of them with the same level of intensity. In other words, it's human nature that we gravitate towards certain things and we excel at certain things. So can I have a little bit of all of these midos? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. All of these midos? Most probably not. Probably not. He goes on. In the Olam, half of this is but he says that's okay. He says again, I will dispatch two from the one and both is the left is Malazu, Yosef the Kasamos, Umala Harris the left is Yosef the Kasamos. And so again, you'll find these leaders coming out in different ways in different groups. In the Olam, half is Shiloh the Hajia, which is the Kala Malos to get into the double position. What's my state goal? Like my stated goal is to try to be all of these areas. Right? That's my goal. Will I reach the level of proficiency in the same way by all of these goals? Probably not. That's okay. That's really even if you hope, probably not. You still have to have that. The says, look in Abu Hazal, our couples is beautiful. Abu Hazal, our Torah book is huge. The color goes to half of the Torah of Israel. And allows me to do this to say him. Ma'alos Hanefesh Hayamos Jose Yosef is that. They will say, this now gets even more. Tzaddik says, when you look in halacha and you find that goodness, you find that goodness, and again, that's really very much the topic of the next post as well. If you look at my focus. It's such a positive word that my focus is. I'm not focused the same time. Remember again, this is not because, right? This is last part of this Torah. My focus is Shem Shai, my focus is Shalom Shem Shai. At least this, my focus is my focus. Tomorrow, you read in my focus. Where does my focus come from? There's a couple of things. My focus comes from because people see the world in different ways. Because of Baye might be proficient in one Midah, and Rava may be proficient in a different Midah. And that Midah shapes their world view. So let's say, I'm not focused with Shem Shamayim means people each coming to the table of proficiency in a different Midah of the Midahs we discussed, and therefore seeing the world through that lens. Are they both correct lenses? Are they both correct lenses? Absolutely. But they're different. And Ritzah, because it's that's where my focus comes from. Because as our focus used to follow coming to himself, and as long as we natural sand, we ma'alos and nefesh hakayamos b'zeh yosim b'zeh, the elu different elokim hayim. Yeah, they say about certain. Focus, we say, elu different elokim. Yeah, you have to be careful because, it's a beautiful idea. Yes, these words and these words are both the words of the living God. We're going to see that in the next post. That this comes to the bonus for all describes the focus, Shama and Torah. It doesn't look like a real because it should be clear. Sometimes there's no focus on one person is right and one person is right. Not everything is always right. But often when it comes to our focus, what we see in the Gemara, yes, these are both correct. Listen, how can they be both correct? No, doesn't make any sense. How am I so upset? Because when both people see the world beautiful and magnificent and beautiful, we describe that they're different. And they're different, often the conclusions are not the same. Yes, they can both be correct. Obviously, again, the realm of halacha, you have to choose the path forward, right? You can't accept everybody's opinion. You have to choose the path forward. He says, "Ra'ko emes me'acha shekol tiflin daled me'acha shekol spelled zera kodesh v'gag kadosh v'kol machlokas b'neihem rak eich la'avodas Hashem." It's like, again, this is just so beautiful. A lot of times you see my focus in the Gemara. I'm going to put it on Gemara right now. Where does my focus come from? It's other places that that's my focus comes from. The fact that one Kana brings to the table one particular midah. Maybe he's a Gavi. And the second Kana, maybe he is a Yaakov. And because that's the midah they excel in, and that's the midah which shapes them, that's the midah which creates the world. That's the midah which creates the lens through which they see the world. And therefore, again, even when arguing halacha, that's how they're going to see the reality. Who's right? Who's right? They're both right. They're just coming from different, correct, different spiritual perspectives. That's the Elu Divrei Elohim. You're both correct because you're both espousing the necessary for small yourself. That's one of my focus. That's what I do for the focus because what I conclude is this idea that we just seen Yishmael is part of Midas. So listen, I want to point out, you'll see yourself with this so many undiscernible Midas in the world of Midas. Yes, the Tzaddik is highlighting what we call the primary categories. I think if you delve into this more, you'll find that within each of these categories of Midas, there are more subdivisions of Midas. But Lamaisa, these are the primary categories of Midas. And the Tzaddik said, although the goal would be for everyone to possess all of them, most of us end up becoming proficient in specific areas. And this is what I want the interview to go on because that way you get your money's worth out of it. Project. What do I need to work on? Who do I need to resemble a fit for in my life? And I want to keep one place for the rest of our lives. And keep this one place for now. And how if I didn't go ahead and do
Video, Brian. I've never seen a tank dance. We're about to do this. There he goes. There's straight David Deary.
Hold up.
David Deary taking the microphone here from some music. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Whoa, it's doing the robot. Wow. Oh, wow, it's sponsored by the Home Depot. It's like a NASCAR, this thing. Uh-oh. Oh, he's backing that ass up. Look out. Uh-oh. What's going to happen next? Oh, my goodness. This is incredible. Building on this idea, Home Depot. Oh, there's bubbles. Bubbles. Bubbles going into the orifice. The office inside a camera. Wait, what just happened? Something opened up down there. There's a wow. Wow. A dancing tank. It looks like some North Korea celebration that they do. Sheik. That may have been. Oh, he's still alive. It's all good. Yeah. It's a second there. He needs help out of it. Ladies and gentlemen, how did the hands of the great and powerful Michael Lair getting the show started tonight? There he goes. I believe he's having a panic attack in there right now. It's claustrophobic. How about a big hand for the great Colette as well? Yes. There's Slash girlfriend. Slash member of the Kill Tony family. Give it up for Home Depot. Hey, look, there's Michael Lair. It was him the whole time. I had a feeling it was you. We're going to get to talk to the real man behind the tank.
All right.
That was fun. It was
So we left off yesterday.
Shadow on your face with that other camera. Another hand for Michael Lair, everybody.
Other than the visible all of my particular all of my human desires are somehow separated and somehow the secondary status, the secondary guilt in light of the uncontrollable which is this concept is described in the Bible, which says, as if he would so far make the Ratzon of Hashem your Ratzon. Right?
True. Cardboard is a malleable substance.
And what house is right now. And also, it's a very different thing. I'd like to do this. Baruch is Ratzon, my Ratzon. At the end of the day, what I want out of life is always.
Michael, we love you so much. Thanks for getting the show started tonight. Michael Lair. All right. It's time to meet a stranger. Here we go. All right, we've seen this young lady on the show before, famously friends with our resident horoscope.
Virus
Psychic.
that's on my life.
She's here. Nikki Fuchs, everybody. Here she is, Nikki Fuchs.
It's actually it's a little bit different kind of
There we go.
thing says that
Yes.
Hashem
There's Nikki Fuchs.
So me and my dog have a lot in common. She's had six puppies and I've had six abortions. Yeah, actually since having a dog, I felt really empowered to walk at night. Not necessarily because of the dog, just because of carrying a bag of shit in my hand, right? Nobody's gonna raise me with a bag of shit in your hand. And I know somebody's like, wait a minute, what if your dog doesn't take a shit? I have spares, bitch. And then another person's like, wait a minute, that's their thing. Yeah, my fucking dog can, okay? I'm out there burning all that Jesus Christ. She's my soulmate. She's my soulmate. She fills all of my voids. Well, most of them. She's a big black dog. She's got a big black dick.
There you go, Nikki Fuchs. Wow, very interesting set. I gotta ask, 6 abortion centrist.
That is a fucking joke.
Oh, it's a joke.
It's a super joke.
It's actually 12.
I mean, I've actually had 0 abortions, but hey, if you've had an abortion, keep exercising.
Yeah, if you had that set, you've had one abortion. Well, maybe when there's not enough evidence. But it would have been an incredible noise if this place was so loud. Oh, that's what they would have done. They liked it. The audience liked it. Here, I'll do it again. They liked it so much, I'll do it again. 0 abortions, but 1 abortion if you count that set you just did. Laughing at for the audience. So 0 abortions, really? 0, not even 1, not even a. I feel like I'm not gonna get pregnant. No, I'm not a baby person. Like it's not in my plan B. All the time. All the time. What happens to you? Do you plan B? Do you have any side effects? Well, I would just get my period immediately, like right after. Which is probably like a real abortion. Yeah, it's like when it's like so small, you know, it's just like you can take the whole.
Nobody's pulling out anymore. A lot of young kids are just blasting away. Wonderful time to be alive.
You just said to me.
Because of ultimately again the person
Here's
the person ultimately again choosing that same will of life is what he wants.
which is great because you know, you gotta mind this.
That's the level of
Like when you I didn't have any abortions. My biggest problem is like you should be as authentic as you are. You know, because like the abortion joke, I like it. It's a rape joke, but it's easy. A rape joke, it's easy. And maybe if you want to, but if you start really digging into like real shit, like who you are, that's what's gonna get you to another level.
Like, for example, writing jokes with being family, because you actually have done and do do.
I don't do it anymore. That was the problem. No, I'm fucking old as shit. I'm probably old as shit.
Not all grandpa How old are you? 30.
That's young.
Yeah, not really. You're the youngest person on this entire show right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we all just look younger than you.
You definitely look like me.
I think with my jawline, you would still be taking Plan B over.
Brian.
I feel like we're in this weird
I don't know. Are you married to your wife? Are you married to your wife?
well, I think I have to be married. She's my wife, but I don't have one.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. You did just have twins, right? Okay. I was just trying to figure out. Wow, a lot of inside information questions from the guest. I love to know what you are. So, Nikki, what have you been doing during this pandemic other than cutting your own hair? Hanging out with the dog. Hanging out with the dog? What kind of dog do you have? She's a pit mix. Oh, wow. Sticky time bomb.
Living inside the future. So
Not
I
really.
don't
She's
think
actually
it
really
has
nice.
the same amount of
They really are.
revenue individual. Requires a particular
Rappers who run everything, rappers who use guns and weed, they made everybody hate them because they fucked them up in a music video. They pulled their little rough, shitty owners, loving owners, loving people.
Yeah, she's not shitty.
Accessible
Sorry,
to the rest of the
Trouble.
guys.
this is trouble. It's like never been like all the women that start tweeting to a guy in jail when he gets out. Let's talk about that people said, can you even take it to a dog park with other dogs? I just haven't chose to. Yes, it's still like new. I'm just trying to learn who she is. We did meet a puppy today. How did that go? They loved each other. Really, they really did love each other. Yeah. How do you know that? Because she didn't eat it. Yeah, she did. Like I tried to bite it. Like it was fine. When did you get the dog? Like this summer. What did you name it? I didn't name her. Don't judge me for this, but her name is Nix. Nix. Yeah. Why? So Nix is actually the Greek goddess of the night, and she is an all-black dog. Nix is also something that you do not get if you manscape 3.0. No hits, no scratches. It is incredible. Manscaped.com. Drop the promo code Tony for 90-minute battery. Save 20% off the inversion and they have the best charging stand. Show off your lower watercraft intelligently designed stand for convenient charging USB. You know that about Next? So, how old is the dog? She is almost 6 years old. You're keeping it a dog halfway through its life. Thank you. Like, I just wanted to help something.
Why are they separated?
No, it was actually, she was homeless, and then somebody rescued her. And the kids bring the portion. No, so somebody rescued her who had her for an entire year before they were like, all right, I have to rescue another dog now. Like, I need to get rid of this one. And I was just like, this is awful. Like, I'll take her. She's literally the sweetest one. You would probably like her. I love her.
As it is, some of the
I'm gonna go with Tony on this one. All right. What else? What have you been doing to pass the time other than hanging out with trying to fucking do a set on the show? Right. Okay. How about other than that? I've been doing some like open mic. I was trying to date in the beginning and then I was like, not happening. Why didn't it happen? Real shitty out here, really, like how? Most people just want to fuck you. Like, okay, example, I was walking, I live really close to the comedy store, so I was like walking here, and some guy with 2 dogs stopped me while I was walking there with my earphones in to be like, hey, can I like call you sometime? And I was like, well, I'm trying to be in a relationship. Yes. Yes.
Black guys take a shot at it every time.
Great. How do you know this guy? Nobody knows more about us. Nobody knows more about being a husky.
read a lot of this.
How the fuck do you know? Wait, I'm so curious now. Did you talk to him too? Oh, you did? Yeah. Oh, so it was so funny. He was like, this red man for his number all the time. This red man does have a fat ass. Oh, that's just big. I do know. I do know. It's got an ass. Yeah, it's got an ass like my grandma's tank. sorry.
Maybe last week,
So I was like, no, I'm like, actually, I'm like looking for a relationship.
yes,
Like, people always stop.
Don't try to put me off with your
Okay.
best friend.
All right.
So he says, hey, can I get your number and call you sometime? And you go straight to, and you knew there's nothing else, or you cutting the story short, you went straight to,
So I was like, no. Yeah, I was like, no, I'm actually trying to chase a date right now.
what type of library adventure you
Well, I mean, if you think about it, that's a great way to get somebody to run off. Looking for commitment. Are you in fuck? Come on.
the Huskies
So
just
it's
start
never
dragging
going
him like
to
it's all
run
one of those
things that this is why Yosef
let's go, boys.
Yosef only had two levels. Have the ability to go ahead and
Basically, he was just like,
Oh, well, I'm not trying to date. And I was like, well, I'm not trying to fuck. And I walked
so
away.
that is the
damn, you and your boring ass.
negative
I know. I used to not be like that, but it's just I'm 33. Like, I gotta have some basic control.
I love white women when they get sassy to go straight to black chick. I hate
about
looking
LA
at
too.
them.
He's very vulnerable. Everything is nothing
Haircut says you bang black
no
guys.
matter what happens in the
Well,
world,
that's why I started
I'm
with
only
you. Love your hair. And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Might be going for like kind of
I'm
funky,
only
like
the
punk
ones
rock,
that have
but
the same
that's a
exact
fellow
color.
black dick.
I mean,
Same
I'm
thing.
terrible.
They just
Like, what do you mean?
Yosef is not against the law.
He's a white
It's
chick
not
that
Yosef
happens.
Is that your main type?
no matter what happens to Yosef, Yosef will
Lots of black guys.
I like that. Like, I
Yosef
have had sex with a lot of different
Yosef
kinds
will
of
not
guys.
release himself in So to see
What,
exact
wait, you say all different
see
types of guys
exact
who have sex with a midget?
get into
No.
You ever have sex with a
I've had
midget?
different
and
colors.
that's just
I mean, you count my finger or toe.
Did you hook up with a guy that lost a finger?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did he lose it petting your rescue pit bull?
that's right.
No, I don't have
Because we don't know
teeth in my
how to do
vagina.
I think she's doing great. I think you got a great style. I think you just got to be more original with your shit. And, you know, like your whole thing is like, it's easy for you to cover. But authentic resonates with especially this day and age where like the industry's dying. You got to worry about that. People want some real shit. Like going out there saying you got a bunch of abortions for kids, that's like easy laughs. You do, you just gotta put it out there, man. Positive energy into the universe, man.
And again, meanwhile, you have this wealth of Plan B possible material that you haven't even tapped into yet.
Oh, dude, you'll have a guy in a heartbeat. You can't find
Oh,
a shit.
I'm 33. I don't have. There is no guy.
You will find a guy.
So what's your best skill that you know how to cook?
Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Black guys saying fuck up right now. What if she's like, you know, the two prince,
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Nikki. Yeah.
So let's say, for example, a person
Hold another name out. I'm gonna do it quick. Make some noise for John Hanford. Here we go. Here comes another human. Another human being.
anyone of the whatever the Matthias might be.
I saw a man die from natural causes in a Walmart scooter. I was grocery shopping beginning of the year. I thought this was going to be the biggest thing that happened. I was walking past him. He was coming at me in the scooter, just kind of drifting. Head cocked back, mouth again, just totally passed out. I had to fucking sidestep him. And it wasn't until I doubled back about 5 minutes later, he's crashed into the end of an aisle where the mayonnaise is. Mayonnaise is all over the floor. He's surrounded by about 20 Walmart employees. One of them's on the phone 911, and the other's checking his breathing. The rest are there because they also think it's going to be the biggest shit they see all year. And it made me think, like, that man dying right there was stuff in the basket. That man was living the American dream. He's fucking lived the modern day American dream to the
gets you to the flag now. Numerous cats get married in our lifetime.
Why doesn't it affect the offspring of your faith? The Prophet says it's a
Not the best, but I enjoyed it.
the
I just
offspring
had a
of
video
your
watching it. Thank you. I thought so too.
be careful with what you are saying. Like Yosef
I
is
took
careful.
mushrooms a couple weeks
He's
ago.
not looking at his
Yeah,
He's
just
careful
gave me a lot of
ultimately
insights
with
about
those
number one,
using
just
the
being
constant
more in the
gospel.
moment and not
So
really
because
relying on
Yosef is
writing down
careful
the
with
material
prayer,
instead of feeling it out.
because
Like
Yosef
you
is
said,
careful
Sam,
ultimately
this
with
pandemic has totally
with
brought to
gospel.
light like shit's dying, shit's changing. We
Therefore,
need authenticity.
our
And it just gave me a new
is unity in the relationship with God.
He's gonna be the mayor of
Isn't that
Silver Lake
incredible?
very
So
soon.
when you get to make a movie with secrets of Yosef, ultimately again questions. So go ahead and be careful what you look at, and because he's careful with what you look at, therefore again, Sarah only has a limited ability to Yuda, because Yuda ain't hanging for nothing. So if you get to make a Yuda hanging for
Oh,
does
well,
not have an
I used to
impact
work
on
in
this.
baseball. I
That's
played
what you should know,
in
America,
San
Amen.
Francisco.
You don't tell these things. You know the classic Jewish science, the stuff, because it says, yeah, Amen, who knows how to
So I used to be a
it's an generation. And the rest of this is how you can every heritage of the others. The I know feels that you
we could seriously be here for hours.
all righteous. The I know
Listening to
the
baseball,
conditions
player development interns,
and the fathers. I don't think that has to do with this. But anyone who is with you is called savage. It doesn't sound like the version of Yosef, but it sounds like every Jew is savage. So how do you reconcile that? It says this.
How's everything going in heaven if that's where you ended up?
Not a problem. It says,
You still
open
take it even though that's how the afterlife
door,
works?
the man has started to see than the Shah Hashirah in the Lord.
Always depressing. Always.
All the Pasuk is saying is that the media of
Already see that
Sifris
course.
is not only
It's too late to train you for
found by Yosef, but rather it can be found by all of the Shvachim. Even Hamakom is Chorei Shalom Torah
if we knew
Yosef
some type of seance
would be
that where
Dawah
we could
Yosef.
hang you and Bernie comes back, we would do it. Just to try to
Yosef is in line with what the Prophet
Has
said
that ever
before.
happened
It's
before
a
in
huge
scientific
thing
history? Birdman, do you know about
as
this?
the Iker Torah, the Iker ability
Look, I think we're in the
of a
darkest
person
timeline
to be
where
a
life
tzaddik
here really is.
resides
So
with
just accept and love yourself. So is that a real
Yosef.
story?
But the truth is, if you just accept it and kind of think back a little bit to what I've said before, which is that Allah Yosef, his was the first to cultivate this mitzvah of secrets. He was the first. But after he cultivated it, then what?
It's usually when she
Everyone
says
has
back
the
to me,
ability.
she's like,
Lord says this is the Nida.
it's
Says the Prophet,
like
the
it
Sifris,
happened.
the
Why
Nida
would she say
sexual
that?
purity, the Nida the
Like
ability to go
say
ahead
50-50.
and
When you go down, I go, always 60.
succeed with incredible moral strength in the face of incredible temptation. To those who translate says that being careful with what you look at, and to the Prophet says in the Muslims, is to call it Shiras Hainayim. Is that if I'm careful with what I look at, if I'm careful with what my eyes see, then ultimately again that stems
When did you decide you wanted to look like Howard Stern? What was that?
the ability of Torah
After I got banned from the show,
that's the need to make it Nida. This was primarily the need of Yosef, then becomes the need of the Mustafa, and then ultimately becomes accessible to all the Amis of the Amis who run the society.
really well, and then they had me back for third.
Let's begin the next minute, let's a little bit alone. She,
On vacation, but they told me like the
Pastor,
start date and time. There's like, look,
drop
you
off
get
the
this intro show.
show.
You gotta be at the Broadville
Let's say
building
next Nida.
January
Next
3rd,
Nida is the
2010
Nida to see
at
this.
4 a.m.
Now, what I want to
So I fucking got
point
there,
out before
and with
is that
confirmation I
Nida
served
to see this.
one time. She was like, I like persistent
Also,
interns. I figured, okay, I'll get
a lot of these
and
Nidas
I get there, I
themselves
talk to
to
the
know
door guy,
people
and he's like,
for
look, dude, you're not on the list. What do you want me to do?
interpretation. For
So can
example,
you just call them?
like,
So they set me up,
oh,
and
let me show you
just
example.
like answering the
In
phones.
the selfie show,
Production staff like really likes me. Will was cool.
when I'm out 20,000 people, that's what that's
There you
what
go,
we
Labate.
got.
Labate.
Like, we get He says, can someone be brave? Plus, the son would go above and beyond. This above and beyond expectation. Otherwise, the way is up. Mitzvahs are indicative of things that Baruch likes. If I start with saying this is an area that's important. So again, a regular person which is known
How old were you 10 years ago?
those that are stuck in the mitzvahs, the Pasuk says that mitzvah represents something that is new and good for himself. How can I build on that even more? That's what the Pasuk does. So, for example, I see that Hashem tells me to lend money, which means Hashem wants me to look out for the others. That's the expression of divine intent. How can I go ahead and take that even further? How can I go ahead and do that even to a later degree? That's what the Pasuk does. The Pasuk takes the love of Hashem and goes ahead and acts it. So whereas a rich Jew is simply obligated to go ahead and fulfill the role of not what is but he is to be able to tasks. The Pasuk says, let me figure out how to go above and beyond for the revolution. We're going to see why watching this video, what we're going to see in the subject is going to have a little bit of a different let's look up with this in the
I was walking around for like 2 hours there. So you should open up. I was thinking about it and I was like, take that moment. But, dude, should I open up with a funny thing? No, I'm gonna go unfunny and try to get it going. I love the French man.
What did they sell at the food court? What did they got?
They got fish and chips and like they're never thought I'd be able to say this, but food at the concentration camp for 9 and a half. No, it was like good.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like it was
You really ate fish and chips at a concentration camp.
I grew up in Seattle, yeah, I missed Ivers. They got merch there too. I would totally front the concentration camp.
I survived the summer. In Dachau concentration camp.
the big footman Zionist international traffic 6 the regulated site just
Fresh off a mushroom, so you're being creative. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. John Danford, everybody. Very good.
Last time I did shroom. Last time I did shrooms, I was so high. I felt 30 seconds from Mars.
Really?
Yeah, they were not with that almost.
we're picking up bottom of page 6
So high, and they came up, and that dude shred,
bottom
that
of
man
the
shred.
area.
And I was like, God, get my really loves giving cheese.
Here's what up.
Yeah, dude. Best life band I've seen. I was
Check it out the
great.
page. What alluded to
That's awesome.
Germany demanded
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, a guy who works at the Hollywood Improv. He's been coming here signing up for years. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Brandon Morris. Here he comes. Here comes
someone else, לגבי בעצמו אינו regarding something that I
45 seconds of
myself am
thunder and
guilty
lightning
of.
from Brandon Briggs. How are you, man?
Now we're going to come to
Absolutely,
the
absolutely.
represents
There's a
the
bit right
idea
there. So let's
of
talk about
causing
Brandon. How long
someone
have you been
else
with
pain
stand up?
such as cancer
7
regarding
years,
the
all of it here in
particular
Los Angeles.
infection
Really blood
when
sugar
I
night.
myself am guilty
Thank
of
you so much.
this
You can have it.
very
You can use it.
already
I love that you use the
inside
inside when you buy a pair of Fila shoes. You stitched it all
وده أصلا
together.
أظن حاجة
Wow.
I think as an author, I'm asking it's like something I've done wrong. It's very painful. It's all of us, right? As much as
Who do you think the other two are?
someone becoming it's actually growth. Someone tells you, and it turns out to be that you're doing something wrong, you're the hacker, you're the evil, being in the Daito, Havana, Cuba, Rasa, Adam, Mitzara. So they show in Daito, you show the Havana, Sierra, Adam. שבגרמה עילית, שבכוח גרמה שבדרך ממילא מגרם סער האדם, ושלא בכוונה ליצור. It's like, so sometimes when people cause us pain, they cause us pain in other people. Now, to be clear, the pain that the refugees are going through here is the pain that comes from someone highlights something wrong with you guys. So sometimes, when a person causes you pain as a result of that, intentional. So they want to cause you pain. And the way they're causing you pain is by pointing out something that I'm doing wrong. And other times, it's unintentional to be one of two ways. Unintentional to mean the person says something. Yes, pointing out something wrong I've done. But they don't intend to cause you pain. Right? Their intention is really just, sometimes it can be actually positive. Because when something has gone wrong in your effort, hopefully allow me to become better. Or sometimes it's just the person says something, a lot of times people do things, whatever things about the impact of what it is that they're saying. Looking at the role of comedian, so Kaveh Shem Shammai is important. So it's possible one is a person who says something with the intention to hurt you. So they point out something I've done wrong, and the only intention of doing that is to hurt me. Possibility two is a person just says stuff. Sometimes when I people just say stuff, and there's no particular context. You're just making a statement. You're making a statement that happens to be about something that I've done wrong. And possibility number three is where a person points out something I've done wrong, but their intention is actually to help me. Their intention is actually to benefit me. In other words, their intention is to point it out in order to really help so get us on second. It is a mitzvah of review. What's the mitzvah of review? If you see the person is doing something wrong, you want to point it out. But what's the point of that review? What's the point of that? The point of it is because I love my fellow Jew. I love that person. And so I want them to be able to engage in post-investment activity. That's what they are doing. כגון שהיה מוטיפו ומטף במנסו המעשה הגדול, והייתי מצטער שלאחרים. So that's the bottom line, right? So rather again, right, you have two scenarios. We call it Ruben. Ruben is coming and pointing out something that's done wrong. So there are two possible motivations, right? Motivation one, he wants to hurt me. motivation do is power. That's the other motivation. Sometimes people just talk. Unfortunately, there's too many people just talk for the sake of talking. Actually, number three, he actually cares about me and loves me, and is pointing out what I've done wrong because he's hoping that if he points it out, that'll fuel me in my efforts to do that. And interestingly enough, whatever the motivation, the result is the same. What's actually the result? What's actually the result? Unheard. Unheard. Right? So again, and I was like, nice to look at you, and I've asked many of us. Okay. Right? So again, the bottom line result of it is hurt. Whether the motivation was negative, the motivation was positive, or the motivation was tired, at the end of the day, no one really likes to overdo something wrong. Often, but experience. In closing, עכשיו שנגרם מבודסה היגו, ומוכן להיות הרצוי הנרגיס. הרצוי המיוחדת להכניס משמעות ובסוף, יעשו בו מיקרון הצעה. And he says, be very careful when you hurt someone by telling them something they don't wrong. Because in your effort to point out to someone else what they have done wrong, just understand that the divine microscope shifts back to you. If you being the person who's pointing out the wrongdoing to the other. So, okay, let's use this. If I'm going to tell Ruben, let's be really proficient in this area, or you really done something wrong, whether my intention, again, is to be personal, whether my intention is to be helpful, or whether my intention is to be careless. The topic says the moment you go in and you point out the wrongdoing of someone else, the moment that the divine microscope shifts back to the Mokia, to the rebuker, and at the Baruch Hu says, okay, if you're on such a level to go ahead and cause someone else pain, whether, again, purposeful, helpful, unintentional, let's have a look at their life. Let's have a look at their life. He says, in Ava, because at the end of the day, I go over to Ruben. I say, Ruben, you know what, Ruben, I'm really disappointed to see how much Russian I use. Really, it's terrible. I don't know, go out and speak to anybody and everyone will listen. It's terrible. I'm disappointed. Now, okay, so there's a list of our best for the first is fantastic. Now, Ruben is going to be a bit sour. Ruben is going to be a little bit subjective, a little bit crushed, because no one likes to be told that they're doing something wrong. So whether my intention is purposeful, whether my intention ultimately was hurtful, or whether it was hiding, at the end I can start to get okay. Now I talk through to Ruben through my review. Let's have a look at you. Let's see again, you're giving us not much. Alright? Let's see ultimately again how it is that you are doing in that particular area. He goes on and says, I emphasize that next shot, so keep it. Actually, I'll skip the brackets, not the brackets now. In other, I'm a Usavira, Sashimi Nana, Bigla Loala. What I can start with literally looks at is have I ever shown rest? Yavira, for which I am giving someone else. Because like, so this is a very nice idea. What the subject is essentially conveying is so that before you and tell other people how to get their house in order, make sure your personal home is in order. Now again, there is a, okay. Oh, so you see, by the way, bad thing. It's not a bad thing. But the point that you're saying, like, think about a world in which everyone stopped taking production results of it, and instead use all of that clock inward. That's again. Now, what I want to point out is something very important. Is obviously the there is a mitzvah, right? There is a mitzvah. Again, another idea of the sounds like you're telling us, right? But the mitzvah, like I was saying, when I see someone doing something wrong, I like to something, right? And again, to be clear, if I see my children doing something wrong, absolutely have to pray for that. So there is, and by the way, I would even say in the realm of sometimes this is the hard part of parenting. Sometimes you feel like to go ahead and be after the child, even if the area in which you are repeating your child is an area in which you are heavy and focused. Because again, remember, the whole point of Hosaka, and we see, we're going to talk about this, is I want my child to be better than me. That's what every single parent does. You know, there is a natural feeling, a natural jealousy that exists between people to certain extent. One of the exceptions is I am not jealous of my child becomes in fact, the greatest success for a parent is if your child becomes the greatest. So again, so there may be times where even if I'm deficient in a particular area, at the end of the day I still have to give that review. But at the end it says that it's like on a day-to-day level, before I go ahead and ask someone else about something, the first question I have to ask myself is, am I really working on all seven cylinders in that particular area? Am I really holding my own in that particular area? Otherwise, what ends up happening is the rebuke that I deliver to another becomes very open to the divine judgment of me in that particular area. And as we'll stop right there for today, we'll pick up the next practice of the
actually scared. They're like that. $500 in your phone. I was like, sweet. But my license is still suspended. I don't know. I can't figure it out. So you drove here though on a suspended license. Jesus. The cops aren't listening to this show right now. So I hope with that drive, that's how everyone knows that's a dangerous drive because you get pulled over for everything. That drive is so poor. Yeah, it's Preston. How's your family doing? Anything happening? So they famously white trash family of shaky cop. Still just building conveyors. Yeah. Also, oh, yeah, that is. You found a peacock here. Isn't that exciting? What are the odds, bird watcher? I'm like, what? Trey is a very paranoid guy. You do a lot of illicit drugs, am I correct, Trey? Sure. What's the most recent drug that you did? Yes. We all yes. You're based on the. I want to say there's been a little crystal meth that hard. Right on the nose. Wow, look at that. Right on the nose. I know you smoke crystal meth? No, I snorted. He said it. Wow. Yeah. My goodness. When did you do crystal meth? Maybe an hour ago. Jeez, an hour ago? Yeah. Wow, this was so much fun. I had it. Well, that's why I smoked the weed to bring you back down. You know, this is nerve-wracking, so I got it. Jesus Christ. If you're doing speed and stand-up, it's fucking insane, dude. Yeah, like, I'm killing. Does crystal meth make your head shrink? Yeah. That is. Well, that hat is massive on you. For those of you that stand the podcast, the hat is almost covering his ears. That's amazing. It's like a muppet. Yeah. So what are you doing now that the Insane Clown Posse is in touring? What are you doing with your time? Just more acid. like you use that peacock for something special?
I've been trying. I'm out of a long relationship, so like I haven't been too lazy. She didn't want to marry me apparently, like she like decided that like that's the end of that happened. Alright, now is it not the crystal meth? That's probably how small. I don't think she knew about it. I don't think she was just describe no, it's more like clear.
It's very interesting. Is there a reason why you're asking that, Birdman?
That looks like I've never seen it before. It just looks like cocaine. It's like broken window. It really looks like shard glass. There's times where people do blow and they're like, oh yeah, it's crystal meth, and then the next shot of glass.
Hold on, Trey, you were about to say something there. What were you about to say? But he said crystal. A lot of people do crystal meth thinking it's cocaine. Go ahead.
Well, I just saw a bullet on the ground. He said that, and I was like, yeah, that sucks. Like, you're doing the wrong drug, you don't know, and then all of a sudden you're all crazy. Aw. Yeah. Like a PSA right there. I was glad I did. Yeah, she said that.
No, it's okay. You're doing a good job, buddy. You're fine. Now the weed's stopping. Crystal meth had him say he's on crystal meth. Now he's getting scared with the weed.
All your teeth. Yeah. But they're all English, so yeah, just paint them.
Wow, that. A little bit of fucking white album, do you?
You should make merch with like some yin yangs. One side's weed and one side's meth. Just says balance on the back. Yeah. Hey, that's a good one.
How you been surviving? How do you make money? How do you pay off all these police fines?
I build conveyors so that people can get their alcohol.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. Did you take some time off this week? Is that how you Yeah, basically. My dad owns the company, so I can basically get away with, he'll let me off. He supports the shit.
Is your white trash father supportive of you?
Yeah, this is his own help too, so.
How about your white trash mother?
She is Mexican.
How about your Mexican trash mother? What did she think of you chasing it?
She works in the church, so she kind of doesn't like what I say, but she tries to be supportive.
What did she do for the church?
Youth leader.
Wow.
Yeah. She knows you do that. Yeah. Yeah, how did she say what you found out? That I need to talk to Jesus more. What did you do when you talked to Jesus? So you're doing heroin too? No, fuck that shit. Oh, yeah.
Who does that?
I've never done heroin.
Really?
That shit scares the fuck out of me. You don't know what you're getting. Weirdest thing about heroin, dude? Let's say someone does heroin, they OD and die. All of the heroin addicts run to their drug dealer to get that heroin. And they're like, oh, it's that strong, I gotta try it. It's like, it's crazy, right?
That's crazy. Have you done a lot of crystal meth? What's the most crystal meth you've done, and what did you do after doing it?
Jumping out windows.
How many floors up is this window you jumped out?
Probably just like two
floors. What happened? What'd you land on? Wow, look at that. Did it hurt at all, or you were on meth, so it didn't hurt?
Have you ever seen crackheads on jump off the roofs? Yeah. Oh, you do you see it live? Yeah, but that's still man.
Hell yeah. Modesto's finest right there. I've been to Modesto. I talked about it earlier. The Sun Village was there. Can you believe that? Yep. Absolutely. We've gone full circle. This has been a full episode from fucking tank to crank. Alright, Trey, anything else we need to know about you before letting me go?
No, man, that's it.
Great job, dude. You're putting it together in your own weird way. Trey Peacock. Alright, David Lucas is out this week. He'll be back soon. However, to close tonight's show, ladies and gentlemen, actually, you know what? Let's do our horoscope reading. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, here for our monthly horoscope reading. I'm gonna begin for Christy Bellich, everybody. Here she comes. 60 seconds for Christy. Right? You want to do 60 or you just want to do... Yep, here we go. Christy Bellich, everyone.
Hollywood and movies on how to look and how to act. But this year, the pandemic has made Hollywood fall faster than a 12-year-old just sipping cereal out of Jeffrey Epstein's bowl. You know what I mean? Just take all the milk and all. You know what I mean? So I don't know. But I guess we live in promo code culture, so I guess I'll share this story. I've been on and off homeless for the last 2 years, you know. But I've been what you call bougie homeless, right? Because bougie homeless is when you find yourself ordering Grubhub to an ExxonMobil at 2 o'clock in the morning on promo code. So you're just eating your organic orange chicken at the same place you're washing your motherfucking asshole, you know? 2020, y'all.
59 seconds in. Christy Bellish also getting stronger every time we see her.
That was wonderful.
Amazing delivery, projection, you had it all there. I thought this was Jeremiah fan up there. This is Daniel Thornberry and the great Bob Hicks. That's Bob Henry back there. Great stuff. Sam, got any notes for us?
So I love all of it. I thought it was funny. I thought that was original. I hope it's real because it sounds like a funny, real story that only somebody in that moment would fucking come up with. Like, I think that's funny. Saying it to me, that's great. I've never heard that before, and it's really fucking funny.
So let's do it. It's the second week of December. Right now, right here. Let's talk about it. Let's get our horoscopes and your predictions for our futures. Christy Bellish, the resident psychic here on Philtony, the first ever gypsy queen, soothsayer, witch, the Philtony official witch.
I guess do you guys want fortune cards or do you want astrology?
I guess maybe fortune.
Fortune cards. I got
Let's ask one question. How are you homeless when you're psychic? The only thing that doesn't close down in LA are psychic readings. So I've seen Chipotle shut down, Starbucks, a fucking mansion out in the middle of Hollywood is under just some fucking gypsy just sitting there with a fucking trophy. And it never shuts down. How are you homeless? Oh, that's bad.
I'm a rough comic and you can't. The only way out is through, bro. You can't write it. You gotta go through it. You can't skip steps.
Man, I really like you. And her past material is right up your alley. Like every time she heard, like everything she talks about, you love her. You're really good.
All right, it's fortune time. That's hoping that you're going to give us all cookies so we can open up. But these are different fortunes.
I'm gonna start with Sam. What's your birthday, Sam? Okay, I'm gonna pick one card from the top because you're definitely a top.
Thank you.
I see where this is going.
Next from the top five. Tell me when to stop juggling. Okay. So I have the eight. I don't know, the eight of wands or eight of spades, which is the eight of fire. And so what's going on in the month of December for you? So eight of fire is all about your voice, and we're in the season of Sagittarius, which is all about using your passion and using your fire. Because you are a water sign, which is Scorpio, your job is to take the deaf players and transform them and rebirth them. So your job with your voice is to rebirth a generation.
Saving hoes, I'm making hoes and saving souls.
I will. And by the way, you clearly done that with your
Thank you.
you have helped another generation. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do Tony last.
I'll save you for last.
Thank you. Let's do red.
Tell me when to stop shuffling. I'll pick from the top because you're learning how to use your own.
Stop.
There we go.
Oh, you're the king of stops. You've got fire and fire. You got the eight of stops. You've got the king, bro. He's a Leo. You got a roar, bitch. That's every time. Come on here. It's like you gotta find your inner roar. and step back from your ego and use your heart.
I wish you would step back from that ego.
Yeah, where you go? Where you go?
Okay. Are we doing man now?
Let's do the band. Let's knock them out real quick. That's actually Joel or Joel Jimenez. Don't tell anybody, but just for this part, we'll talk to Joel. It's just time for Joel's reading. Yep.
Hi, Joel. Hi. Tell me when to stop. Tell me when to stop. I'm going to pick the bottom card.
Joel is Stockton.
You got the Queen of Swords,
She's a bitch.
which is to hone Monday the 30th. Put that down on your calendar because that is going to be an upcoming eclipse in the sign of Gemini, and what it's going to do is help you get clarity. Keyword is clarity.
Wow. Look how close the bonus hits with the recent developments, Joel. The Gemini is going to help you get clarity. Gemini, we got to talk before the show. What are the odds of that? Do Jeremiah. No, you're going to do it. I refuse to let him refuse.
He doesn't. It's to happen.
Okay, do me. He's a very weird person. He still believes in Jesus.
I appreciate you.
Just do me.
He makes life face to face. That's how Christian is. Face to face.
Do me. Take it from the bottom. It's clearly a bottom.
I'm going to
Just
pick
steal
from
your
the top.
joke
I'm
from
going to
me
pick
for
from
a
the
second.
top. I'm going to pick from the top. You know what? I'm not going to be an asshole to you.
Thank you. You're only not doing it because I did it already. You planned on me not doing that joke.
Tell me when you feel the Eight of Pentacles.
Oh, wow.
The Eight of Pentacles is the apprentice, which is so interesting because you're a Donald Trump fanatic. So,
I don't think I'm a fanatic, but go ahead.
so the Eight of Pentacles.
Is that all on the card?
It's right at the top. Okay, it's at the top, right? So, the Eight of Pentacles is about crafting your work day by day by day and not forgetting those who help you out and who support you as well.
There you go. Thank you. All right. Sort of a boring card, but I'll take it.
Great.
I guess so. All right. Christy, that was incredible. I think you did a great job.
Thank you guys.
Christy Bellich, everybody, with our monthly horoscope reading. There's only one thing left to do with David Lucas South and Michael Laird kicked off the show, so I guess we have to just go to the big closer, our own John Rocker, if you will, a guy that throws nothing but fucking fastballs. Let's see what happens this week as I bring up the one, the only big red machine himself, the great William Montgomery. Here he comes, he's approaching the microphone.
I'm dizzy as shit. Barking up the wrong tree sounds like what a homeless guy did outside my apartment this morning. I feel like schizophrenic homeless dudes are actually ghost whisperers. They just are using their inside voice. Imagine you're in this fantasy world where you're the kingpin and all the hoes bow down and are bringing you vanilla wafers and preparing a bath made of wine, and then a homeless shelter volunteer interrupts to say, Melvin, this is your month. I wish they'd have to rename Sesame Street because it got gentrified and the unemployed puppets had to move. Shout out to Sesame Street for being both educational and also apparently an ice skating trip coming to a city near you. Why did Hunter Biden knock up a stripper? He ran out of dead brothers' widows to beg.
Very good. Look at that. I love it. Great job. Couple jokes in there, but you made a face afterwards.
Yeah, I'm dizzy as shit.
Oh, look at that turn. Very interesting.
I am really dizzy. I don't know. I was taking pills earlier. Mitch Burrow gave me some pills.
What kind of pills did he give you?
I don't know. He said they were Tylenol. I told him I had a really bad headache. I don't know. I met his wife.
Oh, the great lead. He's here. Mitch is here. Everybody, Mitch just walked in. What shot for this?
Mitch is having a baby. Hey, Mitch, I just gotta tell you, it's not your kid.
Oh, if that thing comes out with a red beard, you should right above my butthole. Oh my god, it's like in your butt crack? Yeah, it's like a brown tail. Why is it brown? It's like a foot long. I have to tuck it in my underpants. Can you wiggle it? Yeah, fucking wiggle it. It's my tail. Were you bored with it? Can I waggle it? Yeah, I can waggle it. It's my fucking tail, Tony. Your parents have tails? Yeah, my parents know about it. Your parents have tails? Yeah, my parents know about it. Let's call them right now and ask them if they know about it. Can we call them? Should we? Yeah, we should. How do you think we should call William's parents? Of course. Put them on speakerphone with the butt end of the, I gotta get my phone. Oh, you don't need to do that. Yeah, it's on the bridge. Oh, look at that. Oh, look, it's Mitch Burrow, everybody. Famously, the last guest from the last episode. Look at Papa's cell. Uh-oh. Papa's cell. Tale of two parents. Tale of two tails. Uh-oh. Put that up there. Put it on speakerphone and put it into the butt end of that phone to wake up your parents out in Memphis, Tennessee. Here we go. Talk to Montgomery. This is very exciting. Zach zooming in on William here on the YouTube. Don't zoom in. Hey, Papa, I was telling him about my tail. What the hell are you talking about? The tail right above my butthole. Oh, yeah, that too. Oh, Mr. Montgomery, it's Tony Hinchcliffe here with Phil Tony. Hey, Tony, how are you? I'm great. It's another beautiful day. William's telling us that he has a tail on his backside, an actual tail that he believes that he can wiggle and shake. He says he's had it his whole life. Have you ever seen this tail before? I have not, but I would like to because I thought it would be a talent that we could learn. Your dad doesn't think you're talented. How's life been out there in beautiful Memphis, Tennessee? It's we have a lot of great crime going on. We hear gunshots every night. I get William a really good gag. He does never use my gag. Okay, well you do it for us. You do the gag. Okay, here it is. This is true. Yesterday I read in the paper that 5 NBA players are meeting with the Pope about forming poverty. And I thought to myself, how ironic is that? He's a guy who lives in a gold castle behind a big wall, and the NBA players make $10 million a year. So can you imagine that conversation? Says, man, it must suck to be poor, and the NBA players say, no shit. William didn't tell him to do it second sucker. I love it's good. You got bigger laughs than William got tonight. Without a doubt, that's a great. It's a lot more, but I appreciate it. Mr. Montgomery, it's always a pleasure talking to you. Next time you see William, ask him to show his tail. Yeah, well, great talking to y'all. Y'all all take care of yourselves. And I saw Jeremiah's gonna have a boy. That is so wonderful. Y'all keep doing great.
So your son is one of the top gay comedians in Los Angeles.
That's what
I remember coming home one night, sort of drunk at 3 in the morning, and I am fixing a cup of water, and you and Mama come down, and out of nowhere, you're like, William, are you gay? Do you remember that?
Yeah, and it didn't surprise me a bit when you said
Tell Mrs. Montgomery we all said hello, Mr. Montgomery. It was so great to talk to you. Have a great night.
she's right here. We're going to stay back there as she ran off. Okay. Y'all take care.
There you go. That's the Montgomerys, everybody. How cool is that? Always a hit on this show, the Montgomerys. You have such great parents, William. What the fuck happened?
see as of they left me, that so aside no shaman they didn't sort of woman. Because the emotional distress, and the guy I see as you to sort of see shaman. Basically, so you know what? As a guy, I wish that they had just left me, but kept like.
This is it.
What is that?
Here it is. He's reaching for the belt. This is the moment we've all been waiting for.
I'm going to be to you.
A lot of people said this
Relationship with
would
me,
never
okay,
happen.
I can live with that.
It's a ground feel. Oh, he's doing the shoulder shake. We've seen this before.
Shahari,
Uh-oh. Here we go. Here it comes.
Orshaba, Masya,
Uh-oh. The shorts are coming down. Here we go. Okay, here it is. He's pulling it down. No, he's not going to do it. I can't. Wow. Tony, I actually don't have a tail. Oh, wow. You lied to us about that. I have to be truthful with y'all. I actually don't have a tail. I got a black eye the other day. Yeah, how'd you get a black eye? Somebody punched me. Yeah, for what? Got a big fight. About what? Groceries. What about the groceries?
Just buying produce, and I'm in the grocery store, and this guy named Frank comes up, and he's like, hey, those are my groceries. And I'm looking at him like, Frank ain't grocery store.
There is William Montgomery, everybody. The great William Montgomery. We love him. Follow him on social media. Same with Michael Laird. MichaelLairdComedy.com. Here comes the drawing for Brian G. email. Oh, look at this one. It's a special third one. It's a big bird there. The entire cast and crew and Sam Tripoli. Absolutely. You're right in the mix. Right there. Look at that. Looks like a badass in this one, too. Every single print is available on RyanG.com. But check out all the tour posters. It's incredible. He's an incredible artist. RyanG.com. Coming to make for tonight's guest. Great. Sam Tripoli, everybody. Come on. We love you so much, Sam. Plug your stuff. Tell everybody where they can find you before dial in. This guy's absolutely killing it. We were talking about before the show. Thriving through this pandemic.
So the place,
I'm going to be Los Angeles first weekend. I'll be with a couple buddies. That's going to be a lot of fun. Check out my podcast, It's All That. All my conspiracies and untold truth. Real shit. And then I have a smart podcast called Focus. It's a sports podcast called Shows Sports. And I have a whole bunch of other podcasts.
Sam Tripoli. Guys, the leader of the band tonight was not actually the thing of Thornberry. Spoiler alert, it was Jeremiah Watkins. Fresh off the release of his brand new special force of family reunion available everywhere, including JeremiahWatkins.com. What else, Jeremiah?
how do I wash my hands with any if I don't ever have that person that's less of that? I need to know the edit to be useful.
Bob Henry on the drums, I do believe. My eyes stuff to see me. That's actually Joel Jimenez, everyone. Joel, tell us about it.
Guys, thanks a lot for watching Kill Tony here at the Comedy Store.
Indeed, thank you to the Comedy Store and to the great Shore family and everybody who takes care of Richie, the manager, Curtis, Jen, all the incredible people here that help it all happen. Guys, we'll see you next week for another episode of Kill Tony.
I'm willing to discuss. I'm willing to suffer. I'm willing to engage in a process of self-judgment. I'm willing to do all of these things that I can even tackle my shortcomings and my deficiencies. without having to sin. So let's say, so what the Tzaddik is positing is there are two ways when it comes to the process of self-evaluation. By possibility, one is I sin. And again, the great part of sin, but the great part of sin is I know what my weaknesses are, I know what my deficiencies are, I know what I have to do. But then there's the process of learning. And when I learn, I have the ability to go ahead and engage in the process of self-evaluation. How is sin? How does it work? Those are self-evaluative and allows you to see who I am, both the good as well as the learning of Torah comes to the he never goes on. He said, unknown. ההשפעה הגדולה על האיציקה יש כמה מצביעים בשם. He says, in this process of learning Torah, there's different levels. He says, today, guys, one of the you're not feeling this, right? But are you doing all of this?
So excited to be here at the world famous comedy store. So let's just jump right into it. I'm so happy to be here, guys. You know who else is happy to be here? The great Ryan J.E. Belt. Everyone look at this fucking stud. There it is. Wow, deep into that wave and smile this time. He's already started drawing tonight's episode. He draws every episode, including tonight's, and they're all available at RyanJBelt.com. Name famous quotes or posters from the past in any one of your favorite episodes, featuring all of your favorite comedians. RyanJBelt.com. What's nice, you know who else is here, right, man? You know who else? Charlie from Vito's Pizza is here. Having fun, kicking butt. Gino from Speedweed Matchbox Studios is here. Star-studded fucking. It's like the old days. It's the old days when we used to fucking Nate Diaz and Gary Clark Jr. and fucking Obama's daughter and all these people over here from the Sequel County. Anyway, we're having fun now. We're plowing through it. Nothing depressing about having 9 people in a room built for 603. The acoustics, you know, fucking acoustics. That's what they say, the fucking acoustics. But I'm excited to be here, and we're gonna have a lot of fun. Before tonight's episode gets fully fucking going, here's some word for our amazing sponsors who made this episode possible. Support for Kill Tony is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's below-the-belt grooming. Manscaped offers precision-engineered tools for your family jewels. They obsess with their technology developments to find you the best tools for your grooming experience. That's why Manscaped has redesigned the electric trimmer. The Manscaped engineering team spent 18 months with the greatest lawnmower trimmer ever created and just released the new and improved Lawnmower 3.0.
But again, just to look at these dynamics, when we see that the Enigma is not like this left about the power of Torah. Enigma is seeing much less and it's safe from myself. So it's not just that today, the big dynamic.
Powered by USB. That's right. It's a very convenient charging dock. So represent your Manscaped Lawnmower 3.0. And if you're listening to us speak right now, I want you to experience it firsthand for yourself. Experience that junk. You'll get 20% off plus free shipping with the code KillTony at Manscaped.com. Your balls will thank you. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code KillTony at Manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at Manscaped.com and use the code KillTony. we're back. You guys excited to be here tonight? Guys? We're trying our best. We're getting through it. I'm pumped about it, guys. We have a guest this week. Very, very exciting stuff. This guy, comedy store employee when I got here, when I started. Next thing you know, he's Shrek on Broadway. He has his own show on Nickelodeon, Big Time Rush, one of the stars of it. And he's just overall great comedian, great guy, one of our good friends, ladies and gentlemen. It's great. Stephen Wonderman. Wow. Very exciting. Here he is. This is one. Great Stephen. Likeable, lovable, the host of the Nighttime Show podcast. One of the incredible voices, one of my favorite animated movies I've ever watched, The Monster Hunter. Oh, Amy Stewart's. I get them all confused.
We left off with Stephen.
You've been a guest on the show numerous times, so I won't bore you with any of them particularly. You remember there's a band here, right? Every single week they come in to make different characters. Sometimes it's a return of some of their famous characters we didn't know they gotta be officially gonna find out what they are together right now. Before I present to you the best DJ in the land, it's the Tony Man, Jeremiah Watkins, Jordan Jimenez, Jesse Johnson. Jeremiah, Joel, and Jesse, the three J's. A lot of J's. Oh, we've seen these guys before. If there was a grill here, they would be going crazy because they are the cat burglars tonight. Whoa, look at that little hair. Oh my goodness, that is actually part cat, it seems. Wow. She's more cat than burglar. That's an interesting twist. Jeremiah really banged it on you using that camera one. Oh, he's going everywhere. Look at this. Uh-oh, what does that look like? Oh, wow, you nailed it on that one. Very good, Jeremiah Watkins. And guess they have arrived. Most famous cartoon characters in the industry. I believe they were even in the famous fan calendar. Right? What month were you? Wow, welcome back, cat burglar. Famously, cat burglar, old-timey burglar who can sneak into places. Get away, and if you sure need cat burglar too back there, I always forget. Because it was Peppermint, and I know for a fact it's the first time we've seen this young lady be a cat burglar, I do believe. It seems like she is one actual girl, you have actual qualities of a cat.
I want to benefit of sin without sin. And what does that mean? I want the benefit of sin that I want to know what I have to fix without potentially having to make the mistakes. This is the ultimate goal. So of course, part of it is
I swear to God, I just wrote down
do that, right? You have to make the mistakes in order to know what to fix. But on some level,
It's so exciting. We have cat burglars and the ham burglar. That is we have Blackman Red Me and the cat burglars. You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? Sounds good enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start tonight's episode with the goddamn legend. One of my favorite human beings in the world. One of my favorite comedians. New York, Chicago, LA's own. Michael Laird, everybody.
learning, you also have the ability go and shed light and come to an understanding of what needs to be fixed. How does that work? This is incredible. וזה על פי הרבב בספרי הכבוד. There's a Mishnah who says, Torah, Mikra, Lashon, Moga, Derech. Torah is called Torah. Why is Torah called Torah? It's going to express that Torah comes from Lashon Torah, or we're getting to the etymology of this Lashon, Moga, Derech. What's the Moga, Derech? The Moga, Derech is like a compass, like a program. Moga, someone, something to teach you, Moga to teach, Derech. So way. This is Hayni, she each book letters. Hayni, she's Moga, Medes, Adam, Ace, the Colossal, Active, that is something truly beautiful. But what is the point of Torah? And the people who develop this. The point of Torah is to highlight and to show a person how I can fix that which is breaking or blemish inside us. It's so many levels. That was just incredible. So the Shabbat said,
That is sort of a tough question to put up with somebody. Like, there's a million ways you could have asked that.
Self-knowledge. As he says, the English saying Roman is that Sha'anu Shekarihi Lashon Hara, Rak Bina Shakura Milamedes Asani, Esas Yukim Bahamishpatim, Lochayos Eskanai Zashayasu. Many times, Shema says, Torah is Hara, is instructing us on. This is what people often misunderstand this is. The only thing that Torah does for us is to teach us to see. It does what it does. Teaches us spooky men stuff. If you do these things, you can't do these things. Do a lot of this. Don't do any of this. If you do this, and then read this. Ella, Rebbe says, well, of course that's true. That's only one element. That's only one aspect. Allah Haras Hakora La'adam. From the accent houses. Says this. Something is just powerful started in the process of learning Torah. And I said, the topic is highlighted here is a constantly dynamic thinking. We have all experience when we are starting this thing. Our this is like an emphasis. Why do this? Why do this? Just those convince you in order to be a teacher, you have to know what to do. And it's so different.
I bet he knows something about this. Jersey boys.
You wanna get your license, you have to study the driving language. You have to know, how many car loans you do in the car, park. Right? You need to know how long you have to stop for the stop sign. You can't over the past test. I need to know the halachas in order to be functional too. This topic says, what happens here? What happens here? The process of learning makes you a more thoughtful so I said, you know this. You feel different when you learn. Just feel different. You just become a different person. That because I know now what to do better and what I'm a better person to know how to keep Shabbos better. Because I'm learning the halachos of the Rabbi. I know, I'm the better person because now I'm learning humor. I'm learning how to observe Yom Kippur. That way, it's over here. So this is something which doesn't matter. But I need to do there's this unspoken violence that allows you to be more introspective. And it's that unspoken dynamic that allows for introspections, that allows you to see how the things which have seen the listen, you know this. You know this because you feel different after you learn. He goes on, he says, he gives a proof to this, quote-unquote proof. Each Nokia has had that. I'm going to show you. That learning has an that allows you to be a more introspective and self-reflective and not related to say to an enhanced knowledge of what's the proof for this? This is incredible. Sha'arei, then Isha Adam Yomid and I mean, Darren, then you're not about it. I promise I have about it. You grow the next Shabbat Hadavar. Let's say for one action. Let's say that is going to be. There's a lot. I think even in Yuma, you have Sukkis again of Kabbalas. And only Kabbalas. Let's say in general, how do we relate to the Sukkis of Kabbalas? How do we shift? One as a Torah Mora as Dako, Umajifa is a pizza talking as Dasha, as Shabda, aber eine Nogia is what I see that for. See that looks like, when I learn a Sugya caption, for example, what's the relevance of a Sugya caption to me right now? What's the relevance? No, let's say, you saw this. You're learning Sugya, so you go back to this kind of stuff. What's the relevance right now? Right now, today, it's Monday. What's the relevance this moment? And the answer is nothing right now. Again, in Eretz Hashem, you love Yaminu. We could have a third day Mikdash. Hopefully, you can spend a lot of time. Right? That's what I think. Right? So therefore, again, you go ahead and get your side, know the layout. Lamaisa. Is there a takeaway? Give me something there's a static takeaway. But is there a halacha Lamaisa takeaway for me? And the answer often is no. But yet, I feel changed by the lead. I feel changed by the learning. I am yes, I am more fun. I am more introspective. So if Torah is just the rational, like if Torah at the end of the day was just to go ahead and teach me what to do or not to do. So then I would emerge from the Sunday culture and I would say, alright, I mean, I just turned this up, I spun my wheels a little bit. I didn't really but the fact that I feel changed, and the fact that I feel different, and the fact that I feel that there's something that's been sparked inside of me, even when I learn something that's not halacha l'maisa, it indicates to me that he says, "Shehari shekam at." I'm going to finish with this line. Hari shekam as haTorah mo'anas darko. Majrifa also is also even when I'm learning something that is not halacha l'maisa, or learning something that doesn't have a benefit, practical, day-to-day application right in this moment. Goes on and says, nevertheless, Moro is Dako, Majrifa is a piece of attacking show Shadaba Ulu Nogia Lais the Mason. So listen, the topic of the idea of so kind of because sometimes, all of us are used to this emphasis on learning. In some ways, it's very explained to us why learning is important. Of course, the operational piece to our learning. That's at least what operational piece of learning is. I need to know what to do in life. I have to learn Yiddishkeit in order to know how to be practice the Jew.
Guys and dolls.
Is that it awakening us to our deficiencies. The power of learning is that it causes us to be the power of learning is that it sparks a
Miss Saigon.
irrespective of how you feel, even if what I'm studying has really nothing to do with my life, so to speak. That's the first of introduction. That's the only spark that is incredible. When's the only time that it's only spark? When I see. Okay, right? Isn't this incredible? That's really when this process starts. When I can look it up. Okay, well, I realize, I'm deficient. I have shortcomings.
How do you know so much about music or theater?
Work on that. The topic says there's a way to jumpstart that positive section, even without the page. It's not here. We're going to pick up with this theme in the next session.
You were at a Goodwill. You found your merch. I'm sorry to interrupt you. When did those go on sale? When did you start selling those? I thought you meant discount. Yeah, that's the point. What size is that one? It's like small. Yeah. Someone was a fan of me, and then I really needed them, and the last time why? I don't understand how that happens. I guess they could have gotten the wrong size, maybe, but it almost seems like someone got it as a gift for someone, misheard what the person said. They're gonna make Michael Bear say it or something. Is there Michael Bear? But it's your first time seeing the great Michael Bear experience.
That's why he says, they're still going to see value in it if they have time. Because any
Well, Michael, so much fun. What a great way to get the show started. Thank you so much. A lot of big hands for the great Michael there, everybody. All right. Your comedian performing tonight goes by the name of Kylie Vincent. Here we go. Lovely song. One more time for Kylie Vincent. You guys can clap me with her.
When my boyfriend and I fight, we usually go to makeup sex, and then after makeup sex, we have makeup sex because I choke him too hard. Abortion's a big topic. Stevie Nicks even made it up the argument. She's like, maybe without my abortion, you guys would have had freedom now. Which I think is a bad argument for other women because it's like, okay, you're getting an abortion. I've actually never had an abortion. I just waiting for the right baby. I was reading about Bill Cosby, and it seems any sexual harassment or having women in bedtime stories and being penis. That's awful. Just rape me instead, you know.
When
Alright,
I
thanks.
understand
There it is. 55 seconds with Kylie Vincent. I'm over here sitting at the desk, drowning in the parts of musical theater just covered over here. Kylie Vincent, you've been on the show before, correct?
I was faded out last week.
Oh, you were under 21.
Yeah, I was Aiken County at the time.
Wow. That's right.
without
Now you're 21. When was your birthday? Congratulations. And remind us what we found out about you last time you were on the show.
I have an autoimmune disease.
What's the autoimmune disease?
It's called cystitis.
What does that mean again?
It's just in my back. It's a rodent.
What?
But it says
I don't actually know what's gonna happen, but I had to be on injections like every other commercials for Humira.
Yes.
I was on that. I was like, because I made out with my rat shit.
Really?
I love it. You don't know that something
Rat shit.
Bad shit. They would make medicine for bad shit.
no.
How long were you on it for?
I was on it for a year and a half. You're only supposed to be on it for like 2 years. And I guess they don't really know much about autoimmune
We all know that we need one.
I
Like,
have no
we
idea.
all know that there's those that have to be done.
Yeah, I have a.
What should I do?
What are you doing now?
I'm gonna put this
I'm
in
a
Abuja.
nanny.
Yeah, that is bad for you. Okay,
Now I know.
How old is the kid? How old is the kid that you're nanny?
She's 6.
Just one kid?
I
One
know
6-year-old?
where the
Yeah,
problem
she's
is.
Really?
Yeah, it's a good day. They just took me to
You know,
Hawaii.
that's the truth in the art, right? It goes ahead and it highlights what made it different. Now I know what it is.
Oh my goodness. That is a cat for a cat.
Goes on and says,
Actually, I have.
"You Allah
Have you ever been to
hasn't
Cat
shown
Scouts?
Often when I mention yeah,
Jesus, she didn't say that.
about
No, I've been thinking about that.
yeah,
I know.
like this people.
Really? How do you know? Were you fucking her at the time?
Like maybe
Hold on a second.
or
Hold on a
maybe
second. Stop.
whatever
Where were you when she told you?
do that.
Just the two of you. Hold on a second. So you're at nighttime, your table. You're not hooking up with this chick. You're drinking with her.
ובזה מדוע מה שאני הלא שנחשב Algunos, a los caballos, son llamados both, right? So those are the two things. How does that happen? How you want to think that well?
I had to teach you how to get a smile on the end.
Right? So but as I feel like that you don't those of us who have enjoyed
You're one of those guests that is so good at not stopping and we just kind of look at each other while you're here, you know? And I think part of this bring it around, you spread the energy. What's a crazy fun fact about you that we haven't found out yet that you might find interesting? Right? Kylie Vincent.
Oh, I have a disabled dog.
a basis
Your dog is in a wheelchair.
Lizzie dogs are like their owners. You're back. You're not back.
The topic says that's what happened because it's like roads
How many times a day do you take your dog on a walk?
Sometimes I bring
had issues with modality.
Are you to work with you?
But in fact, again, the person who knows that's one of the reasons you know was because of their rights. So the topic says when you are struggling with this
Why is your dog in a wheelchair?
she's a rescue. Mexico, she was hit by a car when she was
Oh, what was she trying to do illegally across the border?
yeah. So, but actually the second day I had her, she got hit by another car.
What? Dog's stupid. Why do I feel like this dog sounds like Steve?
that sin is not just a sin, but an Avera is a manifestation. You can say again, I can't point out, according to
Wheelchairs.
I didn't know you could do it, Steve. Oh, yeah. I thought you were setting him up. I would work with
just like everyone I get physically sick, but I know what's happening inside of me, so the physical symptoms are like,
no, don't do that.
those are the things that are usually addressed. You can have data, but you
Kylie, do you ever like your dog ever been in positions of setting up the right bar? Does it ever run out? What type of options does it have in a wheelchair? Does it go and pee in the chair?
No, it's common. It's complicated. Science is like the only one in the United States. But everything else works. Like she can go to the bathroom
לא יהיו משלמים על השבת, אלא גם משלמים أنا مش عارف شو دعني ما أقدر عشان أي بالنسبة research Spanish alone to recover natural.
Oh my god, there's so many noises right now. Should have said a Jack Russell Terrier mix.
I think that's just a Jack Russell Terrier. Yeah, but so big.
Oh my god, she's huge.
This is amazing. Yeah, for some time.
This is so great. It's the first time in over 7 years that we've had a person talk about their dog in a wheelchair. It's a French joke. Yeah, people think that on the streets that I'm probably the only person who uses a dog. They say really weird things like, you know, I just like
In order to get them to them.
I just like I'll be making eye contact with them and they'll just be like, oh,
Ultimately, again,
I'm
because
sorry.
those are
And
the
I just have to like go into the whole
in some
story.
the emotion all of basically this is that puts me in difficult circumstances or creates a really impossible situation. Because at the start of the season of start a little bit strange, the person wants me to make this mistake.
So how does it go to the bathroom?
Because wants
Was
this
it sitting in the
experience
chair? Is it like
why
no,
this
it's like
person to experience the failure, and through the failure I will discover what I can do.
very depressing.
Without the failure, I would never without this step, I would never be I could see I would never truly experience how I could just bounce straight.
Oh, and does it sleep in the wheelchair as well?
That's the end of the earth. And again,
I
it
bet
just
she does. Poor thing wishes it was put down. Oh, Dave, she's so happy. Really? You never see her with suicidal tendencies, like she's never done anything like, say, running
So
from a
one
car
also
or
studied
anything?
just the right
Kill
number.
itself before it was confined to a wheelchair. Suicidal
It's probably
thought.
going to last. It's a late story. That's it.
All right, Kylie. So much fun. Thank you so much. There's highly
Like
been
nothing
sitting
like
on a lot of the news.
not absolute. Both the Tigers and
Oh
both
my
the
god.
Russia,
Dog in a wheelchair. Can we get more people with dogs in wheelchairs?
which is good and it's bad. It's bad for
All right,
commercial
ladies
also.
and
But
gentlemen,
it's
your
also
next
good.
comedian goes by the name of Kate Kennedy.
We're
Everyone,
not
here comes
saying
Kate
that.
Kennedy.
About Hashem, it's only the simplest
I believe this is
inside.
debut here on
She says it's
Kate
trouble.
Kennedy.
A person told me to look at the rock, and the area of the roof has something like the Adira is the next of something which is
I used to do hardcore pornography and was reading it for me, so I got
the
this
Adira
thing
tells
over
you
set. I've lied every single therapist I've ever had a complaint before, which some people have pointed out is maybe not the best way to achieve your goals in therapy, but I'm just tired. Just tired of pretending like I would have been absolutely fine on Jeffrey Epstein's island. I've done so much worse for so much less than I need to get to a beach in Ohio. And I know that people get really pissed about human trafficking, but let me just say, it's not that bad. I get that it's a crime, but nobody ships kids in wardrobe boxes. They do make you fly economy on Spirit Airlines, so that sucks. Do you guys think Salman Rushdie was mad that he had to write the entire Satanic verses in order to get a law declared against him when all me and Kalia had to do was suck dick and do the job? I don't think mad about that. Kate Kennedy, everybody. Welcome to the show, Kate. There you go. Kate, how long have you been on stand-up comedy? It's your first time on the show, right?
That's my first time on the show. It'll be 2 years in April.
There you go. 2 years. All of it here in LA.
All of it here in LA. This is the first place I ever did stand-up.
And a former hardcore porn star.
I know. I just got nominated for my last award of the year.
What was it?
Best gangbang.
Wow. This is absolutely incredible. How many people were in the gangbang?
Only 3, which I didn't even qualify for.
3 others. There's 3 guys and you.
Yeah.
It's like a once they were cholos.
They were Catholic priests. Yes, I said the Our Father in Latin.
Really?
Dude, who else can do that? I just said like,
It
sounds like you're about to get 21.
Wow. Is that true or are you just being funny?
No, but that's
They were priests and you were a
I decided
And that got
to use
nominated for
that
number one.
Davis page, not only
Holy
one
shit.
film,
That's
was
actually
the
a
fact
fun
that
mix.
the first one
Oh,
was
what's
the
happening? What was
icon
that
type
movie? Oh, I know. Look, it's Jeremiah Gennard. Jeremiah loves the
So
ball.
again, the good news is,
Wow. So what else
although
happened?
we wait to
So that's the scene that you're getting nominated for. What I have to ask, what is like your most like silly or embarrassing or weird or fun things like you're
I got nominated for Best Canadian Film of the Year.
what was that one?
It was the Archie comics in Benny Brown.
this is the area
No,
in
I
which
can't.
only areas in which a person has a
Also,
desire.
what does
Those
your
areas I cannot consider
oh,
that's the show. Incredibly
the only awards ceremony where they don't
Russia, all at the same time. All at the same time. Whatever goes on, it's like,
what are those awards
the left
ceremonies?
hand hijack
It's literally the world's biggest
right in the middle, right in the middle.
I don't know. Have you ever watched a girl cry in the hallway
The
because she
hanging.
wins?
So this is actually about
It's a trophy for getting
2, 4,
bugs
6,
in gas.
8,
Like she's
about
outside.
it. Left
I
hand
just always
side
stand outside the hallway during the awards.
the
No one
episode
to say, so I just stand
even
there
if
waiting
everything.
for
when the porn stars cry, do they like rub their eyes really hard and it just squirts out everywhere? That is true. This is what I heard. Is that porn stars drink Pedialyte after squirting. Have you ever done that? Oh my goodness, what haven't you done?
When I
Wow.
says
That's incredible.
if I
You got
transgress
water
my
on
order,
it. We got
that's a
water
sin,
burger.
that's a sign, and the proof that I am not I don't say that. This is incredible. So let's imagine how it is. A person spends less than a day. Whatever the idea, whatever the idea. So what does that say about you? Very often I mean, this keeps happening. Keeps happening. And at the end of the day, it's a mistake. Is that data a part of who I am, a reflection of where I'm moving? No, not necessarily at all.
All right, we got 30 squirts of water.
So this says, when a person feels the idea, even if it's accidental, that shows that there's an element of that idea embedded inside. This, and this is incredible. It says, in the past,
I try to
show
address it
you,
by having
show
a
you, show the idea,
I do like situations. That's like
Mikra
what
the Torah Bikuri.
like addressing it as a
What'd you say about Camden,
Therefore, we're
Ohio?
saying, what
yeah,
happens?
you
What
said
is
I
the
should
Torah
get
accidental?
Camden.
Okay, those things, let's say of a carbon that you think for the accidental of an Avera.
Like I just feel like
A carbon, what does that show you? What does that show you? That was
I just feel like he's way less fun to do cooking with. Like that's why.
sorry, and we see those are the person requires atonement, even for an Avera committed accident, commercial accident, should have a even carbon,
Yeah, he just like hang out with me in the garage and do a
this
show.
is
And go to strip club. Like give me money to get my own strippers. It was
why
great.
is the thing that
It was the best. I would just go hang out with my for a weekend and I'd buy. That's also how I got $20,000 in cash. Where you would flip and juicing into our sweatsuit.
accidentally have an idea. So I think just to give you very a very
You're not supposed to tuck my
example.
I was so nervous.
The person puts the lights in, right? Which again, at any given point, let's say it's zero to this and it does, or be a lot of the accident. Like, which don't have those. Don't have those. What's the shit of that? I would say accident. Accidents happen. Of doing the thing for anything. Not just that personally. Why is your liability for a habit? Why is that? Why is your liability for children? So public because shape is part of you and what we have to showcase that shows that something deficient inside. There's something deficient inside. It looks like, it's the same way, goes on, look at the he says, אחרי שלוקחים ידו, שהשם izmin yodom mikshazeh. So let's say, for example, the paradigmatic example of this is someone kills someone else's children. Like, this is a very dramatic case. Because again, this is climbing up a ladder, he falls off the ladder, falls on top of Shimon.
We're in the porn business for a while. We've heard a lot of the wild stuff you've done. What do you think is the most
Yes,
with this quality?
Listen, for accident. Even does never mention the point of life. He doesn't feel any level of negativity. So Shimon at all. And then falls up the ladder, falls from Shimon. Shimon dies, but he didn't tell us. Tell us, you know. Tell us. Ridiculous. Family goes therefore, says,
that guy to make fun of it forever. They always want to start
I commit a mistake. What that shows is that there's something amiss inside. There's something that's not right.
How much longer did your three-legged dog have to live here?
She's almost 5. She's really healthy. She just had surgery in April. She's good. So, she seems like she's doing good. Again, she can't use wheelchair.
Let's say, and it's a nice simple play here. But they want to
I got kicked off Tinder a couple years ago.
I see something
To
this
make a longer
and then
ID.
you know what?
They just said you're really
Speaking of
That's right. You can get it right
Yes,
now by going to
so-
expressvpn.com and using the promo code KILLTONY. All right, there goes Steve Kennedy, everybody. On to the next something else.
I realize that if I'm not aware of that person, I realize there's something wrong.
Speaking of breaking balls, how about one more time?
There's a disconnect. There's something that's misfired.
Next comedian
That would
goes by
allow
the
me
name.
to
I know this guy.
maybe
Ladies and
it's
gentlemen,
stress,
it's
or
Andy
maybe
Lowe.
it's
Here we go.
but again, it's so powerful. I love how Rabbi Rothschild holds us accountable for mistakes. Because even it's a mistake, it's not intentional. If I just commit this mistake, it's reflective of some dynamic that is lurking inside of me. Mistakes don't occur in by the way, you see, we're going back to the Shabbos now. You like to put these things on Shabbos. You use this example of this. What's what happens if I realize that I put cookies on Shabbos? You say, well, you got Shabbos already. That's what it is. It's a mistake, absolutely. But somehow, some way, my Shabbos awareness is not absolute. Because if it was absolute, right? If it was absolute, so it was like there are other forms. There are other forms. Usually when I have a complete awareness, it's a complete awareness. Like no one goes ahead and at work goes ahead and gets up and leaves desk. Like, oh, I guess this was my bed. Like no one has that because I don't have work awareness. So when you have an awareness, you're present. If I do something wrong, there's a lack of awareness. That's what something says. Also, this is such an incredible mistake. So therefore, even when I commit an idea of shirking, even when I commit an idea accidentally, to some extent it shows that there's something
So what's it like being an older woman starting stand-up?
So whatever goes on. But I did ask him before. About this. Rabbi said he was stuck with you. Let's pick up the meal for Shem. This is last wasn't so set up from that to start with you. Two layers so far. So layer number one is up until I know personally, up until I learned things in the subject, and only assume that either you are a subject or there's no power, there's no. The subject says that's absolutely untrue. That is, most of us are always subject and always Allah. I am excited in the areas in which I am not seeing and which I very desire to see. And I'm going to Russia, although we're going to maybe keep that a little bit. And from Russia, in those areas in which I am transgressing, that's level one, which was an incredibly redemptive. Because what that means is, no matter how badly I mess up in any given moment, I got used lesson number two of study confusion was right is responsibility for children. Why is it that the whole activation of bringers responsible for that?
So like what did you do today? You woke up and what time?
Because of accident, you are reflective of some internal state of this. And this is why when accident
This morning at what time?
what that says about real stop right here for today. We'll pick up the rest of that last piece for the conclusion of it.
What time did you go to bed last night? What were you doing to keep you up that late? I was here last night. You drink at home. What do you drink at home? Gin? You got it. It's your house. What are you talking about? What are you think I'm buying you a drink right now? Jesus. Okay, so what time were you drinking until last night? 3 or 4? No. I don't know.
Whatever began, I'm going to go with definition. The definition of subject
What does she do? That's so sad. That's happening right now. All the friends that were surviving the pandemic, all these things are all over here. Restaurants. Oh my God.
But the other says something.
So, where'd you meet the girl?
Get
College in Savannah, Georgia. All right. And where were you meeting her son?
this ability to simultaneously be subject and a non-subject in any given moment of life. I elected of the Jew. Never not to be exempted. He says, picking up on which Christian in the area the right right from the bottom part right there, about 500 from the bottom. The thing is that the touch shape inside the black bridge of the in Daniel Gabi Shara in our national and this idea that I could be considered inside one area, even if other areas I am a Russia, which there actually has a national distribution to be camel drivers. All camel drivers are Yeshai. She'olden al suing itzaas b'zayim b'achar. Camel drivers drive vehicles with the equipment involved. So he says, "We read the Gemara, Rokbei Gemara Masur Nefashuma, and you read the Kain and Rafi, Rokbei Gemara Shua Mishem." He says, those camel riders are always shy. Why? Rashi, Rokbei Gemara Pedi, Hamlin, the boss of Hagamal, who don't see him there. Rashi says, "Send of the earth, the nature of riding a camel is that ultimately again the people rub against the camel. It leads to constant, emission of Zerah, because of that they end up wasting an incredible amount of Zerah. Therefore, again, it says because of that, all those donkey drivers are shy. Now listen, now watch this. He's not shy Rashba. Rashba raises the passion. Look at Rashba's passion. But there's another Gemara. Gemara is not a solution. And what is the Gemara? Left-hand column here at Hasidus. He said the Mishnah. At Mullen, the Ruban Sherim. Those are the People says that the Mullen camel drivers, the majority of them are Sherim. Righteous people. Why? Amos, if there's a person in the scholars who are not completely pious, the Irayan Renafshan in the Shazam Ibad Lamach. Rashi says, why is that? Because they're the camel drivers have to travel to the desert. Right? And in the desert, they are very much dependent on the desert. They are exposed to all the elements. Desert, they have to do all the consumption. Interestingly enough, uncertainty is something that comes in this person to also start from historically. Because I realize at the end of the day, in Manu Shayim Ella Alavim Shalom Shemai, I can no one except for the Ribono Shalom. So let's say, these two fantastic Gemaras, and one hand the Gemara says, camel drivers, they're always shy. Why? Because as the nature of their profession, they're running on the camel. So they experience the trials and trials of our Then the second solution, Ruban Sherim. Camel drivers, that is a one caveat. Why? They're not real. They're real believers. Why? Because they have to be. Because there's no issues in conflict. So they're traveling in vast deserts. Like, if you have to rely on finding water here, civilization here, if you realize how fragile life is, and how dependent somebody won't know who they are, that in itself is a couple of things like this. There's no higher reason. So as the Ashba, so the last person says, so what's going on over here? How do you reconcile these two Gemaras? Are the camel drivers shy, or are they ksherim? Well, guys, that Ashba, that's the one that says shit down. That's not in himself as well as the camel. The Ashba says it's not a Sha'emesi, the Rabbi Rothschild, Shalash Zera, that Shazik Rokbe has the Muslim Rothschild. In reality, says the Rashba, when it comes to that Shalash, there is the Mexi. So the Gamma and Rothschild, they commit this Avera. However, the Gemara says, Ulam, the Tolzos, Regabe Inon Zeh, Shavim Idam, in the Shavim Idam, the Hamashin Shir. So the Rashba says it's very simple. They are Rishoim in one area and Tzadikim in another area. So they're Rishoim with this issue of Tzad. But they're Tzadikim because they have incredible love. They have incredible love for themselves. They have incredible love for themselves. They petition God with a broken heart and incredible love. Nay, Sha'agdoros Tzadik O Rasha, Eina Behefrit Koheles Esprofate Amistis. So let's say what Rashba introduces to us is being a Tzadik or a Rasha is not an act of state. If you ask me in any given moment in life, am I a tzaddik or a rasha? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I'm a tzaddik and I'm a rasha. I'm a tzaddik in certain areas and I'm a rasha in other areas. That was what the last person was. And if it's always really good, I think it's one of the most life-affirming lessons. Being a tzaddik, being a rasha, is not an absolute state. It's not either I'm one or the other. Because they always say the truth is, almost no one gets into that. At least regular people like us don't take into those kind of things. And like tzaddik or rasha, first of all, it depends on the day. Second of all, it depends on the hour. And even on the same hour, I like all the areas. There are areas that I'm good great through, and then there are areas that I'm failing. So what is that mean? That's my status. Who am I? Which tzaddik really developing your from his mashta is that at the end of the day, the Rav Beimali can be Rishonim and can be Sheirim in the same breath. How can you say that? Rishonim in this area, Sheirim in this area, and it's not a possible. It's a dialogue. It's a conversation. It's a balance. It's two forces that simultaneously expression inside of me, inside of my personality. I will say this is not a right or wrong idea, because so many times we think that if we're perfect, the good that we have is meaningless and insignificant. Like, if I'm going to be a Russian in certain areas, then the fact that I'm a tzaddik in other areas, that means nothing. What is that good for? Right? What is my good matter for if I know that I'm a rasha in areas A, B, and C? What is that? So that's not true. That's not true. Everyone lives with this balance. Everyone lives with this balance. But yes, I could study English, I could study English to be a study in certain areas of life, even though I know full well that unfortunately I'm a rasha. Let's stop over here for today. We'll pick up now again. At least there are some that get this one. The concept finds its expression in the Sira, in the Sahasnida, of the Nida and Kedushin, and the Tenet of the Rashba, and the Nefesh of the development for the
I can stay in your bathroom. I TT a bunch. I can just stay in your TT. It's when stuff comes out of my penis. Sounds like a great offer, Tony. What do I get out of this? You get out of it walking into the bathroom with your Speedo goggles, looking at me, looking down at my penis, looking at the urine coming out of my pants. Doing your goggles up, doing the full golf, just being like, William, is that your jizz? What do I say? Hey, William, is that your jizz? Why would I talk like that? Because you see my penis, it is similar, I don't know if y'all are familiar with Tootsie Roll Pops. My penis looks like a blue Tootsie Roll Pop.
right.
This checked out.
Because the other
The doctor,
is
when I was
primarily
14,
standard
thought
for
I had
legal
spina bifida,
alcohol.
but it was
So,
actually a
Rebbe
problem
wrote,
with
I
my
skipped over the
tail.
outside of it.
The
So
thing
after a
that wraps
person,
around your neck when you're born that allows your mama to feed
the
you, what
after
did they call encyclopedia? Encyclopedia. Fuck you, Red
other
Man.
than the smell of the sound of the legal
I'm gonna be
alcohol, after
fucking
it's
happy
important
when you're down in
for a
Austin.
person to establish what's going on in the meantime.
Skydiving
Spoke about
in
the
the
concept of
underwater
the
springs,
spoke about
just
the idea
looking
that
at me
the
saying,
although we
William,
often
my
understand
oxygen
that
is
the
running out, and I'm looking at your fucking ass saying, yeah, Red Man, you fucked up. Your ass is dying down here. Really, I want to watch you die rather than save you. Can you believe that, Red? I would look you in your face and look down at my feet, and it's
After speaking about this concept, let's say we come up with this idea
Here, do
that
me a
this
favor,
depending
do me a
on
favor
the
while you
concept,
look right at that camera like it's Red Man drowning and tell the camera what you would say to him.
founded as well. I love that guy because he's a very profound idea. He after Sheshev Tshuva, after a person does Tshuva, but Zikr Avera, show that they Sheshev Alon Tshuva, he's singing Baal She'en Nafi L'Chayisim L'Cheitzah. So it's like, Rabbi Rothschild says something very consistent, which we're going to have to change it. So listen to the here. Like after a person stumbles with a particular idea, that's the is not explain that. But what more right? After a person stumbles in a particular area, that's demonstrative. It's a sin and that's demonstrative that I'm not whereas if I still struggle with this particular thing. Okay, well, it's like this ground, the statement seems a little bit obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and make a mistake in a area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling in that area. Let's see what it means. Share, the Dvar Avera, the Davar Va'avera, Sha'adam Nakma many examples. What are you talking about? Area, joke out of nowhere. The first joke you think of when you think of Spain. Because there's a particular idea,
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever.
which I have no struggle. But there's a particular idea, which
Zooming in. Let's see if William
here
can cry. Oh, there's some
says,
sad
"Mishum
military
Taiva
music.
La'avirari."
That usually
That's
goes
like,
into a Civil War
Mishum Taiva
reenactment type.
in this particular idea,
Oh,
Hari
he's just found
Nikra
out the
Nechshav
Confederacy
Adam
lost.
Zeva Shamayim
Oh
Tzaddik
my goodness.
Le'inyan Osa Tava
William,
Va'osad.
William, you need
So
help.
this is
Just
such a
think
beautiful
about your
idea.
life.
See how the Rabbi develops this. If there's a particular idea that I don't stumble, a particular idea that I don't transgress, and a particular idea in which I have no desire,
All right, William.
I am
So what are we talking about here? You gotta get going, right? You have to review.
There's two parts of the subject of my personal. The areas that I transgress, and by definition, any area that I transgress, and any area in which I make mistakes, I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the secret of the tzaddik is as follows. The Kiddush is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, let's like look at Avera, let's like look at Avera, and I do tshuva for that Avera. What's my status now? What's my status? First, what's my status? Right? So this is I'm not a tzaddik in that tzaddik. What I am is about tshuva. What about tshuva? I'm not a tzaddik. The tzaddik is the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desires. In that area, I'm tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again if I haven't done tshuva, I'm gonna value or if I don't tshuva, I am about tshuva. If whoever says not a tzaddik, not a tzaddik, that tzaddik is reserved for areas
I
right
want to let you know
in
that
which I go and
indeed,
I have no
there is a chance that we will be moving to Austin, depending on where I go.
no inclination or have not transgressed those particular ideas. Now let's say he goes home. You're going to see why this
I am churning out fucking truths like no one else.
he goes on and says, or he said, the thing is that the Kosher Tzaddik is never, the Tzaddik, not the never Echad Yovad, Gam in the Rabbi Rothschild. Let's just understand something. So what's the beautiful result of this study from the family? What's the beautiful reality that it is for us? Think about this. We're all tzaddikim in many areas. In fact, one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are has to shalom. I don't want to say that's but in which maybe we transgress. So think of it just a second. The Torah says, let's seek Don't plant an Asherah tree to worship it. Never did it, have no desire for it, then that's the time of tzaddik in the union of Asherah. Right? And listen, the whole list of this. Right? But it's going on in areas of morality. There are so many titles. There are certain relationships which normal people don't have desires for. So which means even with in the same area, even in the same prohibition, I think we have established in certain areas. So the topic says what I say, what this means is in any given moment in life, this is how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik, and I may also be a rasha. I may also be a rasha. Simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. And the tzaddik says, this idea, the union there, Moshe, the tzaddik, Rakir Davar Akatova, run in Magdadi Sharon no next to rasha. And this idea that in one area I can be treated as a tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha, that actually has a harash, but it's a piece of the midah. Let's over here, let's say, Let's over here. Actually, we're gonna stop over here today. We'll stop with this. We don't want to be able to cut staff on those are just point out what is the dramatic idea that a person can sign a Jew and the Russia is the same type of these are new definitions. And tzaddik, when I say if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So tzaddik refers to a very personal definition. Tzaddik is not as much my definition, my entire persona, as much as it defines my relationship. Certain avedas. So certain avedas have a tzaddik, certain avedas have a rasha. Certain avedas have a tzaddik, no type of faith. No desire for it, no shaykhus for it. I didn't do it. I don't step. I really think I don't stumble in it, I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress. After there's transgression, I make action. But again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. Also speaking about this yourself. You have to speak to a person who's in recovery. It's an amazing thing. God does it for a person in recovery is never what? So if you think people in recovery, don't let people that you lose I'm recovered. It's that they say, I 365 months, whatever. I'm saved this amount of time. It's an incredibly sort of so profound because what recovery from addiction really highlights this idea is this is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. It's my reality. My goal is just to go out and stretch sobriety for as long as I can. The study says the same thing in faith. It's the same exact thing in faith. I'm in recovery. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. Let's see, if you think about this in life, it's
here on this
easy to shine.
beautiful Monday
That
night.
struggle in one
Ladies
area,
and gentlemen,
and then
one more
that
time,
struggle
Hawaii
will
Money Company Express.
totally away and come in kadosh or bo l'sman by new struggle, nothing to do with the old struggle. That's not good. Because we have to be honest with ourselves. The things we struggle with internally, very often are the very things we struggle with internally. All this same stuff. So I'm saying, it manifests itself differently at once, but it's all the same thing. So there's a sense of savage. In years of struggle, you never really become savage. Because savage purpose for this particular thing. I become not sure. But that's okay. Okay. Listen, that's incredible. I don't have to become savage in the areas of my struggle. So all I have to do is go ahead and string together the wrong amount of suppliers. That's like that. I was stop over here for today. This I'm going to tell you is this piece of life also. This is the way we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, and we look at our areas of weaknesses and strength.
Mike Silver. There it is. Mike Silver. Mike, I remember you even on the show a couple times. You throw fish for a living or something like that, right?
Yeah, I actually got hired like twice.
Wow.
It's a family company too, so it's very often.
Very fishy situation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Hell yeah. So what are you doing now?
Basically, employment life.
Yeah, what's that look like for you?
I got a couple of dogs. Stimulus check, a little bit of the first check for employment.
Which is great. So you named the card stimulus?
No, I didn't have it.
That's cool. You smoke a lot of pot, huh? Yeah. You have a bong of water. In your car. I know the type of person that's got a bong on. Of course. Yeah. I get it. What are some things that you like to do? Stuff.
Yeah, I was just talking to Andy about
Really?
that.
You ever golf? Another weird thing where I guess people that know how to golf that look like they would never golf. I get that vibe from you. Wait, what? They needed a token white guy for their golf team? Where the hell did you go to school?
No, it was just right. It was a predominantly black school. So like, they had a golf team, and I was like, hey, I play golf. And like, where do you play golf at? And I was like, for sure, varsity golf. They made me captain. Never went to a golf course.
Oh, that's something.
I mean, like, I got 3-6 experience. Yeah.
3-6 period.
What were you into when you were growing up?
You had a 3-6 period equipment at 2 lunches.
Yeah, no, I trained. I was actually I trained on a game when I was younger. During games, yeah, like it just wasn't good.
What game?
It's well, tell them from LA to LA, you know, it's reasonable. It's not compulsory aggressive.
Shit, maybe you shouldn't have.
Like, how is that big? That's the best game. Yeah, I know it's funny because like how do you, it's crazy going to like bang on someone with like a ridiculous name because they look at you like that's really your name. You'd be like, yeah, same as you guys. You know, it just doesn't really work. So it's really that way.
Because they probably just don't want anybody talking about it.
No, like it's a weird society.
What the fuck made you think you could? They must have just laughed at you. They're all standing on the front step laughing at you.
Yeah, like I used to sell meth on scooter, but it just didn't work. I was just wrong. See, everything is commensurate. Exactly. Like everything's okay. Basically, they did that. They're like,
Yeah, that one's yeah. So where do you live now?
I just went to Green.
Nice.
See, I know really no better time to be near a bunch of Asian people than when there's a virus.
One of the viruses spread in public. They were really good. That's what it's like. This is what it's like. This is what it's intended to do. Those are the base members. So here we have the external energy vector. This is the time on us. I walk in Gehenna. So this is the nature of my life. And also, like, with some of the began to speak about yesterday a little bit, was against the first round test. First round test. Look at the bottom right of the AFS. Says, شاعر خودت به عکس استقبال شکایات حیات احمق‌ها برای عیدی عکس این مصطلح هستیم یه باشه can't believe these people have this dynamic yesterday. On one hand, Trump has been power ultimately of
So what else about you? I mean, there must be something, right? Get the fuck out of here. Why did you deadlift Jeremiah Watt? How much is that? I'm pretty sure I can deadlift right now.
the thing says that Trump is another consciousness to choose. As a result of his oppression, of his sadness, one that doesn't have the schema in their life is a Republican. Said left-hand currently flipped on the fence, started in that
strength. I think you should get right into this stage and deadlift.
شارع علمی پرسی و از مهمست سرداری so listen, this is giving this incredible almost
your core is strong, you should see this. My core is fantastic right now.
found dialectic. But on one hand, I've messed up. The grief, the sadness, that is the focusing is so powerful and cathartic because it represents sugar. That emotional reaction. This is not part of it. This is not who I am.
Is this exciting or what?
I'm a good person with some kind of
You're gonna pull him up by his hoodie and pants?
does bad things. And I'm not a bad person. But Haraya, look how I feel.
Exactly how a Shrek audition units fly is already down here. Alright, Whitman's mailing
Yeah,
out.
it's tough because
Jeremiah,
I'm
what do you
seeing
think?
her.
I mean,
I'm seeing
this
her.
guy thinks he can lift Whitman.
Sadness
Will you let him squat you?
the very
I don't know.
emotion
It's,
drives
so,
away the
are there any
result.
fat people out there that would like to get squatted? Alright,
Pushing
everybody's
needs
a
to
freebie,
simple
Mike. I'm
in
sorry.
order to go ahead and in order to
Really? But you're like 6'7" according to you on an airplane.
what the regulation that I said. So Governor Malik says something
Wouldn't that mean you're heavy if you're so
God,
tall?
he left the gate sign on us. Even though I walk
How many people see him deadlift Michael Larry in his wheelchair? There you go. There's a guy who doesn't have a choice.
God gave us that I committed.
Just make sure whatever you do, Mike, just please, for the love of fucking God, don't drop him.
This is the topic. He says over here, skip down in the middle of the paragraph, left-hand paragraph.
Why is he so strong?
As on the governor, down to the figure some of us. I knew that us is our papa.
Michael Larry.
Loki Raja.
What's incredible about this is Michael Larry has so much dead weight, he actually weighs the same as Whitman.
Somehow, something that looks like it gets into
How about a hand for Michael Larry?
different and more specific ideas.
Fucking real fucking improv player right there. Is now fucking roll with anything. Michael, you are extremely strong. He was
you'll
this
practically
special
sing
kind
the
of dead
lyrics
weight that
something
was
straight to
always
sound.
too
Governor,
much problem all the time. Oh god.
what I'm saying is,
What you can do
even
here,
though I
like,
experienced the
I
Busha,
can tell you,
I'm
you guys,
still
I'm telling you,
this
I'm
sort of
telling you, I saw something. I saw what happened there. And it's what I'm saying is true. Michael Lair has this special kind of dead weight. Like,
nevertheless,
I'm like, oh,
no
this is gonna be.
Iraya.
I was expecting him to fly right up once he got his arms underneath him, and sure,
Right? Very, yeah, tell you what, because ultimately you're going to have to be fair.
all that fucking
Somehow I found a way to keep it
Alright, Mike. So much fun, man.
Arguments
Impressive
never,
strength, fun times,
sadness
fun
of
interview.
sin.
Thanks for coming, Mike. So much fun.
Yes, you need to go ahead and
We're
maintain
having fun.
a positive,
Little
sympathetic
media tonight, right
disposition
here. We're gonna do this. Get the fuck out of here,
in life.
ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
Make
so you
some
know what's
noise.
happening over here?
Gino
This I
McCartney.
think,
Here
is
we go.
one of the most
John.
balanced factor I've ever in my life.
Me and my girlfriend are in an open relationship.
The focus in life, successful spiritual living, requires this incredible dialectic balance. On the one hand, I have to have
It's just not happening.
and the
She always asks me, like, she'll go on a date.
and the
She'll come back. She's like, what did you do while I was gone? I'm like, well, I
pathetic
watched a million weeks
embarrassment
with
of
a
Busha
rated the person next to
over
me.
what
Whenever I get laid, she always has to ask me, all right, how much more money do you just
the danger with that is.
That's what I got. We got 21 seconds. I got 21 seconds. Yeah.
The weird yourself, right? I can become so overwhelmed by the sadness, by the embarrassment of what I've done with that rock, that I give up hope on myself. I just lose myself in a place of sadness. So that's how the other side of the coin is, yes, I have my standards. I have Busha. I have Haramka. I have all of the things that I've taken. But I also possess optimism, hope, reception, all for the future. I can do better. I can do
Gino,
better.
let's catch up. This is your first time on the show. How long have you been doing stand-up? I guess 4 to 6 years.
These are the two sides of
Where at? Phoenix, Arizona. Are you serious?
the coin. The Busha, however, as my standards, hope, optimism, promise for the future. And that sense of certainty, what Rabbi Rothschild is saying, it is capable of it's one phrase. God illness begins on us. I live in the Gehenna of Organizer, the Gehenna which is often of fate, where I recognize that I've messed up so much. That didn't live this is mercy. Why, yeah, the Busha, the Agmas Nefesh, the Halakha, the Lothar, Irara. Look at what they say, someone else says, but I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself. I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself. Why?
Absolutely. You've been doing it 7 days a week, pretty much. That's a great.
I'm telling you,
Everywhere, different places,
listen
hustling.
to what Trevor says.
How does it make you feel?
Despite everything horrible that I've done, you leave Bonsham, you don't leave me. You don't leave me. Why don't you leave me? Because you believe in me. Here's why you believe in me, because you see the things that I possess. And if you believe in me, yes, you will collect the belief. So therefore, again, as much as I have to live, that's necessary, and that's good. That's good. When I react that way, that's a good sign. I won't lose myself in what you are wrong. I won't lose myself. Yeah, because you don't see.
Tell me about this open relationship. It's real. Why?
How long have you been in it?
Since we started.
How long's that?
I don't have to count, but it's been long enough. The ballpark. Like she started.
Couple years? 2 months?
Like
5 years?
more than 4 years.
More than 4 years?
You know, and it's that's why I don't like to count. Anytime like people always like congratulate you just like not being mad or not being
Let me ask you this, because they never really got it, right? Open relationships, that means she can just go out and bang somebody without a condom?
I can say,
But I mean, if she's big enough, if she's sexually adventurous enough to have sex with other people, what makes you think she's sexually adventurous enough to not make someone wear a condom?
she didn't want to die. So
What do you mean die? What do you think it's still AIDS in Orange County?
I assume it's everywhere. The same reason I would wear a condom.
I was going to say, finish off first.
It's a long drive from Orange County. Why are you so secure that she's not going to use If you were looking for each other, wouldn't you be fucking so often that you would need to fuck people?
That can often refer
Even in like long term, for the kids, after 2 years of feeling everything we do together, nothing else to explore. She wants to, she wants to do, she's like super freaky. She wants to do like
it's not just the ability to
she
dialogue.
can do that.
It's
Somebody else, like that's fine. She goes on about like that's not like a lot of work. It's not like there's no pussy left on her page. I can literally put her any moment of the day I want her. She's sitting there like studying over the messages. They just walk by. I did dinner things for like right in front, and then like walk away, and then she'll just get his number. We can eat, but I just want to do it.
Yeah, but
Your dick next to her face for a minute. I love love.
that's what it's yesterday. It's not only a question of looking at, but it's a question of and not only a question of identity, but something of
Wow. So Gina, what else about you? What else do you like hobbies or anything like that?
I play music. I used to be a drug
what is it that I have to do?
What kind of music do you play?
Who is it that
I just play for fun. So I play like musicals, like stuff like that. Piano or whatever. Jazz, guitar.
Wow.
about his left hand color. I got that.
Do you sing? Can you do these musicals on the piano?
Any joke, any find out.
Can you give us a little, maybe just do one little sound of you just doing anything at all? No.
Singularity of man and his speech. I gotta listen one more time. That's the thing, the singularity of man.
Why?
But the singularity of man, the singularity of man, who he is,
I
what
would like to
he
hear
is,
his voice clean. I used to translate pitch trainer, films, films trainer.
You know how to pitch a baseball?
For like the early
relations
tour.
of him, al-Hafiza Hava Amar, Adar Ahmad Shahira Gula, there was a particular guy who always used to say, don't be, whenever he was having issues, he always said, it's going to be, it's going to be, and it's like, no, he's always like,
What gang were you in?
almost trying to try hopefully to celebrate his himself. This particular guy never felt the real need to celebrate his that was then his kind of reflective reaction. Like, this is going to be this celebrate the that will have others there. So, that might be a diversity. Whatever, master not to show them. Anything in a business, someone, how you own it, money, service it. You think to someone, why don't you come to drink the inner Mishma Nidava of the Dava of the Allah Akidari. And in general, this individual would never be satisfied. was delivered by a diet. Very Otherwise, Shmanino Libankas. This individual came Shevet Dan. If the Shevet Dan, like Dan Yadin Amel, like Dayan, like the Master says, like Dayan is something Shevet Dan. So it's more important that this individual needs the conscious disease. Right? And his needs are increasing. Gemara understood then that he was from Shevet Dan. If you take a look, you got my going to I'm running up down down your green handle, the effort shifted in front. You guys have the other stories. Who's the other shop? Up with Yama.
Alright, well, Gino, thank you so much. Really great set. Gino recording, everybody. There he goes. Here comes the trolling from Ryan J. Ebel. We had fun tonight. This was good. Wow, look at that one. My goodness, everybody looks fucking stellar. You even made Clinton look good on that. Wow, the drawing really does take away 20 pounds. Guys, how about a big hand? RyanJEbel.com for those plays. How about a big hand for our guest, Stephen Blankman, everybody? Wow. Stephen Blankman is the host of the Nighttime Show podcast, available everywhere. Also check out Monster Hunter coming out soon. Monster. Kevin's been here for 40 episodes. Kevin's a great guy. One more time for Blankman, everybody. Comedy store royalty. Former door guy. Worked his way all the way up being rich. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be here for Jeremiah Watkins, a specialist still out. Family reunions out available everywhere. JeremiahWatkins.com, Amazon. What else, Jeremiah? There it is, indeed. Every single week, Gino. Hanging, killing it. Guys, Queen Bee of the band, Jesse Johnson was here tonight. There she is. Look at that little kitty cat. She has handmade ornaments available at JetSkiJohnson.com. Anytime ornaments. I mean, Christmas is around the corner. I bet she can get it delivered before Christmas even. What else, Jetski?
The roadcast with Jeremiah, because when I were on them, look out for that. And I just want to thank you guys and everybody listening. I just had a show for Ohio University. The Ohio it was so cool that we were tweeting all the comments. I was seeing all those people really from all over the country and the world. And yeah, thank you guys.
You're the best, Jetski. You know what I just realized? That cat burglar behind you is Joel Jimenez the whole goddamn time. Absolutely incredible. Joel, tell us something. Shit. Thank you, Ludwig. Thank you guys. Thanks to everybody here at the Comedy Store. I love it. Love you guys. And have a great Wednesday. Thanks, Comedy Store, so much. I love you guys. Comedy Store, Peter Shore, Molly, Richie, Curtis, Jen, everybody that has anything to do with this place. Guys, I got a big hand for David Easterwood and unlocking the power of the room for us. Thanks to everybody and everything. Who knows what the future holds, but we will, indeed, most likely. See you guys next week.
What is our religion? What is our religion? I think sometimes it's just sometimes it's challenging. So what the study tells me is that even if my ego kind of highlights a little bit of a broken internal spiritual dynamic, the fact that the Hashem is constantly moving in Torah indicates to me that I have the ability to spiritually view things. That it's not the different today. I think the Miracle Show will open up with come Monday. Monday Miracle Show. Today's Sunday. We're going to start doing like the next 15 of the things I have to do for Miracle Show. Probably a little bit of Pesach. The Jewish produces something in Seder before the Zach. The Miracle Show turkey. So a little bit more Haggadah, a little bit of Nisan. I haven't chosen the Seder yet that we're going to do. So I'll provide you. But you're happy with it. Maybe we'll skip around a little bit. That's maybe I'll have so it's good. So we ended up over here. The Miracle Show our place in Dali. And the Miracle Show was picked up in Shabbos.
Austin, Texas, make some fucking noise.
My ability to speak is the actual manifestation of how I'm living here. That's what that represents. You guys always says, because only if I have a psikta, in being said, you can attend the reason. Hello, Hakiba, because I know about that. This is incredible. There's no distinction between a position where I live and a position where I was, except for speech. There's a curriculum of economic classes that says it's a video of living even in their
Live from the world famous comedy store maker, brand new episode of Kill Tony in the Prince of I'm so happy to be here. How about you, Red? I'm here for you, man. My goodness, Christmas is right around the corner, and I couldn't be more excited. I've been on a nice movie this year. I'm off the naughty list. I got enough cold from the previous years to build a cool castle here in Energy Man. Now that we live here in beautiful Texas, no, I'm kidding. We're in the comedy store in West Hollywood. And look who's here, everybody. Former Texan himself, now a resident of the great state of California. It's Ray J. Wow, he draws every episode. He's drawing tonight's episode. It's going to be a big one tonight. You got to take it in the future with him. We'll just have to see what Ryan just something. You're going to be hearing something with Ryan, that's for sure.
إذا تبيع شغال 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 أيضا الراجل أمر نظام شغال what it turns out is speech is the very essence of my life, and speech is the very manifestation of my life force. Therefore, when I speak,
Charlie from Vito's Pizza, everybody. Because, well, Vito's is amazing. It's on La Cienega between Santa Monica and Melrose. Why not grab a slice? They're open during all these crazy times. Take out delivery every dinner on Postmates. Vito's Yep. Or maybe they'll build a location. And the great Gino is here. Yeah. Speed Gino, also the CEO of Great Metabot Studios, which let us camp out there during a lot of this pandemic. Here we go. We're ready for another incredible episode of Kill Tony. But before we start, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made this episode possible for you here today. Hey y'all,
something that is normally said to me, normally saying, that means that skylight frame that I got the other day is unbelievable. Easy to upload tons of pictures of the family. I feel like they're there. Which means at this, again, I want to be clear.
It's absolutely incredible. After I got my skylight frame, it was easy to send new photos to it all the time. It's absolutely incredible. You know about this.
Then we have stuff to say, but that's not what we have our adages, right? We have the things that we say, just ask your kids, they'll tell you the things that we always say. So it's just, that's not the things that we say. So let's check. As it says, again, in possession, speech, and therefore, when there's something that I can do, that emanating from my discovery, which means that by definition, it has always the full of I don't get any video.
We have fun with it. Sometimes I'll send them pictures of me in the bathtub with a rubber ducky right to his frame. Now it's a special offer for you. You get $10 off your purchase of a skylight frame when you go to skylightframe.com and enter the code. That's right. You get 10% off your purchase of a skylight frame. Just go to skylightframe.com and enter the code. That's SKYLIGHT.
People that Yoshi coming with you, left-hand column, that's like your
Yes, it's good to be back. I'm so excited. You guys ready to start the show or what, huh? 9 people in the room, built for 600. Let's do this. Tonight's guest, one of my favorite human beings on the planet, famously the host of the Tinfoil podcast and a bunch of other incredible shows, Punch-Drunk Sports, Sam Tripoli this, Sam Tripoli that. He's the first guy to ever take me out on the road. Sparking the ignition for one of the most incredible, beautiful comedy careers ever. The career of Joey Mitchell. A lot of people say this man is responsible. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the great Sam Tripoli. Here he is, everybody. Wow. What an honor. One of the funniest human beings on the planet. This is a true comedy store killer right there. You see it on our comedy store documentary. I'm so happy to see you referenced so many times in this corner. Such a powerful force. You are what I consider a true comedy store comic. No fear. Spitting fire. Changing pace. Faster. Slower. Faster. Slower. Working the fucking crowd. Killing in your time slot. No matter when it may be. No matter what they saw. They're relentless fucking murder. I often say you're the Dexter of the comedy scene. I've been noticing you are the Genghis Khan of late night comedians. And all the comedy careers that you've sparked, including mine. I didn't know how to go on the road until you took me there. That was for, I believe, a 3 or 5, I think it was a 5-minute spot called Opening Your Show to Me, Sarah Tiana, Steve Simone, and you.
people just talk, and that is true.
Yeah, dude, that was a fun gig too, dude.
Also famously took me to open a corporate gig of 7-Eleven owners in a dining hall around campus on a microphone connected to a podium. And when I did that show, there was only one person laughing in the back of the room, filming it with Sam Tripoli. Halfway up the Modesto for that 7-Eleven owners and then opened my own show.
That's
That's a particular convention of 7-Eleven owners were all there. And I laughed. I didn't want to pass to make sure, so I thought he was kidding, so I didn't take it seriously, and I didn't want to be annoying, when you're first starting out in the
I'm always talking about the same thing. So maybe says the second. That's necessary, like that's not in your nose. It's something you do on the
Yeah, man, I'm good. I'm very happy you guys are adapting.
What is my purpose in this
Well,
world?
I am an I Am Legend doing comedy right now.
You go and reset
It's
the
like a
human
zombie apocalypse. There's like 5 months in here.
Shut up, Zach. All the older people, you don't see in the world. You don't have a mission.
We expand on this show every single episode. They come in different characters. You know about this.
every
super
decision,
wacky. Sometimes
every
they're
issue,
milkmen.
Sometimes
Sometimes they're out of
we all have to
control.
have
Sometimes
we all
they're,
have
full
the same
speed.
shared
Anything
general.
can happen. Let's find out what they are tonight when I
So that's
introduce
how
you.
the colorful
That's Stanley and
so
Landon, Seal Tony,
yeah,
and
we
Jeremiah
said
Watkins,
okay, so that's just a shared general vision that each of us. But then that's what sounds consistent.
That's music I haven't heard before, I don't think.
Sha'avur zeh, kola olam kula bishvilo
Oh my goodness. Wow, I do believe we have bird watchers for the first time ever. A lot of people have been asking, when will the band be bird watchers? The answer has happened. I believe, my guess is that this idea for being a character started after Jeremiah found that hat, and then I guess the rest just revealed itself after that. Hello, bird watcher, what's your name?
Remember, why
Daniel
about
Woodbury has arrived. Welcome to the mystery books.
people
Kill
know what
Tony,
we say.
my
And they
friend.
just put like a regular adage. Who cares? Like, or how would derogation there people know you to because Trump says that which we say is a manifestation of our inner voice.
Bob Henry, what's your deal,
Speech
Bob?
in and of itself is not just like speech is not only energy. But speech is the way says of selfish that we articulate an innate sense of joy, an innate sense of victory. So it's how we communicate our innate holiness. And what Tzaddik is introducing now. Alright, so what about the stuff that I say over right? This here's obviously like
IG emailed me to speeds, everything's happening. So let's just start the show, shall we? Here we go. You guys ready to kick this fucking thing off, huh?
it's very fascinating.
Even though there's 9 people in the room, I'm gonna do the cheesy thing and say you guys can do better than that. You guys ready to start this fucking show or what? Alright.
So sometimes what
In
they
that
say
case, here's a surprise for you. We're gonna flip some things around today. Start with a fucking super bang. As I present to you a regular on-bits show that is absolutely blown fucking minds. This guy trained in the art of wait, just wait.
That's the legacy.
You're really jumping the fucking gun.
Where did that adage come from? The fact that children remembered, okay, because the father said it a million times. But on a deeper level, the children are recognizing our father, our mother, our parents, it doesn't matter, grandparents was articulating the truth. And that truth stems from their inner listening. What Tzaddik now introduces, we'll have this album today, what we're doing is tomorrow near Hashem, is that inner truth sometimes also is that when you always
Oh my goodness, there's bubbles shooting
and you
out.
always talk about the same concept or the same idea or the same issue, sense of Tzaddik, you might not even realize it. But you articulate within yourself what your mission is in this world.
There is a ride is here is hanging out of
So stop with it for today.
Oh my goodness. Wow, I do believe we're going to watch him catch on fire here today. This is very exciting. I don't think they ran a test on these this is absolutely incredible. Here's there are there's a hand sticking out. Here is Michael Blair, everybody. Michael Blair. Okay, how about Forrest Gump? Wow. There you go. Wow, I love the noise that happens after you make a joke.
Go ahead and cite the expression and quote that from the regular expression and then expression by someone, regular expression by someone of an incredible reputation, and you know you derive some significant or meaningful life lesson from this statement. So contact number 4, instead of just introduced by this dynamic form, he actually brought down a number of examples of this very quoted the Gemara in the Shachos that that the Gemara uses Lashon Harbe, the Havu, the Havak Amar Ba'atir. The person or people used to say the following statement. The Gemara went on to quote
Wow, I
a number
remember
of
that. I
different
remember that
statements
very
that were said by individuals,
name
and then
another
some
movie.
related to
Okay.
after the Gemara
All right.
quoted the
How about
statement,
how
then
about
the
the
Gemara would quote
classic
the
Gone with
pasuk
the Wind?
in order to back up that statement. So I'll just show you one example of this, which is fascinating. So we look in the materials you can see. If you look on the footnotes on the bottom, so notice
Excellent work, dude. I like that.
to the left hand column, it's actually footnote 50 of the page. But in the left hand column, you can sort of move to the top of the page about 2, 4, 6, 7 lines in. So it's going to be as follows. This is on the
Okay.
second.
Let's do Sam. You got a
Reminds
movie
me
you want
like
to
this.
know how to do?
Who is the famous movie by a certain individual who used to say, now the trigger coding is just a regular guy. Just a regular guy. He used to say as follows. Kirachamisit Ava Aziza.
Schindler's List.
So he writes, remember between myself and my wife was intense and passionate. You say this Sasira
How about the color
Shahina.
purple?
He said we could have slept together on the edge of a cliff. Means that when the love is passionate between myself and my wife, we couldn't retain
Ghostbusters.
right? That means we could simultaneously together occupy the same space. The edge of the sword, obviously, again, is a very narrow space. It says Hashta below Aziza. The Hashta below Aziza. That means now he says, the passion is not as intense, already not as intense. Uya Bashi Singa Bibi Lo Sagila. See, so it's going to be again, even a very large bed is not enough chaos. So there was a man who used to say this, when the Gemara goes on, Amina breaks. Rafuna said the truth is, this is the pasuk. What's the pasuk? The Arik said, Arik Kula Hashem, the Barsi Kami Ala Kapora. Ultimately, again, when the Mishnah is forced to eat it, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I will speak to you from on top of the lid of the oil.
Bob
And you
Henry.
know generally,
Bob Henry, you got a movie?
beautifully oil itself, and stuff inside. Daniel, Aaron with Tisha, with Tahoret, and Achaleka, Sarah. Okay, so the height
Was
of
moving, but not much.
the lid of the oil is 10 centimeters off the ground. Every Akarka, Hari Shasha, Baruch Nashish, Nasal, Basal, Swapping, Second, so I'm going to have also some tools in the Himmel's but if you don't show them the ground, rest is within 10 bottom of the ground. So you can physically not receive Abayis, Hashabana, Amara, Shlomo, Hashem,
Absolutely
Shishin,
incredible
on
thing.
the Argo, the S, Russell,
This is
Ushtoshim,
really, really impressive. I can't
also,
believe that
with
you
a soap sit,
have this
Poama,
wealth
Hashem,
of
Shamayim,
history.
Kisi, the Argo,
What else have you been doing with yourself?
the Emisar,
Those party poppers aren't working the way you thought they
relationship,
should.
Shiraka, the Barak, and the
Keep seeing each one
Hashem
individually
tells
going
you
night
on top
night.
of the Kapora, which means as you intense suffering as the earth, then what happens? Then Allah throws a much larger structure than that. And then what happens? He makes some pushes destroyed, and the Prophet says, Hashem,
I
my
thought you
you
were
see the
playing
heavens
Blair,
is
but
where I
you're tangled
reside.
with a diseased
You see the
body.
progression, and then you Baruch Hu is right there with us on the top of the
How about
earth.
the movie The
Then
Sixth
things
Sense?
change a little bit. There's a much bigger structure behind it. Then things change a bit more. Or ultimately,
What else is
so
going
when
on
you
today?
step So he's just making us live without life. Like when we were young and our love was passionate and intense, we could sleep together on the edge of the sword. That's like a little bit of a very large bed is
Can I
not
get you
large
to
enough
sort of
to
cheat
accommodate
towards
us.
that camera?
There's a similar
You sort of,
dynamic to the
you sort of just
relationships
turn
change.
so
Sometimes
you know.
because it's sexually
Star
passionate.
Wars, got your
Those
Star
proximity
Wars?
to one another.
Yeah, how about a Star Wars?
You have an individual who just says a statement.
Yes,
He's not quoting a
exactly.
passage. He's not quoting the lifestyle. He's not
I
quoting.
noticed you're the first tank I've ever seen that had
He's
a set of
not
eyes
quoting. He's a
drawn
dynamic
on it.
hero. A dynamic
Looks
hero
like
is
a
just
weaponized trash can.
the way kind of relationships go. And the thing is that that simple statement of a dream will certainly is the essence of the
Oh my
relationship
goodness, the
between
famous
Shina
look at that camera in the tank is really priceless.
and
I don't know
what
if
is
you
an
can
emotional
picture it,
element.
but
So back up
there
back
is
to
you
the
look at you. Alright, let me think of
Listen,
another movie
just
because I feel like
looking at
there's
different others, different things.
Kill Bill.
Kill Bill, one of my favorites.
Examples from this scheme are really, really wonderful examples. Fascinating. So the topic goes on, he says, what's the shot? What's the shot? Well, see, if you take a look, where first ones you know, I'm six foot outside the left hand has it. The left hand has that. Either area has it. So without this said, what do you learn from this? He says, "Hanafish min Yisrael, either ha'adam ha'adon ba'ket Yosef, yesh lo b'shoresh b'shara, this ha'izah is very powerful.
Well, what else,
So
Tank?
this is so incredible. It's something that we learn from him. That of each, even the simplest dream,
I want the interview to go on because I want you to get your money's worth out of all the work. Project.
that regulation is like a feather. And then that wisdom, the great Rabbanim, the great Chazal, go ahead and say, oh, by the way, that statement, that's a dynamic. That's a great.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Brian. I've never seen a tank dance. All right, we're about to get history. There he goes. There comes
He
Shuri
doesn't
King
realize he's
Kadiri.
speaking Torah. He doesn't realize that
Kadiri
he's
taking
speaking
the
Torah.
microphone. Here comes some music. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Whoa, it's doing the robot.
What he said before.
Wow.
Why
Oh, wow,
is
it's
this
sponsored by the Home Depot. It's like a
why
NASCAR,
is
this thing.
why
Oh,
is
he's
there
backing that ass up. Look
a
out.
person who was made this
Uh-oh.
traffic light
What's going to happen next?
turning stuff around? No, it's like it said.
Oh, my goodness. This is incredible.
The internet, which is
Could be some
right at the
technical
bottom line, it says
difficulties going on over
sparking.
there.
The mitzvahs of the king
Home Depot.
there's a piece of us that is really
Oh, it's bubbles.
that's little
Bubbles. Bubbles.
that's
Going
like
into the
how
darkness.
bad the
The opposite side of camera. Wait, what just happened? Something opened up down there.
By the way, even the simplest Jew talks Torah. Or
Wow.
maybe if you learned Torah and you didn't pay attention to Torah.
Wow.
Or
The
maybe you
dancing
never.
tank.
That looks like some North Korean celebration that
Not
they
so.
do.
Finish the Michelle Shachar. So,
Shaking.
the
That
break
may have
Torah.
been. Oh, he's still alive. It's all good. Yeah.
The nefesh, the soul of
Second
the
there.
Jew, has an
Help out of it. Ladies and gentlemen, those in advance of the great and powerful Michael Bear getting the show started tonight. There he goes. Believe he's having a panic attack in there right now. It's possible. Having a hand for the
Like
great
people say,
collect as well.
here's what people
There's
say.
Slash
Because it's important
girlfriend,
to hear what she says.
Slash member of the Kotani family.
And therefore, this Torah comes out of his mouth.
Hey, look, there's Michael Bear. It was him the whole time. I had a feeling it was you.
No doubt,
Super talented. We're gonna get to
no
talk to
doubt,
the
turn
real
the page.
man behind
No
the
doubt,
tank.
move on the Neva. Shekar Torah HaKalim B'Tzibur. With this come, Shemar Gula B'Kulei. Shuragila Amavit. Shagar Al. So, Shekar Torah Zash. Zani Shoresh. Now Shagar. So, says that
Another hand for
something.
Michael Lair,
This is like
everybody.
as I refer to it, it's like mindful of the moment, right? Mindful of the moment. And that's again, in a person like that. But again, the phrase of the ammunition people say, please don't know, but what people say is, you know what people say, because they, you have mindful of the people. They say, the Jew in the house, the Jew has been all these probably you see this all the time. So let's go to the Kevin says this say that the Jew has a whole group. No, that's true. The Jew has been those who speak words of wisdom that are effective of the revelation. What is wisdom? Without it, goes on, the topic says,
Cardboard is a malleable substance.
covered that. He could call Hadiba was a good test, right hand color. He says, he fails double example. Call Hadiba, Bush of the Adam, who is so nefesh, that he is shalom. So the topic says that the call Hadiba, like the power of speech that is within the soul of nefesh, the soul, and the essence of the speech. That's what I'm going to do. So what is the Torah say?
Michael, we love you so much. Thanks for getting the show started with a bang. Michael Lair. All right. Time to meet a stranger. Here we go. All right, we've seen this young lady on the show before, famously friends with our resident horoscope. Psychic. She's here. Nikki Hughes, everybody. There she is, Nikki Hughes. Yo, Nikki Hughes. Here's Nikki Hughes.
So me and my dog have a lot in common. She's had 6 puppies and I've had 6 abortions. Actually, since having a dog, I felt really empowered to walk at night. Not necessarily because of the dog, just because of carrying that shit in my hand, right? Nobody's gonna rape me with a bag of shit in your hand. And I know somebody's like, wait a minute, what if your dog doesn't take a shit? I have some years. And then another person's like, wait a minute, what if I say,
Firstly, it's fascinating.
let me have my
That
fucking
man's
moment, okay?
one of
I
man's
get up
greatest
there, bring
abilities
it on, and she's she's my soulmate. She's my soulmate. She fills all of my voids. Well, she's a big black dog. She's not a good dog. Big black dog.
There you go, Nikki Hughes. Wow, very interesting set. I gotta ask, 6 portions, is that true?
That is a fucking joke.
Oh, it's a joke. It's a super joke. It's actually 12.
I mean, I've actually had 0 abortions, but hey, if you've had an abortion, keep exercising your life.
If you count that set, you've had 1 abortion. It's not fun being me when there's not a packed audience. But there would have been an incredible noise if this place was sold out like it used to be.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what they would have done. They liked it. The audience liked it. Here, I'll do it again. They liked it so much, I'll do it again. The 0 abortions, but 1 abortion if you count that set you just did. Late laugh today. I'm in the audience. So 0 abortions, really? 0. Not even 1. Not even a pregnant.
I feel like I'm not gonna get. I just don't. I'm not a baby person. Like it's not.
What about Plan B?
All the time.
All the time. What happens to you? You take Plan B. Is there any odd side effects?
So I would just get my period immediately, like right after. Which is probably like a real abortion. Yeah, it's like when it's like so small, you know, it's just like you can take that little.
And nobody's pulling out anymore, huh? You young kids are just blasting away. Wonderful time to be alive.
Yeah.
You just made a baby. Didn't pull out.
Yeah, it's fine.
You made two babies.
You called me the N-word, I'm a blast. That's all I'm gonna say.
Here's
I like your set. Here's my thing. You kind of hit all the young girl things in the set. And, which is great because you're new and you want to see yourself. Like when you're like, I didn't have any horses. My biggest problem is like, you should be as authentic to who you are. You know, and it feels like the abortion joke. I'm like, it's easy. My big joke, it's easy. The rape joke, it's easy. And maybe it's the thing you want it to be. Right.
one
Really digging into like your real shit, like who you are, that's what's gonna get you to another level.
Like, for example, writing jokes about doing plan B, which you actually have done and do. I don't do it anymore. That was in college.
What was that last week?
No, I'm fucking old as shit. You know, probably older than you. How old are you? 33.
That's huge.
Yeah, you're the youngest person on this entire show right now. Okay.
What person have
We all just look younger than you. You definitely look like me. I feel like my jawline, you would still be taking Plan B over. I don't know, are you married to your wife?
People shall
Are you
follow
married
Moses.
to your wife?
Even just people shall general
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because you just have twins, right? Okay, so I was just trying to figure out. Wow, a lot of inside information questions from the guest. I was sitting here waiting. So, Nikki, what have you been doing during this pandemic? Other than cutting your own hair?
general what he calls
Hanging out with the dog. Hanging out with the dog? What kind of dog do you have? She's a
He's like
Pit
one
Mix.
glass.
Oh, wow. Did she time bomb? Not really. She's actually really nice.
Yeah.
They really are.
Everything. Rappers and guns and weed. They made everybody hate them because they fucked them up in the music video. They called them the rockers. They're shitty people, shitty owners, loving owners.
Yeah, she's not shitty because I rescue your pit bull. I did. This is true. So this is like whenever it's like one of the women that starts writing to a guy in jail and then when he gets out, lets him. That pit bull's gonna hate. Can you even take it to a dog park with other dogs? I just haven't chosen to. Oh yeah, like it's still like I'm just trying to learn who she is. We did see a puppy today. How did that go? They love each other. Really, they really love each other. Yeah. How do you know that? Because she didn't eat it. Yeah, she didn't fucking try to bite it. Like it was fine. When did you get the dog? Like this summer. What did you name it? I didn't name her. Don't judge me for this, but her name is Nix. Yeah. Why? So Nix is actually the breed goddess of the night, and she's an all-black dog. Nix is also something that means do not get the new Manscaped 3.0. No scratches. It is incredible. Go to manscaped.com. Drop the promo code. They'll tell you there's a 90-minute battery. Save 20% off their version. And they have the best charging stand. Show off your mower while you're out. Intelligently designed stand for Canadian charging belt powered by USB. You know that about Nix? So, how old is the dog? She is almost 6 years old. You're taking in a dog halfway through its life. Like, I just wanted to help somebody. It was actually, she was homeless, and then somebody rescued her and spring in the porch.
often you need to go ahead and highlight both the
No, so somebody rescued her who had her for an entire year before they were like, all right, I'm gonna put our dog down. Like, I need to get rid of this one. And I was just like, this is awful. Like, I'll take her. She was literally the sweetest one.
Nevertheless, next chapter is based on that. Ultimately, again, it's being moved into Genesis, and we're going to directly just have this really just everything else in that field. It is not really what it's
I'm gonna go with Tony on this one. All right.
as a sophomore, you know, said that
What else? What have you been doing to pass the time other than hanging out with
the word
Trying to fucking do a set on the show.
Sarah,
I've been doing some like open mic type list reading, and then doing it now. It's like not happening.
Why didn't it happen?
right there, spoke about
It's real shitty out here.
Really? Like how?
Let's do this one of them too. Like, okay, example, I was like really close to the comedy store because I was like walking here, and some guy with two dogs stopped me while I was walking here with my earphones in to be like, hey, can I like call you sometime? And I was like, well, I'm trying to be in a relationship. Yes.
Each one of them has their went out.
Black guys take a shot at it every time. God bless you.
Wait, how do you know this guy?
Nobody knows more about being a husky. That's right.
How the fuck do you know? Wait, I'm so curious now. Did you talk to him too?
No, I saw him on the way.
Oh, you did?
I run into that guy.
Oh, so it was so funny. He was like,
Yes, it's right there. Bird's number.
So we're speaking about
my
the
guy
idea
does have a fat ass. Oh, that shit's big.
that we gather Hadura, and the Hadura
I do know. Shit.
sends out one of the members of the Hadura. There's a discussion. You know, and but they end up having their faces on and stuffing their faces on it. There's a whole discussion about which animal is used for.
So I was like, no, like, actually, I'm like looking for a relationship.
Once again, the Hadura has the color
Like,
face
do you
up.
hear people?
They
Like,
lost the color face up, moving what is out to find the carbon. When you think of the Hadura
Can I get your number and call you sometime? And you go
approach,
straight to it.
I got
Nothing
the
else, or you
concept
cutting
of
the
the
story
carbon.
short.
And then it
Story
makes
short,
sense
you went straight to
neither party said anything to the other, right? Neither didn't say anything to the Hadura, very pretty much reacted unilaterally. The Hadura didn't say anything to Ruben, so what's the halacha? Ruben uses the color face up and down. The Hadura uses the person called his doctor. One from that idea, which is something very profound, when people don't talk to each other, there's a profundity of people talk, and there's a profundity of people are silent. So the Gemara, because
That's why it started with me. Love your hair. And I was like,
it's a light
okay.
you pay pressure about this all the time. The Gemara will
I mean,
quote
I do. Like, what?
something
Like,
sometimes
what
the
do you
creative
mean by that?
margin of the true right there is a gem in the mind of people. So you see the Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's not a statement of Torah, that's a statement of life wisdom, of life wisdom. Yet, interestingly enough, whenever it is right now, in the midst of it, Allah, and it's taught as a proof. So Allah is discussion. So David says, what do you think?
I've got different colors.
He says,
I mean, do you have like finger or toe?
Last question. Yes, he needs to see again. it's a simple statement.
Anything like
It happens
cleaning
to
up
be
the
in
seal before you let it go?
safety.
I think she's
The
doing
men
great.
comes
I
in
think
the
you got
night,
a great
it's
style.
not
I
in the
think you
sea.
just got to be
It's not
more
put it
original
anywhere
with
of
your
particular
shit.
time.
And,
I would use
like
often
your
my
whole
goal
thing,
of
it's
the
like
humanity
easy,
the thing
but authentic
the
resonates.
people say
Especially in
all
this
of
day
the
and age where
time.
like the
Goes
industry's
on, he
dying.
says, that
You never
information
worry
is
about that.
you're
People
behind
want
the
some
comics
real
channel.
shit.
Find is very
And
often
like
brought to
going out there
develop.
saying you got a bunch of portions or you didn't, that's like easy
The
laughs.
maybe the Gemara
And
is
you'll get
not
it,
the
dude. You
only
just gotta
issue.
put it out there,
Where
man.
the Gemara will
Positive
quote
energy to the
that
universe,
which
man.
And
related
again, meanwhile, you
to
have
the
this wealth of plan B
Shanoshim
possible material
Reunion
that you haven't even
Road.
tapped into yet.
Give Torah and ultimately again when it's put about Gemara, it's fully
Oh, I'm 33. I don't have. There is no fact.
absolutely given to the right
What's your best skill
Torah.
that you know how to do?
Even
Oh,
from
things like
the
that.
top of the honey
Some
right?
black guys ready to hook up right now.
The top behind it, this is fast. You run yourself after it. Ultimately, you want to come with something. How they struggle, so how to cover
There goes Nikki Cukes, everybody. Thank you, Nikki.
the Asia. For example, both of your students, for example,
Pull another name out. I'm gonna do it quick. Make some noise for John Hanford. Here we go. Here comes another human.
the idea. Many say
Another
this
human
quote is saying is the name of people. Like this is something that people were accustomed to say. How the higher royal, how you royal, what
saw a
on our
man
system
die
Africa,
of
what on
natural
the floor
causes
our system who
in a
proxy
Walmart store. I was
how is
grocery
the
shopping at the beginning of the year. I thought this was
the
going to be the biggest thing to
Shabbat
happen.
Biscuit, the weather is the tomorrow, but the Torah,
Walking past
about
him, he was
people,
coming at me in the
English,
scooter,
Russian,
kind of
Jewish,
drifting,
they
getting knocked back, and out the gate, just totally passed out. I had to fucking sidestep him. And it wasn't until I doubled back about 5 minutes later, he's crouched into the end of an aisle where the mayonnaise is. Mayonnaise is all over the floor. He's surrounded by about 20 Walmart employees.
these are the people, like regular people, you say this, you say that,
The rest are there because
surely
they
don't
also
do
think it's going to be the biggest shit they see all year.
It's fascinating. It's irritating. Regular
And
souls
it
of
made me
ordinary
think, like,
people.
that man's dying right there. There was stuff in the
Oh,
basket.
there's a
That
person.
man was
There's a
living
person
the American dream. He
that
fucking
supports
lived
this
the
idea.
modern day
So
American
Kevin
dream
says,
to
so
the fullest.
this
That man should have a
some
flag draped over his casket and buried in Arlington.
some of this development. You see Hazal taking quotation
John Hanford. How's it going? How do you
of
feel about that?
ordinary everyday people, what we call Margot
Not
of
the
the
best,
today,
but I enjoyed it. It was better than your last one.
a jewel right a gem in the mouth of an individual. You see again, not
I took mushrooms a couple weeks ago.
on the surface of hydrogen.
Yeah,
Holy,
it
give me
just
tomorrow.
gave me a lot
Statements
of
on
insights
radio
about number one,
for
just
everyday
being more in the
people,
moment
and
and
then
not
you
really
find
relying
Shmuel
on writing out material, just kind of
going
feeling
ahead
it out.
and saying,
Like
oh,
you
by
said,
the way,
Sam,
those statements, the truth of
this
the
pandemic
ordinary
has totally
statement,
brought to light like shit's
there's a
dying,
Gemara,
shit's changing.
there's a
We
prophet,
need
there's a
authenticity,
Mishnah,
and
there's
it just gave me a new
against
like
sources of halacha and hashkafa,
maybe
Torah.
the mayor's silver lining very soon.
That's supposed to be very essential. What the Mishnah say? What is this?
And Edward Scissorhands.
Right? What's the deeper meaning of this? What does this mean? Ultimately, again, you know, quoting from regular people, and they're going to stop or doing it
Edward
because
jokes, everybody. Very rarely do I get
this idea. So I understand
Remind us
it's
of
something
you,
that's going
John
to develop
Hanford.
this
What we need to know
quite
about you.
beautifully
Well, I used to work in
as a
baseball. I
continuation of
quit
that beautiful segment.
to pursue stand-up.
Money,
As
all
well
the
as
money.
building your enthusiasm, it's an incredible paradigm for us going over the top of the earth.
So I used to be a player.
Used to be the kid that would sit on the third base line and get the foul balls and give them to people. Now go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, look, we could seriously be here for hours and we're really going to dig right in. But the coolest thing I did in baseball, the player development intern for the New York Mets in 2014 was their single A affiliate in Savannah, Georgia. It was fun. So,
Brody. You say baseball 3 times. Baseball Beetlejuice. Brody Stevens pops up out of nowhere. Brody, how's everything going in heaven if that's where you ended up? You still take it even though that's how the afterlife works? Oh, wow. All right. There you go. All right. Thank you, Brody. Always depressing hearing your voice. Jim Brody Stevens is.
of course,
Right. Do you think it's too late to treat you for
I would never do that.
you wouldn't treat
I might actually do that, but I don't want you to go and fall down
happened before in scientific history? Birdman, do you know about this?
Look, I think we're in the darkest timeline where I'm here at Proteism, so I was accepted. Love yourself. So is that a real story? Yeah, it's all true. Yeah, it happened like mid-January in Yucca Valley, California, and
The L is
that Walmart is just fucking magic. They always do some magic. It's usually what she says back to me. She's like, yeah, it's like it happened.
Why would she say that to you?
Like if something 50-50.
Can you go down on a girl in your life?
It's 69.
one
Always.
What does that mean to you?
that you
It's always
feel
69.
like
Oh, yeah, because I mean quality all the time.
Is that true? You 69? What happens to your glasses when you're doing that?
I don't need these. They're
Oh,
that one
yeah, I do that too. So when did you decide you wanted to look like Hollister? What was that? After I got banned from the show, I interned for it 10 years ago.
wow, you really did?
He did not know, but it's like I had a couple interviews with SiriusXM, and like they both went really well. And then they had me back for a third, and that went well. They said we'll be in touch. And then it was Christmas and they're on vacation. But they told me like start dating time. There's like, look, if you do get this internship, you gotta be at the Broadville building January 3rd, 2010 at 4 a.m. So I fucking got there, and with no reaching certain one time, she was like, I like persistent interns. I figured, all right, I'll get off with my foot. And I get there, I talk to the door guy, and he's like, look, dude, you're not on the list. What do you want me to do? He's like, you just call them. So they set me up, and I was just answering phones. The production staff like really liked me. Will was cool.
yes,
Gary was
Gary Nelamata. How big are his team?
oh, they're
yes,
I mean, you know how big they are.
my
They're straight out of
definition
shit.
is one to
Oh,
six.
hard mic drop for you. People listening while in bed are going to
Yeah, it's not 69. I tried to be on the show, but then 8 a.m. rolled around. Tracy Millman, the producer at the time, I was like, hey, which one is John Hanford? I was like, yeah, that's me. She's like, yeah, you got to meet all my interns. So I cowered, and I just like fucking crumbled. So I got that.
Which a person
Yeah, I didn't like that. I know I didn't fucking fight for myself. So
How old were you 10 years ago?
I was 19.
Wow, that, what an opportunity that would have been.
But that's generally speech, a person can have teaching every day. That's what the Torah, just general what he calls sichas great general
You got a lot of looks going on here. You're doing a lot of colors. You're trying to very much like Silver Lake this shit.
What town do you live in?
So I live in Joshua Tree.
Oh, that's right.
The desert. I used to live like Rachel Maddow when I was in New York, and then once I shed the corporate life, I figured, we'll go full Jew and yeah, I mean, might as well be. I can't fucking dance either. So, yeah, so pretty much I decided to move to the desert, just I can play music there and shit. I play guitar. I tried to use your handshake to any of the volunteers here to get some shit going. I lose those stereotypes, man. I've been to a concentration camp. I went to fucking Dachau. You really got a free part there? I didn't want to. Not a joke. There's a food court at Dachau, and like five rolls around, they got the Dachau daggers for happy hour. And that was a joke. I was walking around for like 2 hours there. That's how you should open up. I was thinking about it, and I was like, what a dick I won't let it. Dude, I should open up with a funny thing now. I'm gonna go unfunny and try to get it going. I love the French, man.
What does it mean I go up with you?
I mean, what do they around the runway they sell at the food court? What do they
They
have?
got fish and chips. I'm like, they're never thought I'd be able to say this, but we ordered the concentration camp for a night and a half. No, it was like good.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like
You really ate fish and chips at a concentration camp.
that would be
Seattle,
right?
yeah, I missed Ivers.
How many questions? About how is
They got worse there too.
right? They're not per se voting
I
for
would
their killer.
totally get a
They're
fucking
just
concentration
voting
camp.
for
Yeah.
how
I survived the summer. I survived the summer in that concentration.
they're quoting a
My whole
common
thing with your
expression,
jokes is
and
that you
they're
not trim
using
a
that
lot of
okay,
fat. You kept saying it's living the American dream. And I know you had time, but you never said what the fuck you lie.
or in a
I
hashkafic
live in the American
discussion.
dream. Yeah,
So
there was,
to see
getting
something
at the consumerism of it. There's more to that bit that I'd like to try to work out and feel out.
that if you come into this
There
movie
you go. Chocolate mushrooms, so you're being creative. Ladies and gentlemen,
and
take your
often
time.
you
John
do
Andrew, everybody, Jerry Harris.
and
Last time I did shrimp.
also a lot of people
Last time I did shrimp was out of July. I felt
I'll actually do
37
it, even though again,
Really?
it's nevertheless,
That man shred. And I was like, now I get why everybody loves giving cheese and stuff. Yeah, dude. That's like, man, I see. Mine was just like, I look at it, that's awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, a guy who works at the Hollywood Improv. He's been coming here signing up for years. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Brandon Bridges. Dear Here comes Brandon Bridges. Brandon Bridges. Before I began, you guys follow me on Instagram and I mean, he's the second.
talk about
You gotta watch what you post on Instagram. You gotta watch it, man. Because I had a picture on Instagram that cost me a gig. I had a picture of powdered sugar on my
remember
nose.
again, this was the case.
And
Yeah,
I know it looked like I
this
did
was the
cocaine.
case.
Black church told me we're not supporters of cocaine because they wanted to hire me for cocaine, but then look on Instagram and they were like, that's cocaine. And I'm like, no, that's powdered sugar. I'm 365 pounds. I can't control my life. And they're like, no, we know cocaine when we see it. I said, oh, you know cocaine when you see it, but you can't tell me that you fired the Rangers game. That's how it gets.
So it's giving us the idea that
45 seconds of thunder and lightning. Brandon Bridges. How are you, man?
they send out one
Absolutely,
of the members of the
absolutely.
public.
There's a minute right there.
Go ahead,
So let's talk about Brandon. How long have you been on
there's a
stand-up?
discussion. Yeah.
7 years, all of it here in Los Angeles.
And but then they end up finding their replacement animal, checking their replacement animal. There's a whole discussion about what
Thank you so
which
much. You can
animal
have it.
is
You
used.
can use
What
it.
exactly is it? What?
I love that you use the inside when you buy a pair
So
of
let's
Fila
again
shoes
has
and
the
jacket, you
Calabeza.
stitched it all
They
together.
lost the Calabeza. Leave it. Goes out to find the carpet. And the instant the Hamura obtains a new carpet. Again, the concept is how you use carpet. That if neither party said anything to the other, right? Neither didn't say anything to the Hamura, or pretty much unilaterally. The Hamura didn't say anything to Ruvain, so what's the halacha? Ruvain uses the Calabeza. The Hamura is the person translates that for Shalom Yisrael. So the connection left the idea that someone writes the sound, and people don't talk to each other, and it's fun to hear people talk, and it's fun to see when people are silent. No, this is not silent, that's not down, it's like, Chana Muhammad, Yafesh, people Muhammad, Abba Kama Muhammad. Right? Right, so here the wise man said, so silence is the wise man. The wise man Abba Kama Allah has come to the most of the fools. Again, is that
Let's talk about what you were saying.
all
You
the
said that you gained
time,
weight
where
living in a
the
house.
Gemara
What
will
house was
post
that?
something, sometimes it is photos of That's the marvel of the today. A jewel right there, a gem in the mouth of people. So you see, tomorrow will fulfill statements. And again, that's not a statement of Torah, that's a statement of life wisdom. Of life wisdom. Yet, interestingly enough, the way it's brought down in the midst of this halakhic discussion, and it's called as a proof to halakhic discussion. The Prophet says, what do you see today? Says, very often throughout the Gemara, the Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Sha'anoshim v'tilim lo. In Divrei Torah, and it will not be again in the third of the Gemara, is quoted in the context of tradition. In the Divrei Torah, even when we talk about the Hamish, that should talk about this fact. Rami Savasa, Ukinoki Mugamba Kamadi Sanhedrin, how they Rabin shall have Mahavat Amaga also. So for example, think of your examples of this.
Why do you think that is?
That the Gemara Sanhedrin is the idea of many sayings. Sayings mean what people. Like this is something that people were accustomed to say. Also, higher royal, Lomar Kiskan Africa, what am I sure of Kiskan? What say, how is the Amish Shabala Kiskan? There is other speech which follows, but the Torah, about people, Felix, Russian, and he's smart in the public parliament. He's fascinating. Think of here, we'll see this inside a different tomorrow, but it's
the only guy that can look at both Joel and here for one and the same.
just the number of coming, right? The number of sayings of just regular people. Every people used to say this, used to say that. What was that? Something fascinating. If you take regular sayings of ordinary people, and you say, oh, there's a person that's supposed this idea. Having said so, those are something fascinating to develop. I see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary people, that it has margul of the today, a jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again, Gemara 740, if you can tell statements of regular, everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements, the truth are like ordinary statements. There's a Gemara, there's a Pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different against sources of Halacha and Torah that support these various statements. What does this mean? Like, what's the people's meaning of this? What does this mean? It's ultimately again, from regular people, and that's going to stop at the end of this idea. So I understand it's something that's going to develop this. Like, as a continuation of that which was said of people, as well as building their incredible paradigm for us to this top of the earth. Alright, so it's a good morning. Let's just start. I'm the few moments to kind of like
It's
just
all
have
nice
a
out here. I
little
tell
bit
you,
of
when I moved here
so when we're
up
thinking
in
about
Youngstown,
in
Ohio,
Ace,
I'm like, hey, let's drive through Compton and Inglewood, all these songs that I listened to on the jukebox albums that I had back in the day. And I went there and I was shocked at how nice it is. It's completely everything. Everybody moved, grass is cut. There's houses everywhere. You know, like shitty neighborhoods. But the regular thing, their houses just get worse. And that's when you know you're in the dangerous neighborhoods, when there's less and less houses all the time. And everything was there. Real estate for sale. Gates on the windows, but I was used to that too.
more of a
Anyway, your next comedian goes by the name. We know this guy. He's a wild one. Look out. Trey Team Talk, everybody. Here he comes. Here we go.
again, not to be mistaken with a lack
Come on, one more time for Trey, everybody.
of taking, with lack of appreciation for what I've done. I just have appreciation.
Probably don't shake it. You know, because that dude uses that hand for jacking off, wiping his ass, sneezing, all of it. You meet a guy with two hands, you shake his hand, that is
And I have high recognition of what they have done, what they haven't accomplished. But at the same
you meet a woman with
time, what I've done doesn't appreciate form of the reaction.
let's be honest, she's doing
Of my knowledge of how little I've truly done and how much
while you're down there kissing it, might as well throw a ring on that bitch. Because that's the one
more
lady
I
you can be
actually
pretty
have
sure
to
that
accomplish.
she
So
won't
the rapper goes on and says,
shit.
take a look at page rich, and the AF see this, the left hand side, about halfway down the paragraph. So the only Hazab is alright. So someone so Hazab spoke to again, she was alright. Show her Hamala said,
I mean, this is a guy that we won't
said,
start.
Simeon,
You're
the
getting
Yoga
here
Gold,
from Tony
Shabufa.
a couple few weeks ago in this very room and that very spot. Am I
Very
correct?
little,
Yep.
very
And then came on again. And then
Shabufa
again. And now
is
this time.
ultimately
This
again
is your
that a
fourth
person
time
faces
and
himself.
nearly your best time,
Self-praise
correct?
and
Yeah,
self-aggrandizement
it was by a lot. You're welcome.
and a feeling of how I've arrived and how much I've accomplished is
You've
often
seen this
indicative
before. You've come to term in a few months. You were a premature
how
baby, right?
little I
I
truly
can tell. When were you born?
So let's say,
7 months?
again, the idea being the one point in the open is
That's the
represented,
saddest thing that ever happened on
it's a lot of
11th
noise.
in the
It's a
history
lot
of
of noise.
civilization.
A lot of that question
This is your word.
משתבח בחיי רב, וגס רוח בקרביוס, ואחר איש מסנסה ביום ובעצמו ובריבו. Also, by the way, Rebbe also don't think that it's talking about a person who, let's say, is arrogant and boastful about his spiritual accomplishments in the eyes of others. We're not even talking about that. Even someone who doesn't say anything to other people, but in his own mind feels that he's accomplished so much that this is that's the true detrimental mindset. Person in his own mind thinks that he's alive. A person in his own mind thinks that he's accomplished. The person in his own mind thinks, look where I've gotten to where I need to get to. That says whatever is where the true personalistic being is about. Take a look at footnote. This is very interesting. Quote here by Zevin Sadek, Ms. Abu Chazal, Ezu Chacham, who is one who is truly wise, and was a such a idea, I'm not here as a someone who knows his place. Who is one who is truly wise, someone who knows his place. Listen, what does that mean to know your place? Shehu Makir Chasya. Knowing my place means I know what I am, but I also know what I'm not. I know where I'm deficient. I know where I am lacking. I know where I am imperfect. Zeh Tasis Hayidiyah Shalom Nada. About this Kira B'Rivina Kish Kish is God. So it's such a, we're often used to is a Chacham Hadov, is a lot of is wise, son of the because all that is true. But is your pocket is usually Hamaki knowing my face. Knowing my face specifically says of Tzaddik, knowing my face means I know what I am, but I know what I'm not. I am cognizant of my deficiencies and my shortcomings. Cognizant of the fact that as much as I have accomplished, it is only turn the page. The Rebbe says, "Ikar is very interesting. Ikar pursued Hagaiva. He learned that my Hagash and Retire's copy books. Was a decision to sound statement. The Rebbe says, the most destructive form of Gaiva, the most destructive form of arrogance, has nothing to do with how you interact with others. Ella the Gaiva and his fellows believe in the rather the most destructive form of arrogance is arrogance that I maintain and maintain with God. Now listen, I think very often I think, we often think that the most destructive guy is the guy that has the visited of others, external guy. External guy, like the person who acts in a boastful, arrogant fashion towards other people. Whoever says that's bad, don't get it wrong. That's definitely bad. But the truth is, the most destructive form of gaiva, the kind of gaiva that really pulls the rug out from under yourself, the kind of gaiva that won't lift the person from the inside out, is a gaiva being only at small. Being only at small, a personalistic gaiva, a feeling that, hey, listen, a lot of times it's also yes, right? An air of humility, practically. Right? To the outside world, that can look very humble. To the outside world, that can look very pious. But there's a gaiva that's inside. That inner, that internal gaiva, says the Rebbe, the grows a person from the inside out, because that inner gaiva takes away the need to grow. That inner gaiva prevents me from moving myself forward. That inner gaiva makes you go, oh, I've arrived. I'm good. Is what takes away any traction for growth. He says, Moshe Amar, Ivas Hashem, Li. What does the passage say in this? Ivas Hashem. The combination to Hashem is Li. Right? Our arrogant heart. It doesn't say, Ivas Hashem, that you express to God is Li. Inflated feeling, I should say, a feeling of self-inflated, feeling of overinflated self, a feeling of I've arrived, a feeling of look, I'm good, I've accomplished. That ultimately is the greatest abomination. Now listen, think about this, by the way. It's a pretty strong statement. That's the greatest abomination. Inner gaiva, inner arrogance is the greatest abomination. A lot of stuff missing. That person is the gaiva. But from I see the Rebbe says, why is it considered to be an abomination? He says, ultimately again, she suffer her uncle from the family at small, she the honest king. Because at the end of the day, when a person possesses gaiva, when a person possesses arrogance, and they feel they've arrived, they feel they've accomplished, they feel there's nothing else. That's the end of their life. That's the end of life. That is the greatest righteousness. When a person feels that there's no room for growth, when a person feels that there's no room for improvement, when a person feels that there's no room for personalistic development, that in and of itself is the greatest front and greatest abomination to operate. Let's start with this for today. We're going to pick up tomorrow, finish the books tomorrow. The other has a very, very powerful piece about Cain, and the original mistake of Cain, and the lesson that will help to frame this. concept, Franklin was that way.
Oh, you've seen it live? Yeah, Modesto, man.
Hell yeah. Modesto's finest right there. I've been to Modesto. I talked about it earlier. The Succulent Convention was there. Can you believe that? Yeah. Absolutely. We've come full circle. This has been a full episode. We went from fucking Tank to Crank. All right, Trey. Anything else we need to know about you before letting you go?
No, man, that's it. I appreciate it.
Great job, dude. You're putting it together in your own weird way. Trey Peacock. All right, David Lucas is out this week. He'll be back soon. However, to close tonight's show, ladies and gentlemen, actually, you know what? Let's do our horoscope reading. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, here for our monthly horoscope reading. How about a big hand for Christy Bellich, everybody? Here she comes. 60 seconds from Christy. Right? You want to do 60 or you just want to do... Yep, here we go. Christy Bellich, everyone.
So, it's been an interesting 2020. You know, all my life I've looked up to Hollywood and movies on how to look and how to act. But this year, the pandemic has made Hollywood fall faster than a 12-year-old just sipping cereal out of Jeffrey Epstein's bowl. You know what I mean? Just take all the milk and all. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. But I guess we live in promo code culture, so I guess I'll share this story. I've been on and off homeless for the last 2 years, you know. But I've been what you call bougie homeless, right? Because bougie homeless is when you find yourself ordering Grubhub to an Exxon Mobil at 2 o'clock in the morning on promo code. So you're just eating your organic orange chicken at the same place you're washing your motherfucking asshole, you know?
All right, Trevor, say good morning.
2020, y'all.
Good morning. We're going to get in a couple of minutes here to 2020. So we are kicking off today in
Bellich
post
also getting stronger
post
every
85,
time we see her.
which is great reach humor in
Basic
Saturday,
delivery,
something following in
rejection, you
safer
had it all there.
post reach humor, something that we could get on
Jeremiah,
chat
Fantasy,
yesterday as well.
Thornberry,
So the
and
we have a few highlights on a really fascinating piece. So that says it's about restaurants, follow along in the area of This is Kisha Adam Hoshim Benafsho. ومن دعنا ليأخوش فأصل بمثل هذه matters about when a person begins to think to himself that he has already pretty accomplished much in his service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Instead, a person begins to feel incredibly accomplished in the beginning. Incredibly accomplished in the service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Rabbi says, שלא לא כבודו, בעבודת השם יתברך. That in and of itself is the greatest indicator that I've accomplished well. Also a very strong idea. So the moment that I begin to think that I accomplished something in my avodas Hashem, the Rabbi says an indication that I truly accomplished much. שאמרו חז"ל, בסמל לגסס רוח היא הניאס. Particularly the ones that is quite beautiful, but sometimes we simmer. The sign for arrogance is poverty. And what is it? It says in the Eres HaGemara, Shachara Aranios Koda. So the Gemara explains that when you say that the sign for arrogance is poverty, doesn't have to be referring to one's financial status, but rather again it refers to spiritual poverty. Sometimes again, spiritual poverty that ultimately renders or creates a sense of arrogance. Nargis is Nasus is Palace. So this requires a little bit of explanation because it's quite amazing. So that it says again, the moment that a person begins to feel that he's accomplished so much in his service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, actually highlights the idea of spiritually impoverished. I truly am, because those the idea is a feeling that I've accomplished a lot, feeling that I've accomplished a lot, is a form of gaiva. arrogance. And arrogance often masks a certain degree of lack. Like arrogance, you know this, people who are overly arrogant, they usually mask something else. There's something else that's a hiding. And very often it's some kind of inadequacy. So in the realm of spirituality, when a person has spirituality, thinking that I've accomplished a lot, often what that's masking is an incredible inadequacy that I'm truly deficient. I'm truly spiritually accomplished. He says in his quotes over here at Gemara, that is so profound. General Chazal, Mashal Shoni Adam Yechino Roma, this is a mashal that people often say, which is great. Asira Delegina Kish Kariya, which means literally Sala Acha B'Kli Hares, the cash case of Mashiach Kol Hazak Das. He says, you know, if you have one coin in a large jug, it makes a lot of noise, as opposed to Masha'in Kismali Slow. If you have a container filled with a lot of coins, ultimately Shema Mashiach Kol. This isn't this profound Masha. You know what you're gonna if you have a receptacle, it fills with coins, it makes no noise when you shake it. Instead, if you have a receptacle with one coin, it makes a noise when you shake it. The idea being that if a person makes a lot of noise, is very confident and is very boastful about their spiritual accomplishments and feel that they've accomplished so much, generally says that it means he doesn't want. But if a person ultimately again is filled, see, they say, isn't this the great anomaly of spirituality? You know, we have even sometimes countries that like going down a long time ago. This is a number of years ago. The Silas Sharon, and the Ramchal highlights this same type. We find this in every Muslim. This idea that the moment the person begins to feel accomplished is the moment that, unfortunately, that tells me that that's guidance and arrogance is something. And in reality, that feeling of accomplishment actually speaks a certain level of arrogance. So is that like when is it ever enough? When is it ever enough? So when can a person say, I've accomplished? And of course the answer is that here's what's interesting. It's always and never. Meaning that does not suggest that a person shouldn't feel accomplished. I suppose that let's say if I never feel accomplished, then most things think about things that you do in life that you never feel accomplished. Chances are at a certain point in time you just give it up. Just give it up. Most people down a road in which they feel no level of self, no level of accomplishment. But that is not saying I shouldn't feel accomplished. What the Rebbe is saying is I shouldn't feel finished. You see, what the Rebbe is describing over here is Shechoshem Benasher Shekvar Asa Ba'avodas Hashem. The Rebbe is describing over here a person is I've made it. I've now reached the level, and I'm good. The moment that a person feels that by his Russian is past tense, is Sha'adam Toshe Benasho Shekvar Asa Be'is Sekar Be'avodas Hashem. When a person feels, I've done it, I did it, give me a I did it, I've accomplished. That's what the Rebbe says. Fortunately, is a manifestation of arrogance. So the person take pride in his spiritual accomplishments? Absolutely, yes. And I should take pride in those accomplishments. that I should recognize where they say, the anomaly of spirituality is I can have a hope of spiritual accomplishments, but remember, at the end of the day, just because you accomplish something today does not mean it's yours. Right? Spirituality is a daily struggle. It's a daily battle. And I might have won the last 5 days, and it's still possible that I'll lose the next 17 days. That's the way that Christmas works. Therefore, the Rebbe is describing over here is a person who's never allowed to say, I've made it. I've arrived. It's locked in. I'm good. I got this. Person should rejoice in the day-to-day accomplishments of the spirituality, but never feel confident that those accomplishments are safe, secure in the bag and irrevocable. Rather, a person again rejoice in the accomplishment, but recognize that I have not arrived. I have not arrived.
I just gotta tell you, it's not your kid. If that thing comes out with a red beard, you should be scared.
I am a perpetual work in progress. And those who celebrate their spiritual accomplishments, again, let's say, to be clear, should I celebrate my spiritual accomplishments? Of course, we have a beautiful seal in Mir Hashem this coming Wednesday. Right? We're supposed to celebrate our spiritual accomplishments. But the Rebbe is discussing earlier, the person who celebrates his spiritual accomplishments in a boast, more arrogant fashion of a celebration of, look what I've locked for myself, look what I've done, look how I've arrived. I'm good, I'm done. That says the Rebbe, that means there's only one point rattling around in the first place. Right? There's only one point. There's only one. A lot of points, you don't make a lot of noise. Because the truth is, the more I amass forgiveness, the more I realize how much of yours I don't. Isn't it interesting, by the way, don't you think this way after we do that? Right? Finish with Rosh Hashanah. This is one good thing. A person should feel an incredible sense of accomplishment and contentment. Having finished a Daf tomorrow. Hopefully we do. But I know this year, I know the greater feeling you have is I have so much work to do. Right? All this effort, all this brain power, this whole hour went into this Daf, went into this block, so much work. We didn't get this, we didn't get this. And it's like the iceberg. The piece of the iceberg. There's a bit of accomplishment. There's a block tomorrow left in. But I also feel overwhelmed by what there is to do. So let's wrap this proper very today. We'll pick up the Grand Hashem with this tomorrow. But an incredible Yisod. Celebrate the accomplishments that have been done, but don't allow those accomplishments to make you feel like you've arrived, like you've locked in some elevated state. Because that's the moment that you can feel like that is the moment that Gaiva sets in. And the moment that Gaiva sets in, Gaiva really concludes everything to accomplishment.
How's life been out there in beautiful Memphis, Tennessee?
A lot of great crime going on. We hear gunshots every night. I gave William a really good gag, but he doesn't ever use my gags.
Okay, will you do it for us? You do the gag.
Okay, here it is. And this is true. Yesterday, I read in the paper that 5 NBA players were meeting with the Pope about full poverty. And I thought to myself, how ironic is that? The Pope is a guy who lives in a gold castle behind a big wall, and the NBA players make $10 million a year. So can you imagine that conversation? The Pope says, man, it must suck to be poor, and the NBA players say, no shit. That's why William didn't tell it, because it's not very funny.
I love it. No, it's good. Montgomery, it's always a pleasure talking to you. Next time you see William, ask him to show his tail.
Yeah, well, great talking to y'all. Y'all all take care of yourselves. And I thought Jeremiah's going to have a boy. That is so wonderful. Y'all keep doing great.
You know, so your son is one of the top gay comedians in Los Angeles.
I remember coming home one night, sort of drunk at 3 in the morning, and I am fixing a cup of water, and you and Mama come down, and out of nowhere, you're like, William, are you gay? You remember that?
Yeah, and it didn't surprise me a bit when you said you were.
Tell Mrs. Montgomery we all said hello, Mr. Montgomery. It was so great to talk to you. Have a great night.
She's right here. You can see that. They're going to spread it. Y'all take care.
There you go. That's the Montgomerys, everybody. How cool was that? Always a hit on this show, the Montgomerys. You have such cool parents, William. What the fuck happened to you?
Forgot to write down. What are you looking at, Red? I just was looking at face. I'm telling you, funny spot in your face. Looking at me. I know that you had a tail.
Williams is showing his tail right now. To close tonight's episode, this is it. Here he is. He's reaching for the belt. This is the moment we've all been waiting for.
I'm going to be to you.
A lot of people said this would never happen. It's a brown tail. Oh, he's doing the shoulder shake. We've seen this before. Uh-oh. Here we go. Here it goes. Uh-oh. The shirts are coming down. Here we go. Okay, here it is. He's pulling it down. No, he's not going to do it. I can't. Tony, I actually don't have a tail. Oh, wow. You lied to us about that. I have to be truthful. I actually don't have a tail. I got a black eye the other day. Yeah, how'd you get a black eye? Somebody punched me. Yeah, for what? Got a big fight. About what?
Groceries.
What about the groceries?
Just buying produce, and I'm in the grocery store. This guy named
Ray comes up and he's like, hey, those are my groceries. And I'm looking at my grocery store. There goes William Montgomery, everybody. The great William Montgomery. If you follow him on social media, same with Michael Lair at michaellaircomedy.com. Here comes the drawing from Ryan G. Evil. Look at this one. It's a special third one. Right there, the entire cast and crew and Sam Tripoli. Absolutely, you're right in the mix. Right there. Look at that. You look like a badass in this one, too.
I do.
Every single print is available at RyanGable.com. Go check out all the tour posters. It's incredible. He's an incredible artist. RyanGable.com. That would be it for tonight's guest. Great. Sam Tripoli, everybody. Come on.
You know, I'm proud this show's great.
We love you so much, Sam. Plug your stuff. Tell everybody where they can find you. You are dialed in. This guy's absolutely killing it. We were talking about him on the show. Thriving through this pandemic.
I'm going to be in St. Louis this first weekend. Helios with a couple buddies. That's going pretty well. Those going well. Check out my podcast, Pitbull Hat. If you like conspiracies and what I call truth, the real shit. And then I have a sports podcast called Focus. A sports podcast called One Show Sports. And I have a whole bunch of other podcasts.
Tripoli. Guys, the leader of the band tonight was not actually Nathaniel Thornberry. Spoiler alert, it was Jeremiah Watkins. Wow. Fresh off the release of his new brand new special. Of course, I'm talking about Family Reunion, available everywhere, including JeremiahWatkins.com. What else, Jeremiah?
Then you should have
At Jeremiah stand up on social media. I've got it written down. So Jeremiah Williams, take the cameras to written video. So check that out on
I
youtube.com/Jeremiah.
said,
Reach out.
how do you use
Jeremiah Watkins. Bob Henry on the Jones, I do believe. If my eyes start to see me, that's actually Joel or Joel Jimenez, everyone. Joel, tell us about it.
Right? In other words, the model of Yavati is success. According to effort,
Guys, thanks a lot for watching.
successful,
Phil
that's
Tunney here from
spirituality.
Comedy
Love
Store.
and spirituality.
Thank you very much.
I didn't put in
Indeed,
effort, but I
Comedy
was
Store into
successful.
the
Or
great
I put in
Shore
effort, but I
family
wasn't
and everybody who's
successful.
extraordinary. Richie, the manager, Curtis, Jen,
But if a person
all
says,
the incredible people here that help it all happen. Guys, we'll see you next week for another episode of Phil Tunney.
because tomorrow is the belief. It's that only in spirituality in business, people are successful all of the time without effort. And conversely, are not successful. He goes on, he says, if I told you that I'm an area of Habibi, and I will just make yourself, Yakin and Shrai. Furthermore, again, he's going to come to the Torah. What are we referring to over here? In terms of understand. In other words, in order to understand something, this model applies. I put in effort, I understood. I didn't put in effort, I didn't understand. And however, to remember things, that's Yakin and Shrai. Right? What you remember, what you don't remember, that's Yakin and Shrai. Rashi, look at yourself. Shtaka, Yakin and Shrai, Yesh, Gaga, watch this, back up top, just for a moment, you'll have to never make them stop. So Yagato, that's what did I just say? Did I just say that just like the word sometimes a person can be successful with absolutely no effort. So to the world of business, sometimes a person can be very high levels even though they do not fulfill any future truth. I said, I know what you're going to say. What about the Gemara Shabbos Mikvah? The Gemara says, "Shem Yom Alecha Adam Lo Yagata Umatzasa Alta." Dave King, eight seconds on each. You're going to say that before stuff. So if a person says, I didn't put in effort, or I was successful, that's the case. I of spirituality without any type of effort. Askinoi, Haribas, and Gemara Sham, any meeting at Barla Aburim, Rak, Bitumin, Itus, Abanas, Abiru. Shalazah, Intos, and the Rekia. I will make your son, this Parhatur, should be this Yaka Shema. The Rebbe says something very beautiful. The Rebbe says, first up, answer the question. Gemara says, when we speak about Zakat, that you only will be successful with effort. That refers to only going to understand something in the way it works. You're only going to understand the less. Hard fun, that's all the time. But retention, that's a problem. That's scattered. That's a pretty much. So listen, so what you see here, you see here that even in the realm of spirituality, when I look at this, there are things that could occur even without so therefore, again, this brings actually that doesn't contradict what you said. You're actually backs it up. Now, while it's true that for understanding Torah, if you don't put in effort, you're not going to understand. So it's memory.
One more time.
That's a question.
Back home at the world famous Comedy Store. So excited. Christmas coming up. Brad Dan, what's happening? Happy Christmas. That's what they say. Happy Christmas to you. Happy Christmas to you. Here we are again. So excited to be here at the world famous Comedy Store. Such a so let's just jump right into it. I'm so happy to be here, guys. You know who else is happy to be here? The great Ryan G. Bell. Everyone, look at this fucking sign. There it is. Deep into that wave and smile this time. He's already started drawing tonight's episode. He draws every episode, including tonight's. fucking Nate Diaz and Gary Clark Jr. and fucking Obama's daughter and all these people are here for the Kill Tony. Anyway, we're having fun though. We're plowing through it. Nothing depressing about having 9 people in a room built for 603. It's perfect. The acoustics, you know, fucking acoustics. That's what they say, the fucking acoustics. But I'm excited to be here, and we're gonna have a lot of fun. But before tonight's episode gets fully fucking going, here's a word from our amazing sponsors that made this episode available for you. Hiring can be challenging, but ZipRecruiter makes it fast and easy. One CEO, Ali, needed to hire for a multifaceted role at his wallpaper company, Walls Need Love. He was looking for someone who was the right fit for his team and culture, but his search was slow going, so he turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology identifies the right people for your job and actively invites them to apply, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
That's how Ali found Savannah Ray. Ali said Savannah's skills and experience were a great match for the role. Plus, she applied within a few days after posting the job. ZipRecruiter, Ali has
just took those out.
but Ali's not the only employer.
That's right. A lot of them do. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself how ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. Try it for free. That's right. Free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Yes, this week, very exciting stuff. This guy, comedy story before I got here when I started. Next thing you know, he's shrimp on Broadway. He has his own show on Nickelodeon, Time Rush, one of the stars of it. And he's just overall great comedian, great guy. One word to translate it to just means great. Stephen Weinman.
Remedy for one who has
Very
stumbled
exciting. Here he is.
desire for other, who don't show papas as Silaraso shall have it. So it's interesting, the way the topic is playing this is a situation or a case where one has stolen or one has taken the honor due to his friend. So it's interesting that the topic frames it that way. Let's kind of zoom out a little bit and just focus on the idea that sometimes we desire comics. Right? People are used by people, and often we can desire for perhaps desire for recognition, desire for honor, often causes us to make terrible mistakes. So what does a person do if ultimately again they require cover? Right? I'm excited about the cover, the desire for cover. So that I what do you do? Change your name. Okay? So the Rebbe says, again, she Shana as Shlomo Moshe. Change the name as you discussed. Now, what, now, interesting, what change? What is that? This is the Rebbe writes. Zach has Shishina Loya Lachola. Before Agura Israel. You know, this funny you got here. Interestingly enough, the higher dramatic example of revelation is not personal stuff. Personal stuff, the change name or add a name to feature. Sar Allah Shigamas Kahayo, Evan Shimishana Shmo, Ain Usa Adoption of Zaya. They say, what's the idea of a name change when it comes to and you say as follows, Pastor Shanda is exerting the decree on this particular person who should die. Pastor Shanda is the result of the illness. And changing the name, the person becomes someone else. If I change the name, now Panu Hadash is born with a new individual, and if any previous zera, any previous decree is not applied, is not evolved upon that the thing that you're not covered. So those are sectors. Therefore, by the other time you find the Shia, so again by a chola, if there is a decree against a certain person, hopefully by changing the name, you go ahead and change the decree as well. Or previous decree no longer applies to this person. Well, we find Shia Hashem, the Rambam gives us this sugar. Right? Rambam says in the second chapter of Hilchos Tshuva, yeah, exactly. Rei Rambam Tshuva, bless you. Parak Beis Halacha that's the second chapter, third halacha. Midal Ke Tshuva Liyos Hashad Mishane Shlo. One of the things that a person does in the process of Tshuva is a person changes Lomar. אני אחר ואיני עושה איש שעשה עושה ממש. Tshuva, I changed my name. What do I say? I'm a different person. I'm not the same person that's created interestingly enough, two examples of me. One in the case where a person is wrong, and one in the case where a person is being Shiva. In both cases, the meaning is the same. A person is constantly ill, then there's a ksura, there's a decree against that person, like when you're changing the name, instead of the decree, the ksura shouldn't apply to this person. Shiva, I did something, I now want to become someone different, I change my name. Of course, the name change represents changing identity. And it's like something incredibly hard to do on people in the there's a person right after that. Like when does the person let's be honest, we're amongst friends. Like when does a person run after public? The truth is when a person is healthy insecure, when a person doesn't feel good about who and what they are. You see, if I'm well adjusted and I'm really happy with me, first of all, in general, number one, I don't think others to agree with me, which is incredibly important. So people who try to force their opinion on others often are insecure. And if I'm insecure, I need others to build me up. And others to build me up. I'm not comfortable in my own skin. I'm not comfortable with who I am. So I need others' approval. I need others' covered in order to be safe and secure who I am. So the Rebbe says something amazing. Person struggles with covered. Person struggles ultimately against the tight with desire for covered. What do you have to do? Change your ways. Readjust. Figure out who you are. Figure out how to be comfortable within your own persona. Now, sometimes that means I have to become someone different. Because at the end of the day, sometimes the reason why I feel secure is because I know deep down there are profound personality flaws. Deep down there are things which are really significantly broken. Sometimes just being the person who I am is not the person I need to be. There are times when I need to affect some dramatic changes in my life in order to be productive and in order to be a happy human being. The Rebbe says the desire for coverage comes from insecurity. The desire for coverage comes from the knowledge that I am not content with who I am. So instead of spending my life running after the coverage, says the Rebbe, Shimon Hashem. Make the adjustment. Make the tweaks to your own identity. Figure out what is broken. Figure out what is in a state of disrepair. Change it, modify it, do it whatever you need to do. Ultimately, find a sense of confidence, find a sense of happiness, and to find a sense of fulfillment in who and what you are. Alright, let's just stop over there for today. So we officially close down. Again, if you look on your able to see this, Shulchan does get in the topic of in the topic. Cover does get into this idea of covered from someone else, which again, you'll see it's just another example of what we're learning, but I think what we're able to accomplish hopefully is just discussing covered in the most global sense and its approach to view. Alright, so we'll say good morning, let us begin. Someone could just take it in a few minutes of it, a little bit of the concept today, but also we can get the full on for 10 minutes, just have a little bit. So we left off last week in O's Pay. O's Pay, whoever is talking about this concept, how one remedies the so now on page Tzadik Gimel, whoever transitions, talks about it how it's tikkun and kaifa. What is the tikkun? What is the way to fix kaifa? Desire. Now, of course, that is the phrase inappropriate desires. How does one go ahead and fix kaifa? So it is the $1,000,000 question. I want to get that one. If throughout our entire life, how do you fix kaifa? Let's say to come on. The Rebbe devotes 2 lines to this. 2 lines to fix kaifa. So whoever says you should do this, he says, Shinui Maisa. The way to go ahead and fix kaifa is to change your actions. Shinui Maisa. Then change your actions. What does this mean? Shabbat ba'aviru yadeh b'nitzah. When a person ultimately again has the opportunity to sin and doesn't do so, Bazeh miskanafogah. Through this, any earlier indiscretions are fixed. Okay, well, what does this mean on the deeper level? Because if you take a look at the earlier Hasidus, on the bottom left-hand column of Tzadik Gimel, the Rebbe writes as follows: if a person is falling prey to taiva, to desire, now let's remember again, the Rebbe uses taiva as kind of like a catch-all category. Right? So taiva refers to all of those things where I should be resisting the temptation to do something, but I fail to resist the temptation. So how do I fix that? So it's like, it's interesting because in general, we don't really talk about taiva, we talk about specific averos. Right? I fell prey to my desires in this or that. The Rebbe says there's sometimes in life is a general issue with lust. Sometimes I'm just lusting after all the wrong things. Said that's a midah, said Rebbe. There's a midah of taiva. I am a desirous individual and have an inability to abstain strength. That's the problem. That's the need. So it may manifest itself in a variety of different ways. But the need itself is the need of heaven, the need of desire, and my challenge is an ability to practice restraint. An ability to practice restraint. So how do I go ahead and fix that midah? So the Rebbe says,
How about music, man? If you know any of these, you should just jump right in.
and Bilia Hasidus, bottom column, left hand side, Kutzad. It says, very dramatic. Okay, so this is the city I'm looking for. So the Rebbe says as follows. He says, I bishimi ma'aseh dachinu sheyotiach b'ma'aseh shelo yosh the olam la'asot aveluzu. Listen, this is incredible. How do you fix taiva? How do you fix taiva? This is incredible. Through abstinence, by being faced with an opportunity to do something,
Sounds specific.
but holding back. So I can be about taiva. I can go ahead and exercise my desire, but I'm actively choosing to abstain. דהיינו, שיוכיח במעשה שלו יושב כל העולם לעשות עבודתו. So it's like this blew me away. So the Rebbe says, how do you combat taiva? Combat taiva by practicing actions. Rebbe said, the only way to break a midah, God says how? To break the midah. This harkens back to the Rambam. Like his mentioned so many times throughout the years. The Rambam writes the book on Bales. Right there, if a person has a problem with their temper, a person has a problem with kas. So the Rambam says, how do you address the need that kas, terrible temper? What do? Stop getting angry. Stop getting angry. You really could say, I could have been the Rambam, right? I could have come up with that one. And I say, but so check this out. Like, yes, sometimes the only way, it's interesting because you're always kind of in the same way of spirituality. So often with people like school us, everybody wants to school us. Like to school us for this, to school us for that. Sometimes it's not about school us, sometimes it's right thing. So often you're always looking for strategies and for ideas. How do I overcome this faith? How do I change? How do I this? And sometimes it's just about stop it. There's something I'm doing wrong. There's something inappropriate that I'm engaged in. Sometimes it's not about a strategy. Sometimes it's just about stopping the negative behavior. So the Rambam says, if I am a Baal if I write this is the way I live is that I satisfy everyone. I satisfy every desire, which is indicative. It says the Rebbe of a general sense of life and restraint. The only way to fix that is to exercise restraint. Listen, the Rebbe writes it sounds so simple. It sounds so simple. Of course, it's not so simple. But when I say this so simple, sometimes the answers to our problems are actually pretty straight. If I have difficulty exercising restraint, the only way to address that is to begin to exercise restraint. And the Rebbe says, All you really need to do is incredible. All I need to do is do it once. Do it once. Because ultimately, again, once I find that courage to exercise the strength once, I show myself that I have the ability to do it. Now, again, does that mean I'm going to be perfect? Of course not. Once I show myself that I have the ability to do it, there is what to build upon. The Rebbe says, keep going. שבא דבר עבירה, קיזוז ידו, ומונה את עצמו מלעשות. So all because we'll say, you know the way life happens. The person is about Taiba. It's only a matter of time until that Taiba manifests itself again. Right? It's only a matter of time until that opportunity, that desirous opportunity manifests itself again. He says what's going to happen? So we need ceremony, and if I choose this time to exercise restraint, and as a result, I don't fall prey to my taiba, min avira, because this got أظن أحيانا شزبابا ولا taiba ولا was different. So I say, Rebbe says that when I exercise restraint, and therefore don't commit this particular avira again, that's only how I save myself from avira, but I also have the opportunity to what? To go ahead and atone for the previous indiscretions of the past. Which I just point out over here. If this sounds familiar, it's because it's Shin of David, Shin of Gimel, so it points out over here that this is really reflected on the Gemara Samsuna. The Gemara says, what is it, Baal Shuva Gevura? Right, when he becomes absolute Baal Shuva, the Gemara says, when you come face to face with the same circumstances that you had in the past, but in the past, I sinned. In the past, I gave in to my desires and now, I find the Torah to stand up to that. That's called the Baal Tshuva Gevura. That's the So that's really what the Bible describes for you. The Bible says, I think all of us encounter types in different areas of life. Right? We all have those desires. That the truth is, we often find difficult to exercise restraint. For some people, again, this often changes as we get older and different stages in life. But we all have those types that discover. That's the only way of taiva, the issue of taiva, is having an ability to exhibit restraint. That says so beautifully. The only way to address that is to become an individual who are capable of exercising restraint. It sounds so simple. It says that all I need to do is do once. Ultimately, again, showing myself that I possess that capability, showing myself that I possess that particular power, and ultimately one is able to battle. Alright, let's stop over for today. We'll pick up and we'll try to finish up. Hey, there's one more piece of.
I don't actually know what's going to happen, but I had to be on injections.
We'll say this. So far we've done class. So far we've done.
Yeah, I was on that.
We've done Taiva, and interestingly enough, the last piece we're discussing today is cover. Those who desire cover, constantly desire.
How long were you on it for?
I was on it for a year and a half. We were supposed to be on it for like 2 years. And I guess they don't really know much about what it means. They're like, you can go under
how we ultimately address that, and there's Hashem tomorrow.
Yeah, I have the.
What are you doing now?
I'm a nanny. That's my day job.
Man, that's backbreaking work. Looking at the is the kid that you're nannying?
She's 6.
6. Just one kid. One 6-year-old.
Yeah, she's perfect.
Really?
Yeah, it's a good day. They just took me to Hawaii. That's awesome. I know. I feel like a dick because I knew nothing. Can't let me die either.
Oh my goodness. That is a cat burglar reference. Absolutely not.
I actually have.
Have you ever been to the Catskills? Oh, okay.
One question. So you mentioned choking your boyfriend as part of your joke, right? And so, do you really do that?
Yeah.
Do you really get fisted?
Jesus, did she even say that? I've been thinking about that.
I know a girl like this.
Really? How do you
The
know?
whole thing. She told me one night.
That's her whole thing.
It was like the whole thing.
Were you fucking her at the time?
No. She just stuff. It's literally her favorite thing.
Hold on a second.
She pulls it out with different guys.
Hold on a second. Stop. So where were you when she told you?
We were sitting at my kitchen table drinking.
Just the two of you?
Just the two of us.
You two of you and your two big fists.
With my two big fists.
Hold on a second. So you're at nighttime, you're table, you're not hooking up with this chick.
No.
You're drinking with her.
She was my fight dog sitter.
Oh, I bet she was.
Alright, because I said you're the morning. You're sitting up today. So it's
But she said it very nonchalantly, similar to the choking thing. Where they
that's
just,
his idea.
because I've been in a relationship for 9 years. I'm single now.
But
Right.
keeping
And
it
you're talking about the
in
idea.
And I did
Remember,
9 years. Someone goes, oh yeah, no big deal. I get fisted sometimes. And then I heard someone else go, oh yeah, I love getting choked when I get fucked. I was like, those are both things
is
that were for 10 years ago.
one's
Very normal now.
place.
Right, you say
Children's
same
place.
thing, girl.
And we remember really the wife of this idea was to keep the consciousness of that the person who commits an act of murder is sent to ghosts. It's sent to the middle of the city of refuge. And that it says to me that core of rescue of the tzedakah is kindness. So thinking about which could start with college, inside the development of the area of Hasidus, the right hand column, right by the flag, which is the Hayah, and it's there, it's not the ocean. What would happen in the case? But that's the consider of it. There would be exile to the government of the city of refuge. The Lord did not the nod to Ara, the old one. That was written to them out, which never really together a number of things. Remember, again, the first act of murder was Cain against Abel. I remember Cain was sent as a wanderer. That was his punishment. He was to wander the earth for the rest of his life. But as it says that when a person kills the children, a person is accidental, his sentence is not his sentence is not to wander, rather his sentence is to go to a particular place for exile, to return Mikdash. What's the reason? What's the logic for the Mikdash? Why is it that that Allah has the accidental murder is to go ahead and bring the other city of refuge? That's the city of refuge. فهم هذا إذا أنس يشاء أسئلة أحد So that just says no that he was a Luba. Of Takkad is actually Hayat that will be referred to as other Takkad. What does it mean? So that just says this refers to the each there's a concept of the fire of holiness. That how do you call it Yitzhak Tov or Yitzhak Hara? So every the love is coming from the United States. After I'm feeling amazing then something drops as a statement of the overall loudness of the Yitzhak Tov or Yitzhak Hara. person should marry peace. Now, marriage literally means brothers means to get angry. Means to get angry. So a person should fire up his Yetzer Hatov against his Yetzer Hara. That's the word. 8% of anger. So obviously, what do we see in there? We see earlier that because this that anger has a constructive side as well. And there's a concept ultimately again of firing up Yetzer Hatov against Yetzer Hara. He said, Kuras Kidushos, Levar Ha'ish, Yetzer Hara. The goal is to make the fire of Tov against Ra. That's the goal of life. Listen, you can actually speak about this concept in the form of the world. The idea being that sometimes the most powerful antidote to the Yetzer Hara is fiery passion for Tov. If this goes to a general thought in Hasidus, that the most dangerous thing for a Jew is not the commission of sin. Everyone sins. The most dangerous thing for a Jew is kind of like you just blah. And you're just like, you're kind of just very even keeled, nothing really, not a non-excitable person, nothing really gets you going, nothing really gets you passionate. It's just a lack of passion, a lack of excitement is the greatest danger for the Jew. So the Gemara says, if you want to go ahead and combat the Yetzer Hara, how do you do that? And the Gemara says essentially is fire up your Yetzer Hara. Fire up the good inside of you. Become passionate about doing that which is good. And by definition, that overcomes Yetzer Hara. So the Rebbe says, the opens that gets told. There's good anger. There is good anger. So we don't call good anger good anger. What do we call it? Right? We call it positive passion. Positive passion. But passion and anger are two sides of the same coin. Anger is misdirected passion. Right? And you know this, by the way. People got very bad tempers. If they're able to channel that in the right way, they can become passionate almost about anything and everything. Because anger represents that there's a fire burning inside of it. Just anger is the raw application of that passion. So if you ever calls that, this is what it means when Chazal say the Olam Yard is so interesting. Because Chazal could have said you really should just go ahead and do more good than bad. That's not what Chazal said. He said that you should fire up. The Olam Yard is other Yetzer Tov al Yitzhara. Fire up your Yetzer Tov al Yitzhara, meaning that many of us possess this place because we figure out how Yitzhara. This age, this fire, this anger, as Allah telling us, channel. Channel. You don't have to get rid of your anger. You don't have to choose one way to get anything away. You just have to go ahead and channel it in the right way. So that is just something that is in a nutshell. So let's say, look, Chazal said, what did they say? When the Chacham gets angry, Yet Chacham Sawyer, Shavali Dilo, yes? When the young Chacham gets angry, a Torah will be also. What causes the anger inside of him? What causes the anger? Ultimately, again, the Torah is like, okay, where does this Gemara happen to appear? Yes, Today's Daf Dalit. Today's Daf. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Literally, it's going to be 5 lines in the top of the Daf. Right? What does Chazal say? Chazal is saying that where there is good, there is often fire of passion. The challenge ultimately in life is not to allow the passion to go around to become anger. So goes on and says, "Va'tov she'imtza b'shorish midas hakas ba'ritzicha zeu inyan hakapar shel ha'rotzech v'galuza in the So remember, we're assuming that the act of ritzicha, the act of bloodshed, even though again we're talking over here an accidental act of bloodshed, the subject says taking life in any form is a manifestation of kas. And that's the theory he's working with. Right? Even though again, we're talking for Rama's purposes, it's talking about a very specific case of accident. But the nice Tzaddik says in its essence, so the act of the tzibah is a manifestation of chaos, of anger. So what's the punishment? Right? What's the punishment for the person who kills another person? Another person's punishment? Gullus. And I will say, what's the point of Gullus? So yesterday we spoke about the idea that Gullus itself is a reorientation. Right? So you look at the world differently. So this is not a step further. The goal of Gullus is anger management. Anger management, right, is to go ahead and go somewhere new. And let's remember again, where did you go for your mitzvah? Which cities are in mitzvah? Cities of the Levium, right? Remember again, who are the northern tribes who demonstrated the most intense form of past? Shimon and Levi, right? Next week's parsha, right? Shimon and Levi go in and wipe out the entire city. Interestingly enough, what does Levi become? They become the seat of religious leadership. So what does Sheba Levi represent? Anger management. Anger management. The ability to take the of anger and transform it from something destructive into something powerful and constructive. The same Sheba that wiped out an entire city. Whether they deserve it or not, after Rabbi clearly did not agree with that course of action. They wiped out an entire city. And yet they realized after he gives them Musar on his deathbed, they realized they did the wrong thing, but the need is good. The passion is there. Remember what they say, Yaakov said, what did you do? You put the entire family in mortal danger. And remember again, what did Shimon Levi respond? Our sister should be treated like a harlot. First of all, let's not. That's not how you talk to your father. I'm saying, like, you're talking back to your father. You're talking back to your father. That passion was there, that anger was there. But Yaakov was saying, you're using it in the wrong way. Channel it. So they become shape of Levi. Again, becomes the seat of all religious leadership, all religious passion. It's channeled through shape of Levi. Now, the Rambam says anyone who wants to be a part of shape of Levi can be a part of shape of Levi. I can adopt that midah. I don't have to be a part of the tribe to adopt that midah. Okay, he says in the Tzaddik, is now you understand why this goes. Because the person who kills the Shogeg demonstrated kas. Right? A wrong kas. You got to go to Galus. Because what you have to learn is how to channel that passion into something constructive. And where do you go? Here, Miklat, cities of Levium, because they mastered this ability to channel this cause, to channel this trait, channel this passion into the right way. So we'll say, so we'll have to settle there for today. But again, she begins to see two things. The Tzaddik is teaching us how to deal with anger. That's which many of us struggle with each and every day. How do I deal with anger? So number one, Gullus. Gullus on a basic level, Gullus means change your orientation. We spoke about yesterday. We often get angry because things don't follow our plan. I had an idea, I had a conception, I had a vision for how everything was supposed to go, and life didn't follow my plan. Well, to get angry that life didn't follow your plans is gaiva, is arrogance, and it presupposes life is supposed to follow your plan. This is your plan is the correct one. Gullus is a reorientation. See things different. The first step in managing anger, says Rabbi Rothschild, is to accept the fact that the way you see the world, where I see the world, may not be the correct way to see the world. So sometimes you have to really adjust the vision about how things happen, how things occur, how things unfold on a deeper level of Tzaddik step. How do you deal with anger? Rechannel. Anger represents a misappropriation of passion. Figure out what is your ear picking up. And those that ear mikvah to different people is different things. For some people, their ear mikvah may be therapy, because maybe a person just has a temper as a result of a whole bunch of life issues that are happening. Figure out how to resolve it. So for some people, the therapy could be their ear mikvah. For other people, Musa could be their ear mikvah. Other people, Torah could be their ear mikvah. But for other people, meditation is, everybody needs to find that thing that allows them to recalibrate and to rechannel that passion into a productive and meaningful way. I'd love to stop right here for today. We're not finished. We'll spend one more day on class. And then in Eretz Hashem, God is going to go from there and we're talking about Haifa. So this is a very powerful oath. We'll continue tomorrow.
I feel like I just feel like
that dog does anal. You replace this with a dog.
that dog's gonna be I just feel like he's way less fun to do cooking with. Like that's my opinion. But
What did you have to do as part of being a house chef?
literally nothing. It was the best job ever.
Other than what? Like you must have had to do something. Talk with him.
Yeah, he just like hang out with me, drink scotch, and do a bunch of coke, and go to strip club, and then give me money to get my own strippers. It was great.
Wow.
It was the best. I would just go hang out every night after a weekend, and I'd fly. That's also how I put home like $20,000 in cash, wearing a pink fluffy juicy couture sweatsuit. Also in the airport. Yeah, dude, that's way privileged right there.
What is the most that flight is?
Like 10, 5 minutes. Yeah, no, you're not. So it was like stuck like in books. I was so nervous. Yeah. How much is Cameron?
Yeah, you're a professional jewel. Wow.
This I can't
All right, so this is good morning. Let us begin. So we are Baruch Hashem, able to do document the example. Some of the subjects. So actually going to skip forward a couple of answers to illustrate. Just one background on the WhatsApp last night, and again, I was struggling to purchase the sequence. So I again, if you can, it's the right so with that, let's continue the first page. So the topic says as follows. It says people shame. The reason I wanted to go ahead and fast forward a little bit on this particular oath is because the last topic we were talking about, we spoke about a number of and especially in the realm of growth and sin, or growth and setbacks. There's something
You were in the pork business for a while.
so now what I want you to do is differently about this is the topic in this particular oath ventures into the Olam but how to deal with negative character traits. And specifically what he's focusing on over here is how to deal with cuts. So a person has problems with anger. How do you deal with anger? So it's interesting because as it comes to see the tzaddik style, which is a really incredible style, he often says things that sound like very simple ways, but they're not simple ideas at all. So for example, it goes with tikkun lakas. What is the way to remedy chaos? What is the way to remedy anger? Shooing nothing. Change your place. Change your place. Okay. What is that? So yes, you can. So first off, put on the Gloria Hasidus, which is sadly the bottom left column. Tikkun nefesh. The niche nefesh has. The way to attack it, the way to rectify, the way to fix one's nefesh if one has fallen great to pass. The ayidishu makom hakaviyah is to change your place, to change your makom kaviyah. Now again, I'm also this is going to mean many different things. Ki'iyun haparas gavus. Now where do we find of changing your place and being a bunch of Hara? So of course the Prophet says the charismatic example of this, and he's going to get into this in just a moment, is guts. Right? A person accidentally kills another individual. Right? The Ratziach Ishgava. What's the halacha? You have to go to God and go to your mikvah, go to the city of refuge. Zek Moshe Amikdash. Listen, so before we get into the topics like here, just understand this concept of Shinu Lachim is a very profound idea. We're often most we often see Shinu Lachim in our halacha in our heroes. Like what's halacha when a person becomes an Abba? So one of the halachas is you have to change their Lachim Kaviyah. Like you have a place in Shul, you have a place, and by the way, in Sudan, you have a place where you daven every day. So you have to change that Lachim and sit somewhere else. Or sit shut. Like why do you have to change the Lachim? So again, again, the Kishra Hayat is different ideas. One of the ideas that he thinks is that when a person loses a loved one, it's almost like a form of din, a form of divine justice, and therefore a person literally goes into gullus. Literally goes into gullus, feels exiled. And I saw actually just a beautiful idea. I don't remember, I think it was in the Geshe time as well, that when a person experiences the death of a loved one, it changes your outlook and orientation of the world. You don't see the world in the same way. And it's just, it's an irreversible change. When you have a makom kavua, so that fixes your orientation, right? There's in front of me and Shem is to the left of me, and there's a seder. That often upsets the sick people. But it resets a new seder. There's a new order. So I believe it's against Shulchan down that the other moves his seat to really highlight this new orientation and this new outlook into the world. So even before we enter Tzaddik, I was very taken by this idea that the remedy for Kas is do you know how to deal with anger? How to deal with anger is change your place, meaning change your orientation. That's the thing I was just about. Why do we get angry at things? More often than not, why do we get angry at things? Because people's personal feelings. Right? I get it. No, I can't think of it. Right? You get angry at things because I have an expectation as to how things are supposed to go. And when they don't go that way, I get angry. And I think, and it's true everywhere. It's true in career. It's true in family life. It's true. There's an expectation. People are supposed to behave a certain way. Things are supposed to go a certain way. And when they don't, I.
How long was your drive here today? Yeah, no traffic on the 55 right now. That's cool. Seeing traffic. Tell us more about it.
So first of all, the key is to realize that called Gaiva. That's called Gaiva. Right? To think that things are supposed to follow the plan that I have for them. To think that people are supposed to behave the way I expect them to behave. That my day is supposed to go the way I expect it to go. That my parnos is supposed to go the way. That's Gaiva. Right? To think that I know how everything should unfold. That's number one. But even leaving that piece aside, because again, the truth is it's fun. The Sifra Musa point out that anger really is a derivative of Gaiva. That's really what it is. But again, what Tzaddik is highlighting before we get into the Gaiva's piece is often anger is a result of a skewed orientation. I see things a certain way, and that's the way I think they are supposed to go. So says the Tzaddik, what's the first remedy to Gaiva? Shir Machal. Sometimes accept the fact that just because you see things a certain way, and you think that they should unfold a certain way, doesn't mean that they're supposed to unfold that way. And again, that's changing nothing. That's changing your seat. That's changing your place. That's changing your orientation. So the topic says, so I was like, this is what's incredible about this piece. So the topic said, Tikkun Lakas changing nothing. So number one, you want direction. Change your orientation. Stop assuming that how everyone's supposed to behave and speak and talk and do at any given point. over time, how the day is supposed to unfold, how everything is supposed to fit into place. Choose the orientation. And once they change the orientation, suddenly the pass. That's what the pass goes away. But a subject says it's a now the Rebbe goes on, he says something absolutely amazing over here. He says, that the shinui makom, the changing of one's place, that is mekashim kas, is like the shinui makom, the changing of a place, changing of a physical, geographic place, that a person prepares the shogeg has to undergo as well. He says, "V'zeh k'mo she'amar Torah, on my page, Tzadik Aleph, in the Uriah Hasidus, Shagalus, the shogeg. That Galus, right, literally, again, literally, in exile. It was again, you know the halacha. Hatikum Rotziach b'shogeg. So listen to this. Remember, Ruvain is climbing up a ladder. He accidentally falls off the ladder, falls onto Shimon, kills Shimon. Right? What's the halacha? He has to go to an Ir Miklat. He has to go to a city of refuge. That's the halacha. So we'll say, so the topic says, why is Galus? Right, so we get to it. It says, Baritzicha, but Mahmas Kas. He says, why does one person kill another person? So it's a result of Kas. No. But somebody is doing is taking a little bit of liberty over here and expanding the definition. But remember again, the classic case of why a person goes to Galus is for an accidental act of bloodshed. Like I said, Reuben's walking up the ladder and he falls down. The truth is, in Torah's example of Galus, it's not really Kas that really caused his death. Well, what caused the death? It was really negligence. Remember again, halacha, if it's an ones, if it's extenuating circumstances, don't have to go to Galus. Really, a person goes to Galus because of negligence. But if something is saying, let's drill down. Why does one person take the life of another person? So tzaddik is a ritzicha, ba'a mahmas kas. A person takes the life of another person because their kas got out of hand. Their kas just simply was unchecked. And if you take a look, I believe, footnote shouldn't and says, Rambam, Yudanke Tshuva Liot Zola Minkono, Shagalus Mechaperes Kalo, because Shagalanas knows in Kavios Avishwara. There's so much stuff happening over here. So we'll leave that Rambam for just a moment. But according to the Rambam, he says that the power of Galus is that Galus kindles. Right? So the murder occurs because of Kapas. The murderer is then exiled. The thought of exile is that it humbles the individual. Now watch this. He goes on, he says, look in the brackets. We'll have to stop a bit. We'll pick up the notes that says, at least I want your appetite a little bit with this. But I will say, but again, I would venture to say, there are you people who don't have to contend with chaos. You don't have to contend with anger on a daily basis. I venture to say that many of us anger is something that, yeah. And if you look at many of the greatest mistakes in life, they're usually because of chaos. So to have an unsure of something is going to we're just going to squeeze in some very special requests right now. It is a regular on this show. Ladies and get a proper perspective on this. Mir Hashem is a basis for some of this. We'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Mir Hashem now that we have the intro. We'll pick up with the meeting of Mir Hashem tomorrow.
Shut the fuck off. I should have seen some motherfucker. I want Xanax. You told me to say that, you piece of shit. I'm kidding. It's a joke. Why'd you tell me to say that? It's not working. If I had my own touchdown dance, I'd act like I heard a ticking noise inside of the ball and then start freaking out and telling everyone there's a bomb inside of the ball and then run up into the stands and into the press box and say over the PA that there's a bomb inside of the football and the referees refuse to stop the game and then I tell my family I love them and then I die playing the game that I love. Wow. No, I have. This is the final kill Tony. What are you talking about? Let me do the rest of my fucking jokes. Hey, I don't know what you mean it's the last kill Tony. I'm not here to talk about the military, but when is the last time a sniper saved your life? If I could bring one of the Beastie Boys back, sorry, no,
Let's begin with post iron test. It's usually a pretty beautiful idea. Iron topic. So we're giving us each quick iron test in the handout that I sent out last night. And we have tools in the bottom left. It says that the East Kishon Ha'at. At a time when the person stumbles, Kishon means stumbling or stumbling. The time that a person stumbles, the person Kishon is a metaphor for sin. The time that a person sins, Rinda, Yachshon Yachshon, Shabbat Se'is Shalom, no such a thing. No, for himself. That in that moment, when I fall down, להכלה לאוסו דבר בעניין שנכשל בו שיתהווה בו. Let's look at these names. This letter says, at the time that a person fails and falls down, you should know that that episode, that moment of falling down is hakala, is a preparation, also brother, for that very thing in which I failed, that it will be turned around for good. Now, what does that mean? Remember, this idea actually is inspired by the Rabbi a number of different times, which is, I think for now what we kind of learned it as, that whatever I sing with, whereas that represents my greatest cause, right? Like, greatest weakness is just the other side of the stone of my greatest strength, because sin is the misdirection or misuse of personalistic energy. So if I can harness that energy and turn it around for good, by definition, I can accomplish an incredible amount. So there's a and that says, when I sin, when I commit an Avera, the beauty, so to speak, of the Avera is I now know the Torah I possess. I now know if I just harness it and turn it around, I can accomplish great things. But over here is saying, you're going to see basically a similar idea, but a little bit different. What Rebbe says is, the moment that I sin, my lowest moment, what we call the moment of Krishna, the moment of suffering, the moment that I'm down and out, that moment, by definition, is rough. Right? For a dramatic moment. The moment that you fail is the moment in life that is most dramatic for a positive turnaround in the exact opposite direction. It's anything like a positive. See, most of us in life, when we're down and out, right? Most of us are like when we fall, right? We feel like, okay, I've fallen and I have no options, right? I'm down. I'm in the pit of despair, the pit of failure. And no, ultimately, again, that's where I feel like I'm stuck. Rebbe says, in that moment when you are in the pit of failure, in the moment after I just even fallen, that moment is actually the rightest moment in life to turn it around and to do something great. The Niska, now we'll define why that is in just a moment. The Niska, the Osasha, is providing us, and if we're to take advantage of that moment, this Chazik is destroying over enough to La'avodas Hashem Yisparach, to strengthen myself in that value, and to return to Hashem. As La'alos in my great Gidol, I have the ability to send to a very high and lofty level. As deep as I've fallen, as a result of my mistakes, if I capitalize on the moment, I catapult myself to an area that is equally as high. So it's like, this is a fascinating idea. What the Tzaddik essentially is telling us is that the moments of failure in life are the moments that are ripest for dramatic ascension. See, I often think the moment I fail is the moment I'm most compromised, and that's the moment that I'm least capable of accomplishing something. Right? What's the big one is this moment? I commit to Avera, you fill in your own blank, right? You commit whatever Avera. How do you feel after that? Hopefully after that. I feel like often I can't even do this. I can't even compromise myself. If it's an Avera that I committed many times in the past, I'm pledged to myself not to do again. I feel like incredible sense of discipline. And I just feel down about myself. Again, do I believe that at the end of the day I can turn it around? Sure, I believe it. Do I believe that I can affect a dramatic turnaround right now? I think most of us no. Because I feel really badly about myself. I'm really disappointed. I'm not feeling up on myself, but I'm really disappointed in myself. You know, because the moment I sin and the moment I'm noticed, that is the moment that is ripest in life for which dramatic growth. In that moment, I can maybe turn it around and experience a meteoric rise. In that moment, not only that, I can experience an aliyah, an ascension that is directly related to the depth of my fall. So I fall in that moment, I can turn it around and catapult myself up. So I say, well, let's do shots. So I think what the Tzaddik is saying on a very basic level is like this. The moment in life that I'm most receptive to change is the moment I get. Right? Meaning most of us don't think about change when everything in life is going good. And if I'm having a good day, everything in my relationships are good, with myself, with my spouse, life is fine. Life is good. Everything is going fine. Not great. I know that it can be better, but at the end of the day, everything is just fine. Most of us don't think about change when everything is kind of just tracking along. When the most receptive to change when I realized that I needed so bad. And when did I realize that I needed so badly? The immediate aftermath of that. In that moment, and I will say, you have to appreciate the fact that that it's wisdom. You know, these people are crying. Sometimes you think about instead of thinking about this as I try to enjoy my own failures, the failures think that we so often respond to our life. So what I described before, struggle with a certain thing, that should be better, take the time to be better. I am better for a while, and then I relapse. Then I relapse. Like that moment of disappointment, you know, I could have had I chosen. It's not the shock that there is so overwhelming feeling of Pizza Sahara that caused me to sing. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was. I don't know why I just didn't keep it together. But that feeling of like being demoralized in the aftermath of that relapse. Again, I don't mean dramatic failure like a person wasn't able to do. I mean like that thing that I struggle with all the time and I couldn't keep it together and I failed again and I'm so disappointed in myself because I know I could do it. That moment you feel so low about yourself. You know, this is that moment, that's the moment of greatest struggle. Why? Because in that moment I recognize I need to change. Something about me needs to change. Something needs to be different. And if I capitalize on that desire to change, in that moment, in the immediate aftermath of sin, that desire shoot up. In other words, I can experience this meteoric rise more than any other time of life. Reason I think this is, you know, sort of like it's going to give you right? Because once I get this presence, this instead of wallowing in the of guilt, and instead of feeling bad that I can't do anything to do, I don't have to feel bad just feeling bad. This part of the process, you say, okay, I'm low. But as low as I am right now, if I accept upon myself that to change. And tap into so how you tap into that power, have an idea in this moment that is greater than any other moment. So it shows you moments that occur in the immediate aftermath of failure. There is no way we feel lowest and most powerless and chooses them into incredible moments of cathartic change. He says, keep the people. Ogo ha-faith she'yit l'shuto, haku ogo ha-kova she'yita l'okaz, ba'oshaz alam. Note that this is the part that we've seen before. There it says, because the greater the sin, which I entice to commit, that corresponds to the greatness and intensity of the good that I could collect. Look at those eyes, ba'oshaz alam. In Yaakov, the shoot was used. וכאן זזוי שדיאסו לקישנו לטוב, ויתאבק עצמו בעשו מספר וסלסו, ועושה אינה משתורת לקישנו, ומסוגל ועשה results. We're not to stop over here for today. We'll expound on this more tomorrow. And the idea of studying is how do you do that? Okay? How is it that I go from the depths of failure to the heights of accomplishment? And Rebbe is describing it. Let's say, how long does this process take? What does it take? How is it? Well, it sounds like to a certain degree, part of it could be instantaneous. How do you do that? The most basic answer is identify the Torah that led me to sin. Identify the energy or the power that I used inappropriately and figure out in that moment how to use it for something good. If I can figure that out in the moment right now, then I can experience that meteoric rise in the immediate aftermath of sin. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up again at Hashem with this tomorrow.
Wow, look at that. All right, William, we absolutely adore you. You'll always be a regular in our hearts.
It's been so much fun. I have loved every fucking minute of it. Shut up.
Security.
I have loved every fucking minute of all of this. I can't tell y'all enough that I appreciate your shut up. Oh my god, shut up.
Come on, be nice. Yes, go ahead. Keep talking.
2 years ago, I met your mom. You were good. We started kissing in a bathroom. His mom looks a lot like just a bald-headed lady from now on the stairwell to the fucking hall, and I'm looking at her saying, you know, I trust Clayton. I like him. And she looks at me and she's like, William, shut your mouth. I love you so much.
William, you are such a fucking incredible talent. You absolutely destroyed me tonight for 16 minutes, nonetheless. Absolutely shockingly incredible performance. 3 minutes of stand-up comedy. And probably my favorite interview of all time. Closing strong here at the Comedy Store here on this beautiful, beautiful Monday night. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for William Montgomery.
All right, so let's conclude morning. Let us begin. Let's the next touchdown in from behind the 8. The team has the pass at the left field.
Yeah. Your next comedian goes by the name of Mike Silver. Here we go.
Cliffhanger yesterday. We were covered. So then they go on. Zion in football race charging cups. And the subject is probably because the two of them are titled and challenging was that where the individual when undertaking a series of vaccines and then after he had undertaken his test, which he wanted to know himself into this. He saw the merits of those vaccines. These two together. So here again, we define Zion in the footnotes from bottom left hand column. Second line in. Aish Hijab Kolu Hagar, the also Shinikin again. Then you Shinikin or Adam Zad, and you have Torah. The TS Kus Hakvia Love. Oh, by the way, you can stand here. Let's say I go over to Shimon, and I say to Shimon, listen, you come to Shir every single morning, you come to that morning every single morning. I want to do. I'm going to pay you $1,000 a month, and I want this of course. I want merit of your time. Because they ask for price, can you go out excellent, right? So I want $1,000 a month. I'll give you, but I want the merit
So what are you doing now?
of that role. So I go, can you do that? What do you do? Shabbat, right? This is incredible. Half what Zion able to bring heaven, shipping this more color.
You have a bomb, a water bomb. In your car. No. I know the type of person that's got a bomb.
So the Tiger, what is the Tiger? Tiger says, foolishness. You bring heaven.
What are some things that you like to do?
Speaks foolishness, nothing to rely on. The 8th Yahweh Ali. Isharo Shazah, Shamaisi Tot, Sha'asa Zelaza. How can you ever imagine that you could purchase the net from another person? How can you ever imagine? Hallo, Kassim Omer, Simchas HaTzadik Aloftia. The Pasuk says, the righteousness of the tzaddik, the righteousness of the pious man, Alav Tihya, will be upon him. Meaning, the righteousness of the righteous man belongs to him and cannot be, it's a non-transferable entity. The Bein Amar, Resazak, Kishin Shin Adam Mikvas, Daruz Lashon, Kachin Adam Zocha B'Shvus Shuvas. The same way, interesting enough, he compares the same way that I can't be held responsible. I'm not involved in the sin of my friends. I'm not involved in the activities of my friends. Now, that comparison of subject to play a little bit. But the point of Piper says is that you cannot purchase the merits of someone else. I thought that Shematan Skarsha Mitzvahs, Dover Sheasu Adam Befeiko, the Yinglim to be shooting the Matas Harizah. What do you think? That merit from a mitzvah something you carry around that you can shoot a baby? I'll give it to this one. I'll give it to that one. Yadu Maris Hard. Well, I know from the Zebra Makamuza. So, goes on to the Mishamas, Likros, Skar, Havela, Dam, or Makara. Someone tries to purchase the merit of his son with money or through a gift. Mahmoud, the Rad. This is a disparagement of the mitzvah son. So we'll get to that in just a moment. But the whole Yakar the Hamidos, King Adam Kona B'Skar Havela. So he goes on, so essentially, I don't hospital, the Yeshiva cannot go ahead and purchase the merit of a mitzvah from another individual. What about what's about the suffer in the room? That also is very different. So it's very important to understand what the suffer is actually. So the suffer is learning what's the ruling from that the partnership in the performance of the mitzvah.
Saying about all the racial stereotypes Asian driving seems to be
that the Suffer got all of these. Suffer got all of these scars. And then Sweden purchased some of it. Suffer and Sweden were. Oh, in other words, Sweden was able to see versus you what he was able to. Sasha is able to seek and learn because so what else about you? I mean, there must be something that was a premeditated partnership. And a premeditated partnership is a sharing of merit. That's not what the Python is talking about here. The Python is saying, I go over to Ruben and say, Ruben, you come to share every single morning. I want to purchase that merit from you for $1,000 a month. I think that is selfish for that, this partnership. I want to purchase it. This is a transaction. The Python says, can't do it. Can't do it. I will say, see the difference? There's a big difference. Premeditated partnership, where again, in this case, the funds of the leader enable the suffer to go ahead and sit and learn. That is a sharing of reward. The proactive purchase of the ex post facto purchase of the work does not work, says Rabbi. And they'll say, well, why is the brother bringing this down now? Because remember again, this goes to highlight this point that a mitzvah, when a person does a mitzvah, it becomes part of him. It becomes part of your essence. And because it becomes part of your essence, you cannot sell something that is inexplicably linked to you. And something so seemingly I can't go ahead and sell my part. Right, for sure. Don't tell me what you're willing to offer. I can't give that to you because that's a part of me that I cannot not live without. My mitzvahs become a part of who I was. That's who I am. And therefore, by definition, they are non-transferable entities. So again, remember, the topic is contrast with Averas. When I commit an Avera, remember again, the imagery you had is the Avera sits on top of it, right? It sits on my mission, but it doesn't permeate inside. So it's there, I have to rectify it, but it doesn't seep inside. The distinction of those trying to make.
Just make sure whatever you do, like, just please, for the love of fucking God, don't drop him. It's probably a horrible idea.
Financial sanctity, physical sanctity. Avera is like financial sanctity. Financial sanctity can be redeemed, can be refused. The mitzvah is like physical sanctity. It devolves upon the entity in its entirety. So the Rebbe goes on, he says, when he's back on the topic of Fifth Day, goes, Levi halacha l'maisa. This is Parsha. I the Indian Mephilas have a holy day. So, what about the fact that Asa sold his birthright? Notice this is kept. This is Parsha. What about the fact that Asa sold his birthright? Isn't the birthright by definition representative of mitzvahs? Representative of tradition? Or again, where's the birthright representative? Century, biblically, it's not just simply a piece of it.
I saw something. I saw what happened there.
Heritage was the birthright represented again with an elevated status of holiness. He says himself, if it's true that my mitzvahs become a part of who and what I am. Because of my persona. But at the end of the day, how is Asa able how is he able to sell the birthright? Look, guys, the Indian Mephilas have a birthday, so the Haku Kavanos. Shemira, the Mephilas Dover Kiddusha, it seems like he was selling something that has by definition Kiddusha. Shamak isn't those double sense, it's so beautiful. Shamak is a Kiddusha, Hayam, Par, Goodbye, has his Dinyon, below the Eres. The thief of four of the Mephilas is so beautiful. The Tzaddik says Esau was never really with a father. He was never really with a father. He would have his Russian experience with cars. The thing means like an imagination. Right? He was the part, he was the firstborn in an illusion. But he wasn't really the firstborn. And Rabbi Tzaddik again, in the footnotes that he gave, stresses this concept a little bit about what it means to be a Bachar of the gift. You know, he gives the muscle of Rashi, but Rashi says that in reality, Yaakov was first, or he gives the example of these first two items. The item that goes in first comes in last. So therefore, again, since Yaakov being left created first, it came out of the womb second. The idea of being the reason why Esau was able to sell the Torah was because of David Talmud. He never really did. He was the public didn't know. But in Akinami, had Esau been the true undisputed Bachar, the ability to sell the Torah, which represents the element of Kedusha, is not as it is. You're not as good though. So we'll have to stop with it for today. But again, I just want to highlight. Yeah, well, actually, let's just do one more. Let's just do one more paragraph. If you don't have Averos Moria. Interesting enough, what you can do instead of tzaddik is you can sell you actually you should stop it. Don't say so again. So this is what now the tzaddik constantly highlighting this is so right. Averos is like ultimately what we'll call just on the financial sanctity. It's there. It becomes part of who you want to.
So you were a bartender at a hotel. How about now? What are you doing to survive?
I am, but it does not take over the totality of self. A mitzvah.
Absolutely. You've been doing it 7 days a week. That's incredible. You're just going everywhere, different places, hustling.
Like Kedushas have the physical sanctity takes over like complete and totality of self.
It's cold. It's exactly everything. I'm working outside, somewhere in the dark. Right. Yeah. Right. And you drive from Orange County every day? Every single day. What kind of car do you have? Yeah, I have a Honda Fit. Oh, I
Part
hate
of
Honda
who and
Fit.
what I am. Based on that sense of self, in halachic sense, you
That's
cannot
why people need Prius drivers. Because there's no acceleration.
sell your mitzvahs. You cannot sell your mitzvahs. You cannot sell it.
Late on the freeway. I mean, I feel like get up there. Don't do it anymore, please. I'm the excellent. And you tell all of the Honda Fit people to
Selling your
walk out
mitzvahs,
of that lane.
you'll
You
be
just
selling a piece of who you are. What will end up with tomorrow is can you sell your averos? Can you sell your averos? Right? And if you can't, what a market there's going to be for that. So that'll be continued. Tomorrow, we'll finish off 6:08 tomorrow.
Tell me about this open relationship. Is real? Serious? Why?
How long have you been in it? Since we started. How long's that? I don't know. But it's been long enough. Ballpark. Like you started. Couple years? 2 months. Like 5 years.
More than 4 years.
More than 4 years.
Do you know when it's closing? That's why I don't like to count anytime. Like people always like congratulate you on just like not being mad or not,
Let me ask you this: they never really got it, right? Open relationships. That means she could just go out and bang somebody without a condom.
No, not without a condom.
But I mean, if she's sexually adventurous enough to go have sex with other people, well, I think she's sexually adventurous enough to not make someone wear a condom.
She should want to die.
When he died, what did you guys still have AIDS in Orange County?
No, it's everywhere.
That's what's happening.
It's the same reason I don't wear a condom. The same reason I wear condoms.
You wear condoms with her?
We're coming right now.
I'm wearing one right now. I shoot like
A long drive from Orange County. Black and white.
I actually ever met somebody that like they kind of you almost feel like oh she's gonna leave me for this too.
Why do you think that is? Why are you so secure that she's not going to leave you for another guy?
Because she's perfect. Like we're doing perfect.
Well, if you were really perfect for each other, wouldn't you be fucking so often that you don't need to hook up with other people?
I don't know how like have you been in like long term like more than 2 years? After 2 years you've done everything you can do together. There's no more. There's nothing else to explore. Jesus. Yeah, one of the few years we lost. A lot of the shit she wants to do, she's like super freaky. She wants to be like tied up and lazy. She can do that.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin with the routine.
I can literally fuck her any moment of the day I want. She was sitting there like studying where the fuck she is.
All of that.
Walk by.
But the truth is, remember again, we're picking up from where we left off. What we can do now in this post 75. So just to reorient ourselves a bit, in post the devil was talking about the idea that when a person does an avera, that avera doesn't become part of who and what they are. The devil is excluding a person from the avera. So that avera is something that sits up underneath, or it sits on top of my neshama, but it doesn't become part of my essence. Rabbi explains the mushal he gave us, and it's a very powerful mushal. There's a signal of someone who's invested in financial sanctity. Right? So something like what we call it halachic financial sanctity. Financial sanctity is Kedushas Banim is different than Kedushas Haguf. Because Kedushas Banim with sanctity is there, but the sanctity can also be removed through redemption, which shows us the fact that the sanctity can be removed shows you that the sanctity has not devolved within the entirety of the item. As opposed to Kedushas Haguf, it's something of physical sanctity, that's it. Something devolves upon the item through and through. So the Rebbe says something amazing. So the fact that Shuvah is possible, right? The fact that I can look at Avera, and at the end of the day, I can then cleanse myself of it. I can then remove it from who and what I am. I can then become someone different. That although faith has an impact on who I am, you have to make it after we business, because we always know that what we do impacts who and what we are. So to be clear, the Rebbe is not arguing on that idea, but there's a difference between impact and ultimately becoming part and parcel of who and what we are. Everything impacts us. Everything impacts us. Every idea of big or small impacts us. But the Rebbe is saying sometimes we think that when I commit an Avera, I'm fundamentally, comprehensively, and unalterably changed. I'm damaged goods. I'm damaged goods. So that's not true. That's not true. Have I changed? Have I been impacted? Absolutely. Have I been irreversibly or irrevocably altered? No. And the proof to that is Tshuva. That's the proof. And he says the fact that Tshuva is possible indicates that sin has not comprehensively changed. Now, as the next pick up on page 5 Zion, it's the same PDF that I sent. And I sent that a week ago. 5 Zion about the mitzvahs. I'm looking at the Ilya Hasidus on the right hand column. Abalas Leos. Sheesh Adam Yisrael Mekaynes Hamizos. Shayotim Lo Lechalitim B'Nikrin Be'etzem HaMizrach. And also this is so beautiful. The Rebbe says, here lies the fundamental difference between Avera and mitzvahs. When you do a mitzvah, says the Rebbe, Shayotim Lo Lechalitim, that mitzvah belongs to in an absolute sense B'Nikrin Be'etzem HaMizrach. And the mitzvah becomes part of the essence of who and what I am. Isn't this incredible? What the topic just summarized for us is the fundamental difference between Averos and mitzvahs. Faith is the obvious bad news is good, right? That's an easy one. But Lamaisa, a mitzvah, a mitzvah becomes an inextricable part of my spiritual persona. A mitzvah embeds itself not just like on top of my neshama, but in my neshama itself. The extra opinion as and the boast of the faith is the Rebbe says in our Moshe, this is very beautiful. The mitzvah is like Kedushas Haguf. Remember again, and our Torah was Kedushas plumbing, financial sanctity. What happens when an item has financial sanctity? The sanctity rests kind of on top of the item. But does it permeate the item in totality? The answer is no. Maharaya, you can redeem something. Relative that you can redeem something from his financial sanctity. You can remove financial sanctity. But when something has Kedushas Haguf, when something doesn't just possess financial sanctity,
around the corner. I bet she
That's
could
why
get
they're
it
again
going
what we call, for lack of a better term, physical sanctity. That sanctity permeates the item, permeates the entirety. How do you redeem something that has Kedusha Tzaddik? How do you redeem it? You can't. You can't. Right? Because remember again, this is why the severity of Tmura. Right? If you take a carbon and you swap it for another carbon, both become sanctified. Because when something has physical sanctity, it's permeated through and through. But that's a mitzvah. That's a mitzvah. A mitzvah is kedushas haguf, a physical sanctity. But those are the things that happen. When something has physical sanctity, you can't redeem it. You can't. For financial sanctity, not for physical sanctity. With the double of love, with the double of half, mitzvahs shall condition result.
Everybody that has anything to do with
Shayachos
this place.
b'nefesh.
It's not a big Amber
When they say it's the same idea with the mitzvah. Whenever you
unlocking the power of the
do a
world
mitzvah,
for us.
the mitzvah belongs to the
Thanks to
neshama.
everybody, everything. Who knows what the future holds?
And
But
this
we
is
will
why this
indeed,
is
most
inexplicable,
likely, see you guys next week.
full part of truth and what you are. Which I want to say, then it's in the concept. First of all, this is part of the people, right? In terms of the power of a mitzvah. Which means every single time I do a mitzvah, I alter my spiritual persona. I alter my neshama in a positive, irreversible fashion. There's kedushas haguf. Of course, the beautiful part of this is it also tells me that no matter what I do wrong, right, I can't go ahead and lose the power of that mitzvah. And therefore says the Rebbe, this is the power of the mitzvah. And I will say the model is such a profound model. Averis, kedushas damim, Averis are like financial sanctity. So they're there, they impact, they create reality, but they don't seep into my permanent sense of self. Mitzvahs, kedushas haguf, if physical sanctity become an irrevocable or irreversible part of who and what I am. And therefore, no redemption, so to speak, no removal. He says something very interesting. He says, well, he says, Zekimo Shakazu, a meeting Ishes Kolhom base of the Ava Boz Yehozu, Darshu Chazab Rejesh, a meeting Kumon Solomus Kumamonum, the Davar Echa Minatora, Boz Yavozu Lo, Sheisra Lo Ya'adivu Lahem, Zukuyos Ibu Ba'ad Kohon. That's a quote over here, the passage that even if someone were to pay you all the money in the world, right? It's not the nations in the world. Even if the nations will take all the money of the world for their mitzvahs, can you transfer a mitzvah? Can you transfer a mitzvah? And the answer is no. Because a mitzvah, when you perform that mitzvah, the mitzvah becomes an inextricable part of you. And therefore, by definition, you can't be transferred to someone else. I will say, I'll just point out something. He says, the ayin with shuvas of Haigo, Shehidi Maram al Shakar, Bitinian Echad, Shemakar Etzin Slosa. We'll say, I'm going to mention this now, and then I'm going to stop. We're going to pick up this tomorrow. If you take a look on footnote Reish Tzadik Tes, this is fascinating. A Shiloh that was asked to Rav Haigo, and he says, Zelashano, Shalos Rav Haigo Zal, Mishayanor Liskalo Sheni Bechanishi, Ubisof Osa Hazman Amar, Makarti Ainis Zu Hashana Bekaf Bekaf Lachoni, the Kanu Kinyan Alzeh, Ayesh Mizeh Ulof Hana La Osa Shenitin Lokim. Okay, so let's say, so they asked Rav Haigo on the following Shiloh. This was a situation. There was a guy who had fasted a series of fasting. He's a bunch of Bahab fastings, right? Monday, Thursday, Friday. Sorry, Monday, Thursday, Monday fastings. And then the guy decided at the end of the year, not calling Ruben did the fast days. Shimon made him an offer he couldn't refuse. On a buy, there's the wheels of the fast days. And Ruben sold it. Ruben sold it. They sold it, they solidified the sale, they made a kinyan, and then they came to a Hagar and they asked him, does it work? So we'll stop over here for today. We're going to pick up in Meretz Hashem with his Shiloh tomorrow. Rabosai, the transferability of mitzvahs. And the halakhic question is going to have a dramatic hashkafic impact as well. Meretz Hashem to be continued tomorrow. Go ahead. All right, Jonas, good morning. Let us begin. So we're continuing this morning, Meretz Hashem. In Sitkas HaTzadik Ois Ayin Hey, we began with the Ois yesterday. Okay, we began this particular Ois yesterday, and the Tzaddik introduced us to the reference is a really fascinating idea. I want to repeat it a little bit from yesterday. So the Tzaddik introduced us to this concept that when a person commits an Aveira, in the Rebbe's Lashon, that Aveira is viewed as Davar Mikri. Right, is viewed as episodic or happenstance, and ultimately, again, does not fundamentally affect what he calls a kinyan asmi. Because it's mikri, because it's episodic, it does not create a kinyan asmi, a personalistic acquisition. Meaning what? What Tzaddik is saying is like this. Somebody called me yesterday after Shir, and he said this seems to go against everything we've always learned. Right? We always learn that what we do shapes who we are, and what we do has an impact on who we are. How can the Tzaddik say that a faith doesn't become possible? Remember what the Tzaddik is trying to highlight is the following idea. It is true, everything we do affects who we are, and everything we do leaves a residual effect on ourselves. So the Tzaddik is saying is as follows, that faith does not go ahead and fundamentally erode my inner core. There's an inner core that is always kaddish. There's an inner core that's always holy. There's an inner core that cannot be tainted by fate. Does fate leave an impact on you? Of course it does. I told you that does it impact aspects of self? 1,000%. Everything we do shapes who we are. But there's always a little piece of me that remains untainted. There's a piece we call the personalistic self that remains unimpacted by fate, that retains its that's the piece of me, that's a piece of HaKadosh Baruch Hu that can really never be tainted. Remember, we have to accept this premise, because it's this premise that serves as the source for tshuva. Right? If I believe that faith fundamentally undermines the immortality, and that faith has to start with some roots, some spark of kedusha. There's nothing that's there. If there's nothing that's there, then at the end of the day, there's nothing. There's no platform. There's no springboard. There's nothing to start from. So that's what Tzaddik is saying. He's saying that therefore faith ultimately, at the end of the day, is Eino Kinyan Atsi. It's not Kinyan Atsi. So I want to go on. If you page Kubayin Bug, the Tzaddik says, Urkach Yishlan K'diyah. Therefore, again, there's the ability to redeem oneself from sin. Now, of course, there's the most basic example of Pidyon would be Tshuva. Why is Tshuva possible? Tshuva is possible because I believe that at the end of the day, faith does not fundamentally tarnish my entire self. I believe that at the end of the day, faith does not go ahead and totally undermine who and what I am. Therefore, there's redemption. They say something beautiful. I read this yesterday, but it's going to repeat it. Go to Moshe Kasul, who Yifta as Yisrael, we call out on ourselves. Ultimately, again, from Shlomo, who will redeem Bal Yisrael from all of their Averos. Now, if you ever thought about this before, you say the concept all of the time. In Kufran and telling, what do you mean that we Yifta as Yisrael? He will redeem Bal Yisrael from their sins. What does that Lashon mean? What should it say? But we Yislach l'Chalavon ourselves. Like that meaning that the idea over here is not forgiveness. The idea over here is that I want to be powerful to forgive me for all of my transgressions. What do you mean? But we Yislach. What is the Lashon of redemption? And the Rebbe says something really beautiful. He says, "Ukimo davar shenis kadesh lak b'kedushas damim." She'in rufo kadosh el shavyav sheyesh lo pidyon. Listen to what the Rebbe says, and this is so profound. He says, "What's pidyon? What's pidyon? What does it mean to redeem something?" He says, "Pidyon is when you take it. Take a simple example. I go ahead and have an item that belongs to the Beis Hamikdash, right? A piece of wood that belongs to the Beis Hamikdash. I would like to use that piece of wood to build myself a deck. That's what I want to do. Can I do it? Can I do it? No. Well, but what can I do? I can go ahead and redeem. There's a concept of pidyon. I can redeem that piece of wood by going ahead and paying its value to the Beis Hamikdash. And then what happens? The identity, or I should say in this case, the sanctity of the beam is removed and put onto the money. Removed from the beam, put onto the money. Now, why is one able to do that? Why is that possible? Why is that possible? Because the beam is not Kula Kadosh. Right? The beam doesn't have complete and total sanctity. What does the beam have? We learned what does the beam have? Kedushas Damim, financial sanctity. And because it's only financial sanctity and not what we call total sanctity, the sanctity could be removed from the beam and placed onto the money. So Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. When I sin, when I commit an Aveira, what happens? What happens? So let's say, before you opened up the Tzaddik, you would assume that what happens when you sin, you become a sinner. That's what happens when you sin. And when you sin, you become a sinner, which means what? That the faith itself defines the totality of who I am. I'm now a sinner. And the more I sin, the more reinforced that identity becomes. Tzaddik says, uses a lashon of Yifta as he saw Mikalav himself. I can be redeemed from a being, I can be redeemed. The same way that the being can be redeemed from the Beis Hamikdash, because the sanctity of the being is not total, right? It's not complete. It's just quote unquote Kedushas Damim. There's a layer of sanctity that's there, but that sanctity can be removed. Lahavdil, when I sin and I commit an Aveda, there is a layer of fate that sits upon me. There's a layer of fate that I've now existed. Does that hate overtake me in totality? Absolutely not. It sits there on my soul. It sits there on my heart. It sits there on my identity. But it doesn't overtake everything. And therefore what? I could be Isn't it incredible? There's a concept of pidyon by faith. HaKadosh Baruch Hu beholden me, redeeming me, because this is not who I am. This might be I might have done some really bad things, right? And I certainly have to figure out why I did that, how I did it, and the impact that the residual impact of each on me, but it doesn't take over me in totality. It doesn't define me in totality. So therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu beholden me. Go ahead and redeem me from it. The fact that redemption is possible means that sin does not color my persona in totality. It is like a layer that sits on top of me that I need to be reversed. It's just such an incredible and overwhelming so. Now, conversely, I'll point that over here. If you take a look in footnote Reish Tzadik Vav, he says something so beautiful here. He says, Re'ei ma shekasa Rabbeinu Lefi Tzadik. He's quoting over here from the Tzadik in Lefi Tzadik, who says, Yachal Yisrael El Hashem, ki ha'im Hashem al chesed v'hardei imo fidus. V'hardei imo fidus. So says the Medrash, Shemoshe Rabbeinu alav hashalom nizkan shemamachtes hashakal. Moshe Rabbeinu could not understand the concept of Machtes hashakal. Right, Rashi quotes this. Now, what couldn't Moshe understand about Machtes hashakal, the half shekel contribution? He called Asher Li'it ba'ad nafsho. Ve'heich yuchal ha'adam litin kofer u'pidyon nafsho b'davar katan kazeh. So let's just remember again, what is Machtes hashakal? So we often think of Machtes hashakal ultimately as a mechanism for taking a census. Like you can't count Jews directly, so you take the census of Machtes hashakal. That's partially true, but remember again, how does the term Parshas Kisisa describe the Machtes hashakal? It's a pidyon nafsho, a redemption for your soul, pidyon nafsho. Now, again, Rashi says, how is it a pidyon nafsho? Because remember, what would they do in Machtes hashakal? Let's remember this from Shkalim do. What would they do in Machtes hashakal? Tiklin chaditin. Remember again, they would buy karbanos sivon. So the pidyon nafsho comes in the form of the fact that ultimately, again, we purchase karbanos. Karbanos are used to affect a level of atonement. The Tzaddik says, in its essence, Machtes hashakal was there as an atonement for Klal Yisrael for their averos. Moshe, so the Medrash says, Niskasha Moshe Rabbeinu. All right, so it's a good morning. Let us begin. So we're picking up today in a new os in the subject. We're going to pick up in os ayin pei 75. I sent it out yesterday on the WhatsApp group. So we're giving up with most to Eretz Hashem in os ayin dalit. But I think we covered the dramatic theme, the major idea about our subject, and we can move on. So we're now finding ourselves in ayin pei. This is a truly beautiful piece by the Rebbe. Celebrates the Thomas Averos, Hanaasim Behat, Hanaasim Nefesh and Yisrael. So we're going to follow along in the area of Hasidus. So the Rebbe says when a Jew commits an Avera. Now, the Lashon over here is very interesting. The Averos that are committed, the Nefesh and Yisrael. So the Averos that are committed, and then again that leave a ramification, have an effect on the Jewish soul. Einam Kinyan Atzmi. It's not considered to be a personalistic acquisition. What does that mean? Because these ideas have no real direct connection to the essence of my soul. But rather again, we're just considered to be something happenstance or episodic. כלומר, דבר שהשפיע עליהם מבחוץ, בדרך מקרא, ולא באופן טבעי. Let's talk about this outside for just a moment. So Tzedek introduces us to an incredibly beautiful and magnificent idea, which is that when we sin, our sins, our averos, do not define who we are. So when I commit an avera, the Rebbe says, the way that a Baruch would use me is not a bad person, but rather as a good person who unfortunately, occasionally, does bad things. So the Avera doesn't define me. He says, and that's his Lashon, the Avera is not what he calls a kinyan nafshi or an ofer between. Ultimately, rather, it's a davar mikri. Davar mikri means something happenstance or episodic. So also, the Tzedek is including is the very core, the very essence of self-definition. How we view ourselves is one of the most important things in life because our self-perception drives so many other things. The way we act, the way we behave, the way we see the world. So how do we look at ourselves? Do we look at ourselves as a sinner? Or do we look at ourselves as someone who is inherently good, inherently beautiful, inherently lovely? But sometimes, or maybe even many times, I do things in life that are just not good. So the Rebbe says the latter is true. The way we view sin is that hate does not become a part of me. Hate, he says, doesn't have a shaykhus to the essence of my nefesh. Rather, it's something that unfortunately sometimes I engage in, but it doesn't become a part of who and what I am. If you take a look at the footnotes, the Rebbe says something very beautiful over here. It's footnote Reish Tzadik Hey. See, right? So the footnote says, Re'eh, Mashekasa Rabbeinu Beresisi Laila. So Tzedek has another word called Beresisi Laila, in which he writes, Amru B'Sanhedrin, Mashal La'asa B'Kai Be'Yofi. Also Shnei, Shimshir says to this, it is like a rose amongst the thorns. Right? So if you go ahead, think about this just a moment. If you have a rose, or which is close to a myrtle amongst the weeds. But if you have a rose, we'll go with the rose metaphor. You'll see why in just a moment. If you have a rose amongst the thorns, you might say there's an incredible amount of thorns. So do we ever say, well, there's so many thorns, so the rose is no longer a rose? Right? So it's like bottle of a rose. So many thorns around over here. Come on, what is one little rose in a whole bed of thorns really do or really mean anyway? So the Rebbe says, we don't do that. Even if there is a voluminous amount of thorns all around the rose is still a rose. The rose is still a rose. So the Rebbe says, that's the Mishnah, right? That's the parable. Shimshudla ha'chatana sovereign adam kipotzim ha'sovereign mishoshan. The averas that we commit in life are comparable to the thorns which surround the rose. Right? On the rose, every one of us is the rose. And the shum is the rose. And the averos that I commit, those are the thorns. The imam etzem ha'adam. So there's two pieces here. Number one, no matter how many thorns there are, the rose is still a rose. And number two, interestingly enough, the thorns are not part of the rose. Right? The thorns themselves are not part of the essence of the rose. They surround the rose, they're next to the rose, but at the end of the day, they are not that part of the rose itself. רק שסובבים ומקיפים also מצד ההספשטות של האדם. So it's usually an incredible and beautiful idea. So the thorns are there. The imagery is a little bit better. Not with thorns that are on the rose itself, but imagine a rose that is surrounded by thorn bushes. So the idea is, no matter how many thorn bushes there are, the rose is still a rose. That's Aleph. And number two, since the thorns themselves, they're not part of the rose. Like the thorns themselves, they're not the rose. The thorns are the thorns, but the rose still remains the rose. Aval mitzad etzem nefesh Yisraeli aim both feet cloud. What a profound statement. From the perspective of the neshama, there is no hate, there is no sin that's there. Rak hamadregos v'ma'alas hadregos. V'zeh hechilukim hu be'etzem hanefashos shemitzad chomas hayoshi ish madregos be'nefashos. So I would say really an incredibly profound soul, an incredibly profound soul. That when we sin, when we commit an avera, that avera does not become part of the nefesh atzimi. That avera does not become part ultimately again of my actual neshama. Rather, it's something that's next to me, something that's by me, it's something that's around me, but it does not impact my inner core. The inner core always remains intact. The inner core always remains whole. Such an incredible yisod. And listen, now why is this important? Go back up to the Orei Hasidus. You see why this is so important in such a meaningful way. So the Rebbe writes, he says, Yesh lahem pidiyah. Therefore, the Rebbe says, this is why there is a concept ultimately again of pidyon. What does pidyon mean? Pidyon is redemption. Right? It's redemption. So the Rebbe says, V'lakach yesh lahem pidiyah, ve'afshor l'taher as nefashos Yisrael me'avaroseha. We have the ability to go ahead and redeem ourselves. We have the ability to go ahead and do tshuva. Why do we have the ability to do tshuva? Why does a person have the ability to engage in treatment? Why is that possibility in existence? So the Rebbe says it's incredible. Shakasav, the who yiftes Yisrael mikol avarosa. Right? First of all, we do all these stuff in all of those things. Why is pidyon possible? Right? Why is it that I can be redeemed from my sins? Which he's asking is, why is tshuva possible? Why is the ability to overcome my averos, no matter how terrible they may be, why is that possible? And that explains so beautifully because they're not part of my essence. Because at the end of the day, the fact that there is hate does not go ahead and impact my inner core. My inner core is intact. My inner core remains. Who I am, what I am, does not change even when I sin. That's why the book saying what he's picking up on, we'll continue with this more tomorrow, but what he's picking up on is this notion of the Yifta es Yisrael mikol avarosav. He will redeem Klal Yisrael. The notion of pidyon, right? What does it mean when you possess something, when you redeem something? What does that mean? You remove some aspect. Right? There's wood that belongs to the Beis Hamikdash, and I want to go ahead and I use that wood for my own personal use. How do I do that? Pidyon. I redeem it. How do you redeem something? You remove a status and transfer it onto somebody else. In the case of Beis Hamikdash, I remove the kedusha from the wood, I transfer it onto the money, and I go ahead and I give that to the Beis Hamikdash. So the fact that that government using the notion of Yifta es Yisrael mikol avarosav pidyon means that the fate can be lifted. The fate can be redeemed. the chait can be removed. There's only one way that happens, which is what? Slut. If it's not part of my inner core, if it's not really part of who and what I am, because once faith becomes part of who and what I am, then by definition, there is no way to go ahead and redeem it. There is no way to remove it. The fact that it could be redeemed, the fact that it could be removed, ultimately highlights the idea that when I hate, when I sin, it does not become a part of my essence. The essence, the nefesh, the neshama, always remains intact. Just sometimes there may be layers of impurity that are superimposed on top of it, but just as easily as they come, it could be removed as well. We'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up again soon. This is incredibly important to sow that paves the way for tshuva. Ultimately paves the way we look at ourselves as well. So stop there for today. All right, Jacob, so good morning. Let us begin. So we are continuing in Eretz Hashem this morning in Tzidkas HaTav in Os Ayin Gimel. We began this particular Os yesterday, and we saw that the Rebbe introduced us to this idea of what he called Tshuvas Mishka. And Tshuvas Mishka, this way to Tshuva, is a type of Tshuva that is only truly when a person is put into the same exact circumstances in which he initially sinned. But this time around, he summoned up the courage to resist the temptation to sin. The truth is, this, as we discussed, this is not a novel idea. God already codifies this in the first tshuva and just calls this a Bal Tshuva Mula. Right? Bal Tshuva Mula. What is a complete Bal Tshuva? And again, everybody calls it the same idea. Namely, the only time a person's tshuva is truly complete is when it's battle tested. And I put in the same exact situation, but this time I resist the temptation to change. So let's continue now. Page Kuf Ayin Gimel. Page Kuf Ayin Gimel. The left hand column in the area Hasidus. Now, what the Rebbe pointed out, however, is of course one is not permitted to go ahead and place themselves in a situation of spiritual danger. So here's something fascinating. So remember, as we pointed out in yesterday's shir, it's always interesting to see how this concept is always illustrated with lapses in morality. Right? Immoral acts. So obviously, if a man is seeing with a particular woman, it is also for him to place himself in that same situation. L'shem mitzvah. Right? I want to place myself in the same situation because I want to show that this time I can resist the temptation. So the Rebbe says, of course, that's asur because it just inadvertently leads to certain isurim. There's also a significant role with the dice. Because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not ready. And again, if I end up sinning again, I've created that situation myself. So this creates an interesting anomaly. Because on one hand, what we're saying is, I'm not really about tshuva until I'm placed back in that same situation again. But this time I resist the temptation to change. But yet what? Here's what? I'm not allowed to put myself in that situation. So how do we reconcile that? So look at the left hand column. Ukbar Hadavar. So therefore says that it is clear. She'in Hashem Yisparach Mazmin Nisayon Zeh. Elo שיודע בו בברך שלא ייכשל ערך, ובוודאי יעמוד בניסיון. Those are the true beautiful. So that says, but I'm not also commentaries on the Rambam highlight this same idea as well. The Rebbe says, you're right. You don't put yourself in that same situation. But you know who does? You know who does? But the Ribono Shel Olam will only put me back in that same situation if he is absolutely unequivocally clear that I have the ability to resist that temptation. So his Baruch will put me back, but only because he knows that I can be only being silent. But again, I can resist the temptation. ולכך, ידע האדם, ידע האדם, שכאשר השם יתברך מזמין ניסיון, כפי שהיה לו בשעת חטאו, דבר זה הוא סימן טוב לו. Doesn't it? This is beautiful. So this is so incredibly beautiful. So that says, therefore, based so what? So let's follow the progression. Let's just use his example. I sinned in a particular way. I committed Avera A. And now I've done Tshuva for Avera A with all of the various steps of Tshuva. I know at the end of the day my Tshuva is only complete when I resist the temptation after being placed back in the same circumstance. But I can't place myself in that same circumstance. Says never what happens. HaKadosh Baruch Hu places me in that circumstance. The Ribono Shel Olam allows me to test my own truth. He will say, HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't need this. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't need to place me back in the same circumstance. Why not? Why not? Because Baruch Hu is the bulk in the bubbles. He knows what's happening inside of my heart. He knows if my tshuva is sincere. He knows how I feel. He knows where I'm holding. He doesn't need to put me back in that same situation. You don't need. See, you need me. I need it. I need to show that I have the ability to resist temptation. I need to show myself that I have the ability to remain strong. I need to demonstrate to myself that I have the ability ultimately to resist that temptation. It's necessary for me. It says that something so amazing. HaKadosh Baruch Hu only puts me back in that situation where he knows that I have the ability to overcome the temptation. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu never sets me up for failure. This is incredible you say. Never sets me up to fall, never sets me up to fail. So if he's placing me back in that circumstance, that is because he knows that I have the ability to meet that particular challenge. And he's, you look at this Mashmi saying, a person should know שכאשר שנזבח מזמין לו ניסיון, כשהיה לו בשעה שפתו, when HaKadosh Baruch Hu creates a Nisayon, he places me back in a difficult situation. Davar zeh simon tov lo. It's a good simon for me. Why is it a good simon for me? Shekvar niskan me'aveira hagid v'niskavlo tshuvasa v'shalayim. Listen, what an incredible way to look at things. If I find myself back in the same exact situation, this is a simon tov. Because what does that show? That HaKadosh Baruch Hu believes that my tshuva has been accepted, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu is placing me back in this situation because He knows that I have the ability to overcome this difficult matzah. That's the simon tov in this entire thing. Let's say I'll mention something very interesting. It is very cliche and overused and quite trite. But you know that phrase that God never gives you any challenges you can't handle. So I'll say very interesting. So someone actually said to me, it's not really the right phrase. The right phrase is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu never gives you any challenges that He can't handle. In other words, perhaps I can't handle it myself. The good news is HaKadosh Baruch Hu can handle anything. So the Rebbe Shalom never gives me any challenges that He can't handle alongside me. But anyway, Rabbi said perhaps that this is so really comes from here. That what Rabbi is saying is if HaKadosh Baruch Hu puts me in Makom Nisayon, He only puts me there because I have the tools to be able to overcome that challenge. And in fact, again, He doesn't need me to do it. He needs me to see that I can do it. And therefore, again, this Lashon here is Davar Zeh Simon Tovlo. Let's say such a person. So we often think that when we find ourselves in the midst of a Nisayon, of a task, especially if I find myself kind of in the same situation that I've been in the past, we think that's often reflective of having made poor decisions. How did I get here? I got here because I made the wrong decision in life. And sometimes that's absolutely true. But sometimes I made the right decision. But the God who chooses to put me back in this situation so that I can prove to myself that I have evolved and I have become someone different and my tshuva is sincere. And everybody, it's very interesting. He says, goes to learn Nisar Sanhedrin. The Inyan has a Rasan Shab Surah Iblis. We'll say the Gemara talks about over here certain people who are Pasal Iblis. And certain people who are not permitted to give testimony. So, for example, we have a lot of examples of this. Safi Kukuvya, a gambler. And we're going to see most Trafus, a person who goes ahead and daphne sells non-kosher. So there are examples of this. So the interesting part with being Pasal Iblis is what? How do you regain your cheskas kashrus, right? What does a person need to do in life to regain their cheskas kashrus? Which is a fascinating question. So the Rebbe says, listen to this. He says, okay, go. Chazara shali shechashut amukidas treifos la'achirim kidei la'arviach mamon. He says, for example, he says, what does a person do? Reuven sold treifos. But Reuven sold treifos. Right? Reuven went ahead and sold non-kosher meat. Okay, so that's awesome. Why did he sell non-kosher meat? Right? Not because he doesn't want Jews to eat kosher, but why? Why? Money. Money. Everyone knows there's more money to be spent, more money to be made in non-kosher meat than there is in kosher meat. And so trade this. Now we'll see. As a result, he's pasal la'edus. Pasal la'edus. So how do you rectify that state? Right? How does a person go ahead and regain the cheskes kashrus? Yuchshar laha'id ayideh. Listen to this. Incredible. Sheyachzir aveda lechaber emyimsa. We'll say, watch this. We'll have to stop. How do you regain your cheskes kashrus? Right? And I was a mocher traders. I sold non-kosher meat to Jews. Right under the guys, right under the people that was kosher. I even put on 17 F-shaving, right onto the back. Right? So now I want to do tshuva. It's not possible. I want to do tshuva. How do you do tshuva? You do tshuva if I become the kind of person who finds the lost object of my friend and returns it to him. But first of all, said, when you find the lost object, it's easy enough to pocket it. But if you become the kind of person who finds the lost object and returns the lost object, your cheskas kashrus is returned. Now, what does one thing have to do with the other? Shebazeh muchach shebevadei chazer bo mechemdas mamon shahaisama. This is so beautiful. So remember again, why does a person go ahead and sell traders? Why does that happen? Why? Because I love money. I love money, but I love money in an unhealthy way. Unhealthy, right? Nothing wrong with liking money. Loving money is problematic. So now I'm selling traders because I love money. So now I lost my cheskes kashrus. How do I get that back? I get that back by restoring a proper relationship to money. How do I demonstrate that I've restored a proper relationship to money? I find your lost object. I can just as easily keep it and no one would ever know. But I don't. I give it back. And when I give it back, I thereby demonstrate that I have restored a proper relationship, a proper approach to money, to materialism. So I'll say, so the point that Tzaddik is saying is, well, let's play this out. How does this happen? How does this happen? So Tzaddik would say the way it happens is as follows. I sell the traders, I'm pasala edis, I do my tshuva. There's multiple steps to personalistic tshuva. And then what happens? When my tshuva is completed, I'm ready. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu do? What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu do with tshuva in general? He tests it. Because at the end of the day, not for God, but for me, the only way to really see that my tshuva is genuine is if it's battle tested. So what does he do for the Mocha Trefus? He goes out, I'm walking down the street, and what happens? I find Ruben's wallet. Ruben lost his wallet, no idea. No idea. He just Ruben just went to the ATM right beforehand. Right? So it's easy enough for me to comprehend. But I don't. Ultimately, again, then my Cheskes kashrus is restored. Rabbi Rothschild said we'll have to stop over here. He says, Shevazemucha Shebevadai. Chazabam Mechemda Salam Shaisalo. Ukiyotzi Bazeh. Koshiyotzi Shepa Machnos Yadov Bava Kasher Mishra Ayusha. So we'll have to stop over here. But again, the point that the Rebbe is making, and it's really incredibly profound, is this idea that while I am not permitted to put myself in the same situation in which I originally sinned, a person is not allowed to say, I'm ready to test my resolve. Let me put myself right back in the same circumstance in which I sinned. In fact, I must remember again, part of the favorite part of Tshuva is distancing yourself from the actions and from the circumstances which led to faith in the first place. Failure to do so is a fundamental lack of tshuva. But yet, the tshuva is only complete when it's actually tested. So how do I reconcile that? HaKadosh Baruch Hu puts me back in that mindset when He knows that I'm ready to handle it. And I'm able, He gives me the opportunity to show myself that my tshuva is complete and my tshuva is genuine. So I can stop over here. We'll continue Eretz Hashem one more shir in Ois Ayin Gimel, Eretz Hashem today. Alright, that is a good morning. Let us begin. So we are beginning this morning with Ois Simchas Hatzaddik, Ois Simchas Hatzaddik. And yeah, I just say that let's begin. So it's a very beautiful, beautiful idea by the Rebbe. We're gonna follow along through the Hasidus from like each group and Gimel in your Hasidus the right hand column. Kisha Abba Lo Yekaki as Moshe Hapa. When a person decides to fix, decides to that in which he sinned or the way in which he sinned. Remember, so the Rebbe discovered that a person of the children. And so what's interesting, by the way, that we're going to get into in this particular so we're going to get into some of the dynamics of children and what it means to follow truth. It means to truly engage in the process of children. We often translate tshuva as repentance, but the truth is the act of repenting is really only one part of tshuva. There's many times before, so the essence during the celebration discusses this. Tshuva, we explain that the essence of tshuva is a person's return. Tshuva comes from Lashon Shav. Lashon Tshuva, to return to our HaKadosh Baruch Hu, because the greatest byproduct of faith is the fact that I created distance between myself and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's the greatest byproduct. And therefore, the essence of Tshuva is the ability to somehow bridge that gap between myself and the Ribono Shel Olam. Therefore, the Rebbe says here something amazing. Kisha Adam Yekaki as Moshe Hapa. When a person wants to fix that which he sinned, a person wants to fix that which he has broken in the process of sin. This is pretty wild. As Hashem Yisbarach, Nazmin Lo Nisayon Kazer Ba'osefai. HaKadosh Baruch Hu creates a situation where essentially a person is placed in the same exact situation in which he sinned previously. And the Rabbi Rothschild puts me back in that situation to do what? To test my resolve and to give me the opportunity to this time make the right decision. Does he have the down this is? So Tzaddik says, I want to go out and I want to fix that which I have broken. I want to go out and fix that which I have made mistakes in. Which Baruch Hu Mazmin and Yisayon Hazeh Ba'osefah. Which Baruch Hu creates for me, summons up to me, and Yisayon, a test, a challenge, in the same way in which I previously sinned, puts me back into that situation. And you think of here, Ba'osa Tikufo, Shiyutza Goga Allah, Ba'osa Maka Usha Abraham Sadea. And what a Baruch will often do is literally recreate the same circumstances. And put me back in the same exact situation in which I sinned, in an effort to be able today, Shetiya Shuvas Amishka V'kach, Sheyiskaber Al Ta'avaso, V'yishkehu, V'kavshena, V'nochum Shenichshav B'Ba'av. And the Baruch Hu goes ahead and allows me to engage in what he calls Shuvas Amishka. Now this is a very interesting phrase. Shuvas Amishka means, so Mishka literally means what? Wait. So Baruch Hu allows me to engage, I guess, well, I don't know how to best it. It says we'll call a weighted tshuva. What's a weighted tshuva? Well, say in the world of tshuva, there are different levels. There are different levels of tshuva. Even the Rambam discusses this. By the way, this idea that the Tzaddik is talking about is actually, if it sounds familiar, it's because the Rambam quotes in Hilchos Tshuva. But the Rambam is not the one who created it. This is a Gemara in the Sefes Yuma. In fact, if you take a look, footnote, Reish Pei Aleph, all the way on the bottom, he writes over Kimavor B'Gemara, He'eti Dami Bal Tshuva. What's about Tshuva? Amar Yehuda, Kigo Shebasa Liyado Dvar Avera Kamishon No Ushniya. A person sins with a particular Avera, one time, two times, and then what happens? The Nitzah Himena. And then ultimately, the third time, he doesn't commit the Avera. That's about Shuvah. This is, by the way, when is that true? Ba'osi Isha, Ba'osi Parak, Ba'osi Makom. So the Gemara is illustrating this with a similar morality. So the Gemara says, what's Shuvah? I sin with a particular woman one time, two times, I find myself in that same situation, right? Same situation, Osi Isha, same woman. Ba'osi Parak is something very interesting. The way the Rambam defines also parak is I'm in the same stage of life. In other words, if I committed an Aveira, an act of immorality with a woman, and I did that, I my walker with tennis balls, and I had my little basket on the front and the shelf. I could sit down on, and everything was great. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to sin with this woman. So I can't walk these steps, but Lamaisa, so the Gemara says also parak means I have the same level of physical vigor and vitality. That's what it means. Same level of, because again, in all seriousness, to not sin decades later, is it now? Does it count for something? Absolutely. The Rambam says any time a person does shuvah, that act of shuvah counts for something, even if it's not quote unquote a perfect act of shuvah. Now, Rambam, when he quotes this Gemara, he quotes a little bit differently. He says, Heichi Gami Baal Shuva Gama. That's the Rambam calls it. There's about Shuva, and there's about Shuva Gama. It's about Shuva. What's about Shuva? It's about Shuva. Anyone who does Shuva, sincere Shuva, is about Shuva. And by the way, that's true even if a person does it moments before they pass away. It's a very scenic. One of the things I have been so glad to see, and maybe it's a good to see over the years, are people who do Shuva literally again moments before they die. Be with the person who Shanti Tias Neshama is an incredible space. And to see, like, a lot of times you go through life without clarity. And either we don't want clarity, or we just can't find clarity. When a person realizes that they're leaving this world, everything becomes much clearer. And it happens. People do show up for all kinds of things in the moments before they leave the world. Is that meaningful? Of course. Of course. The Rambam says as long as you have breath, your Shuvah is meaningful. But the Rambam also says that about Shuvah Gomer is literally one who sinned in a particular circumstance and is placed in that same circumstance again, but this time does not sin. That's the highest level of Shuvah. About Shuvah Gemara, Osa Isha, Osa Makom, Osa Paragramam, Gramam, builds on this a little bit. The Tzaddik calls it something a little bit different. He calls this Shuvah, this type of Shuvah, of being placed in this same situation, all the same circumstances. The first time, second time, I sinned. Now I'm back and I resist the temptation. But Tzaddik calls that Shuvas Mishkal. What's Mishkal? Weight, right? There's a weighted Shuvah. So it means the same thing, but just a fascinating term. Weighted Shuvah means that this Shuvah carries a greater weight. All Shuvah is meaningful. All Shuvah is important. But when I literally sum up the courage to abstain from sin, when placed in the same exact situation that I was in before, but this time I resist. This time I don't. I want to say, by the way, it's interesting. Gemara always, and Ram does also, always illustrates these cases with morality, which is just fascinating. It gives you an interesting insight into the way Chazal viewed human nature. That's one of the greatest pushes and pulls. So just like tugs, negative tugs that we have at us, ultimately again is in morality. So all of these cases, but again, I just want to point out, obviously you fill in it could be with chaos, it could be with anger. I always get angry. I always get angry at a particular situation. I find myself now in the same situation, and this time I don't get angry. I resist the situation. I pull back, I retreat, I don't get angry. That's Rabbi would call that about Shuvah Gomer, highest level of Shuvah. Tzaddik calls that Shuvas HaMishkal, a weighted Shuvah. That is a weighty, think of a better terminology for it. That is a weighted Shuvah. It's a heavy It's a more, you know, because literally faced with the same circumstances, but this time I didn't sin. Let's go back there a little bit. It says, "Kidei shetiyeh tshuvas hamishkal b'kach sheyiskava al ta'avoso v'kapsheno b'makom shenichshav ba'avad." Don't say even the Russian living is so incredible. I overcome my desire, v'kapsheno. I capture it. I capture it. Right? Conquer it. Shehi tshuva hamuchalas. This is the most preferred form of tshuva, the highest form of tshuva. The mitzvah, someone says, so now, here, what's the problem with this? Now, if you would stop here, so a person might think for just a moment that what should you do? He said, well, let's see. The mitzvah ha'adam, she is that. I mean, lo hadavam shemayim. Shari vada yesh divarim sha'asra adam b'havias atzmo lideka. So I must say, there's an interesting dynamic over here. That in order for me to be about Shuvah Gomer, according to the Rambam, or to be about Shuvah Hamishkal, according to the Tzaddik, what do I need? I need the same circumstances. So Tzaddik says, hold on here, for just a second. Because you might think, okay, no problem. Where is that situation that I sinned with? Well, let me put myself back into that. Because now I think that I am strong enough to resist that temptation. Says the Tzaddik, no. We don't do that. A person does not place themselves in temptation's way at all. In fact, we say this in David every single day. We ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to not bring us lonely days like, don't. So certainly I'm asking HaKadosh Baruch Hu to bring me to me. Allah has kind of I'm not allowed to put myself in a compromised position where I might sin. He says, you're not allowed to put yourself in a situation, in a compromised situation like that. So don't say, so Tzaddik says, if I sin with a particular woman, I am not permitted to go ahead and put myself back in that situation because that'll be over on Yichud. Now, of course, the Rashi for that is, otherwise should just be Yichud, right? That if it was just Yichud, I'm actually in pretty good shape. But Lamaisa, again, a human being is a human being. Rak Hashem, this is how incredible this is. Rak Hashem is Baruch Mun Mazmun Lo Davar Zeh. See, I will say, this is what Tzaddik says, that the way Tshuvas HaMishkal works is that it is the Ribono Shel Olam to recreate the circumstances. Oshi is Damin Ezo Inyan Umatzikiyotzi Bo Biskabrosi Yitzharakotav. So it says of Tzaddik, on one hand, Tshuvas HaMishkal, Rambam called Baal Tshuva Gemura, requires a recreation of the circumstances in which I sinned. On the other hand, I am not allowed to recreate the circumstances. So remember again, and the great anomaly here is part of tshuva is what? Asivasach. It's not doing the thing which you sin with, right? Or it's leaving the sin. That's part of the dynamic, leaving the sin. So to place myself right back in that same circumstance is actually a violation of one of the tenets of tshuva. So I have this great tshuva paradox. I only fully actualize my tshuva when I resist the temptation to sin in the same situation in which I sinned before, but I'm not allowed to put myself back in that situation. In fact, it's a violation violation of my tshuva. It's like a violation of my parole. It's a violation of my tshuva to put myself back into that situation. Says the tzaddik. At the end of the day, Rabbi thinks that I'm ready. And he thinks that my resolve is strong enough, my willpower is strong enough, and my tshuva is sincere enough. Rabbi put the circumstances in which he puts me back in that very same situation. I can't do it, but HaKadosh Baruch Hu orchestrates that in order that it becomes the final step of my job. That's right. Drop the stop over here. Again, this is a fascinating dynamic. And the answer will continue with it tomorrow. Shkoyach. All right, Trevor said, good morning. Let us begin. So we are picking up in Yetz Hashem in Tzidkas HaTzadik in Oz Ayin Al. This is our third shir on this particular Oz Ayin Al today. By way of review, we're picking up with the following on the handout that I said that in the Rothschild chapter on Daf Chuf Ayin in the Be'uri HaChasidus, we're going to begin in the bottom left-hand corner. So remember again, just to orient ourselves a little bit. The Tzaddik introduced this oath with the idea, first of all, of the concept of Yikamut Hata'im Lo Yikamut Lotu. The idea being that people are good, but all too often good people do bad things. So therefore it says that about when we daven, we don't daven for the sinner to cease to exist, rather we daven for the sin to cease to exist. Again, he quoted the story by Bruya and Rabbi Meir. Okay, but then Rebbe went on to explain this interesting idea that one is permitted to go ahead and daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish the individual who is Ra being Adam Yechaveya. Right? Remember again, a person can have two levels of their persona, the Adam Yechaveya and Adam Yechaveya. A person who goes ahead and is Ra, when he's been Adam Yechaveya. Ultimately, again, a person should not daven for such a person to be for such an individual to be punished. Rather, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, like Rabbi Meir did, should daven for the person to do tshuva. But if a person is ra lebrios, if a person ultimately harms others, a person negatively impacts others, a person is compromised in their ben adam lechavero, then a person is permitted daven for that individual to be judged and punished by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We have proved this point in the story with Elisha Hanavi, and also proved it from the beginning of Parshas Lech Lecha. Interestingly enough, where we left off with on Friday was the bottom, as I mentioned before, the bottom of Chuf Ayin, in the Be'uri HaChasidus, the Be'uri HaChasidus, left-hand column, last couple of lines. So the Rebbe said, however, in order to do this, in order to daven for someone, Ra Librios, someone who is bad in his interpersonal conduct, to be judged and punished by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. In order to do that, a person has to have a complete understanding of who the individual is, i.e., Ruach HaKodesh. Elisha is Ruach HaKodesh. He could have in Vayifan called right. Elisha looked, he saw nothing redeeming in these individuals. If you have Ruach HaKodesh, so you can go ahead and you can dive in for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to go ahead and judge someone. Rulam, last couple of lines. Rulam, Misha in about Ruach HaKodesh, is someone who does not possess Ruach HaKodesh. Yesh lo lachshosh v'limana militaria. Such a person should refrain from cursing another individual. Al af shenira lo sha'adam zeh ra'levios, u'muta lekhalalo u'levakish esra'asa, shema afshar shanagia belibo, machmas shetzira adam zeh, he ma'avarto, u'mona'as mimenu lishbot karoi be'inei siflo, u'adam zeh achneina u'ra'levios. So Rabbi says something amazing. Remember, let's contextualize this a little bit. When we speak about the fact that I'm going to go ahead and daven for someone, that a should judge an individual who is Ralabrios, right? This person is terrible in his interpersonal conduct. Who is he terrible to? The Pashtas, who is he terrible to? Me. To me. That's what's happening over here, right? Even the example of Elisha. Someone wronged Elisha. Elisha ultimately brought punishment upon that individual. So the Pashto says that what we're talking about over here is someone really wrongs me. Objectively wrongs me. So we've now seen a concept where I am permitted to go ahead and dive into HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that Rebbeinu Shem Olam to punish this individual because of the negative behavior that he has engaged in that has negatively impacted me. Just as an aside, you see from this, I'm sure I mentioned this last week, but it's good to repeat it. The whole episode over here is how seriously HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes our being Adam Lehavero behavior. That it is not just enough to be proficient in Adam Lehavero between yourself and God. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu really looks at how we interact and how we treat one another. So if I mistreat God, HaKadosh Baruch Hu can handle it. When I mistreat people, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to a certain degree the stakes are much higher when you hurt other human beings. Other Jews, so the Rebbe says something amazing. The problem, therefore again, in this model, I am permitted to dive into HaKadosh Baruch Hu for the Rebbeinu Shem Olam to visit punishment on the person who is not behaving appropriately in the Adam L'Chavera. Says the Rebbe, unless you have Ruach HaKodesh, don't do it. Why? Because Lamaisa, how do you know that your intentions are really correct? Especially if you are the aggrieved party, especially if you are the victim, especially if you are the one who has been hurt. How do you know that you're really seeing things for what they are? How do you know that as a result of your pain, your entire perception of things may be colored? His Lashon is so profound. He says, Efshar Shanigia Ma'avarto. Your negios, the fact that you are personally involved in this situation, Ma'avarto, blinds you. And who's to say you're really able to see this situation for what it is? They'll say, what an incredibly profound on a variety of levels. First of all, again, just speaking to the subject over here, whereas the Rebbe introduces a model in which it is permitted to daven for another Jew to be judged and even punished by a Kodesh Baruch Hu for his misdeeds in the realm of being Adam L'Chavero. This is practically only do with the Ruach HaKodesh. Why? Because when we are hurt by other people, our entire perception of reality vis-a-vis that person is skewed. Listen, we all know this. You know, there are people with whom, we all have this, with whom you've had negative interactions. Right? People just, they're nasty or mean. They've done something objectively that is just wrong. Every single time that person starts walking towards you, what happens? What happens? You tense up. You tense up. And every single thing that person says, right, is heard through a certain filter. That's the way life works. Right? You go ahead and you perceive people based on the reality of past circumstances. Said the Rebbe, can you really, if you've had a negative interaction with someone, can you ever really look at another interaction impartially? Can you really ever be objective? Can you really ever see things for what they are? Or does your paint color every single thing? And therefore, says the Rebbe, although it is true that this situation of davening for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to judge someone does actually exist. The Maisa, doing it in the absence of Ruach HaKodesh and explicit clarity, you see a situation for what it is, don't do it. The Rebbe goes on, he says, each Kufayin Aleph, we'll do this and we'll stop for today. The Rebbe says, "Ume'acha shetzarach lahotzi miriba hanekius, kodem shegomer b'daito, shura lebrios u'mita lekalmo." So therefore says the Rebbe, because a person has to go ahead and remove any nekius. Nekius means like any, I guess they call it like conflict of interest. Like I have to remove any conflict of interest from my heart. I have to make sure that I'm able to see things for what they really are. Before, number one, I judge someone to be Ra Librios. And number two, first then, he says, the Kaf, David Amelach Alav Shalom Ba'osam Mizmo. I'm moving that. El Amr Alatzma Al Sapasik, the Libi called the Bikirbi. See, I will say, here's what's interesting. Another example of cursing people who are Ra Librios, who behave negatively. Another example of that is David Amelach. You know, in secret to his there are examples of David Hamelach cursing his enemies. And his enemies are not non-Jews. His enemies are members of Israel. So how is David able to go ahead and curse other people? So again, that's the Rebbe's model. When someone is Ra Lebrios, when someone behaves in a way that hurts other people, you are permitted to go ahead and ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to intervene, to judge, and even to curse that person. But David says before I did that, what happened? The Lidi Hello Bikirbi, which literally means my heart was hollow inside of me. What does that mean? It says that Bishadar Shamsa Uzal, because the Yerushalmi Shahargo David Hamelach Yitzhahara. Hard to even understand what this means. David Hamelach slaughtered his Yitzhahara. Like David Hamelach came to a point in life where he was able to totally overcome his Yitzhahara. Uperush Kavanah, so היינו שאמר דוד, שמותו לו לקלל אסונו, מפני שאינו לחוש לשום נקודה, שמה הוא עוסק, הנה תאווה ספנו. So you see David Hamelach, before he judges another person, and certainly before he curses another person, what happens? He says, Yidono Shalom, a shepherd my Yitzhara, a shepherd my Yitzhara. Because that's the level that a person has to be on prior to going ahead and judging and cursing another individual, even for what may be objectively the most egregious behavior. So let's say if you bring this all together, if this was not for today, but if you bring this all together, the Rebbe really developed an incredible model. which highlights a number of lessons, even though what the Rebbe is suggesting in actuality is not Lamaisa as the Rebbe himself explains. So number one of the things that we see that what? That at the end of the day, how much HaKadosh looks at some of these Ralabios, some of those compromised in their Bein Adam L'Chavira. The Ribono Shel Olam could go ahead and handle a lot if I'm not good in my Bein Adam L'Machim. The moment I begin to mistreat individuals, the moment I begin to trample on the dignity of another Jew, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu says opens me up to Klala. And in fact, says the Rebbe, if I see someone who is Ra Lebrios, I have the right to go ahead and daven for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to kill such an individual. So lesson number one, how seriously we have to take up an oven. And how seriously we have to take how we treat our fellow Jew. And even things that may not seem so significant to us, if it tramples the dignity, tramples the feeling of another, to go ahead and abstain. Lesson number two, says the Rebbe, but don't curse unless you know that you are seeing things for what they are and you have objectively true clarity. Meaning what? It says that either you have Ruach HaKodesh or you've slaughtered the Yitzhahara. So either if you have no Yitzhahara or Ruach HaKodesh, then you can stand in judgment of it. But if I don't possess either of those things, which most of us don't, right? Just understand, you rarely see things for what they are, and your view of reality is often skewed, especially if the person in question has visited harm upon you. Another incredibly important lesson. When we are hurt, and we are involved in a situation which results in pain, how difficult it is to be able to see things for what they are and to recognize that often our judgment of the situation and our judgment of others is so fundamentally skewed. And therefore says the Rebbe, if I know that because of my pain, because of the hurt, I'm not seeing things objectively, I'm not seeing things for what they are, I have to be so careful to abstain from judgment and certainly from cursing the other. All right, so we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem tomorrow in Ayin Days. Sorry. It's very true. It's very true, right? That even more so was the absolutely. All right, John, I'll say good morning. Let us begin. Let us begin. Okay, we are picking up in Meretz Hashem this morning in Siknas Hatzadik, and we began yesterday with Ayin Aleph, section 71. Rebbe introduced this idea that even if one sees that another individual is a Rasha, one should not go ahead and curse that individual. However, or wish evil upon that individual. Yet, interestingly enough, the Rebbe said that halacha l'maisa, person should never go ahead and ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu for something negative to befall another person, another Jew, even if that other Jew is in fact a Rasha. The Rebbe qualified that statement and said that applies when the individual in question is a Rasha in terms of his being Adam L'Makom, in terms of his relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That if a person is in fact Chas v'Shalom a Rasha, in Adam L'Chaveiro, in his interpersonal conduct, then the Tzaddik actually says that it is mutter to go ahead and daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to see something terrible befall this individual so that he should stop with his wishes. He should stop with his evil that he is engaging with towards his fellow. Now, what's the logic of that? So we kind of do this piece quickly. I'm on page Kuf Samach Tes. Kuf Samach Tes in the Orei Hasidus, left-hand side, the end of the first paragraph. And then this is about Adam Shura Lebrios. The whole thing is Adam L'Chavero. When a person who is evil, it is the Adam L'Chavero, truly mistreats and hurts other people. L'Achein Kishim, he says, Ansho Mida Kineged Mida. His punishment is reciprocal. Mida Kineged Mida. Also, L'Achein Kishim Shehu Merakish Shimi Arad Mizurasan, saying that this person is focused on doing something negative to his fellow. The Osa Hamida, the Anish Bekach, Shemuto Levakish over his fellow Rasha. In that same Mida, it is mutter to go ahead and ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to go ahead and punish him for his evil. So in other words, the Mida Kineged Mida is this person who is Ra in his Adam L'Chavero. This person who is negative in his interpersonal conduct hurts other people. It is mutter to say to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, please visit hurt, please visit Ra on this person. Because that's Mida Kineged Mida. That's reciprocal. So I would say it's a very this is a very shocking piece, only because to see any piece of Hasidus which actively speaks about going ahead and seeking out harm from another individual. We understand the person in question over here is a person who's causing damage, is a person who's causing hurt, is a person who's causing harm to another person. First of all, in general, if we don't daven for people to get punished per se, we daven for the divine system of justice. Like, Mashimim Asihi Sikra, Halarisha Kirega Sohi. That's a supplication to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Run the road with justice. Run the road with justice. But it's fascinating that Tzaddik is teaching us you can't daven for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish a person who's Ra Bein Adam L'Makom. You can daven for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish a person who's Ra in his Bein Adam L'Chavero. Okay, so I want to show you a couple of examples. I want to show you something fascinating. Turn the page to Ayin. So on the right hand column in the Orei Hasidus, we have right as far as the bottom right. He says, listen to this. This is incredible. I'm skipping this. I want to do it today. Knokin, Matsinu Batorah, Shashem is Baruch Hana de Avram. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said to Avram Avinu, when Parshas Lech Lecha, he says, from the Kalolecha Ha'or. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says in the opening to the Parshas Lech Lecha, Hashem says to Avram, those who curse you will be cursed. Dainu, she'ani mekalel et elo she'im mekalel elo rak asmi she'mekalel oscha kivu ralabrios. So it's interesting. Why does the Baruch Hu say, those who curse you, I will curse? So the Tzaddik said, the Baruch Hu said, Avram, anyone who curses you is ralabrios, is bad to people, right? Is a Rasha in terms of his Adam L'Chavero, his interpersonal conduct. So if someone is Ra in his interpersonal conduct, then ultimately, again, I will curse him. So Tzaddik looks at this as a paradigm. You see that there's that almost as if it's permitted to go ahead and wish for Ra upon those who are terrible in their Adam L'Chavero. So if you curse Adam Avinu, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says such a person will be punished because that's what happens. See what comes out interestingly enough is you see that if I'm wrong, it might be Adam Makom, right? If I'm evil in bad in my relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there's a threshold for that. There's a threshold. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is forgiving. If you're wrong Lebrios, if you're bad to people, there's much less divine forgiveness for that. Which makes sense because it's easy to understand why I can violate the will of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I don't see him, like I don't always perceive him, and I can't necessarily always relate to him. But human beings are right in front of you. How can you hurt another human being? How can you mistreat another human being? How can you trample over another person? So as much as I can't intervene and ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to go ahead and visit Ra on a person who's Ra Lashamayim, whose bad has been out of the Makom, I am permitted to go ahead and intervene and ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to visit punishment upon someone who is Ra in his bin Adam L'Chavero. And again, the Tzaddik ultimately using Avram Avinu as the example of this. However, in the left-hand column, page profile, so I'll do this a little bit of, we'll start this piece today, we'll get to finish it. The Tzaddik now comes along and qualifies this idea, and he says, Yachal Tishemo to the Kalon Ulevakish Asras Yishua Levios, even though the Tzaddik said, I have explained that it is permitted to actively beseech Hashem to visit Ra upon a person who is bad in his bin Adam L'Chavero. It is permitted. V'komakom yesh lisai. Tzaddik says, be very careful. Be very careful about whether or not you do this. Kevan shekam dedavar zeh natsinu b'socho hamaisin ha'aretz ve'elisha hanavi ne'enash al zeh shakila osam. So interestingly enough, one of the examples that Tzaddik brings for this is the story of Elisha Hanavi. Elisha went to a particular city and had bitter waters. He cured the waters, and then there were a group of boys. Remember, it wasn't boys, it was men, young men, who were just very disrespectful to Elisha. And he cursed them. A bear comes out, goes in and kills them. So the Tzaddik uses this as an example of being able to go ahead and ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to visit Ra upon people who are compromised, the people who are bad and they have them. So Tzaddik says, but be careful for them. Because even Elisha was stricken with illness as a result of having been the cause of the punishment for these young men. And aside from the fact, so what Tzaddik is saying is, at the end of the day, a person has to think long and hard whether or not they want to be the cause of someone else's punishment. In other words, I might have a right to dive into HaKadosh Baruch Hu and say, Reuben is so terrible and he's been Adam L'Chavero, please punish him because look how much misfortune he has brought upon others. I might have a license to do so, but whether or not I should do so is a whole other matter entirely. Elisha had the license to do so also, but yet it came with incredible repercussions. Not only that, listen to this. There's another reason why you should be careful about cursing a person. He calls it cursing, but davening that a person should go ahead and be punished for their misdeeds. Listen to this. Shows that this is so profound. Kilo l'chol adam choto l'kalo, ach mishura l'brios. Shari Amru Chazal ve'Elisha va'yirim shera she'im ba machlukis u'ulam. So I'm just skipping a little bit. Mi she'ino bal ruach hakodesh. Yesh lo lachshosh ulehimana melakama. See, I will say that I probably should have done the example inside. The paradigmatic example of this that Tzaddik uses is Elisha. Right? So Elisha goes ahead and he goes to the city, he to the waters. These young men act very disrespectfully to him. And it wasn't just the fact that they were podium in this cover. These guys were bad guys. They were bad guys. They were bad guys to the residents of the city. They were just bad guys in general. So the pasuk says, this is incredible. Vayifen acharav vayarein. He looked behind them and he saw vayikalam, and they cursed them. So Tzaddik over here quotes from the Marshal who says that before Elisha cursed them and Elisha died, he looked into their souls. He looked into their souls. Was there any element of good contained inside of them? And if there was some element of good or some future good that would come out, he would have abstained. So I'm telling you, what do you see from here? Before you curse another Jew, you have to really be able to see them in their totality. You have to really be able to see the whole person. Or in other words, you have Ruach HaKodesh. A little thing called Ruach HaKodesh. If you have Ruach HaKodesh and you could see a person through and through, if you have Ruach HaKodesh and you could sum up the totality of an individual, if you have Ruach HaKodesh and you could see what the person is, where they came from, and what they will be, and it still looks like Rishos, then Rabbi Tzaddik says you could curse. Then you could curse. But in the absence of the ability to have that Ruach HaKodesh, says Rabbi Tzaddik, never daven for the misfortune of another individual, no matter how much pain they may be causing. And listen, it's not to stop over here for today, but this is an incredibly important. So, and we see ultimately where we're going to go with this, which is this serves as the basis for how careful we have to be in terms of passing judgment about others. Because often all we see is what is in front of us. All we see, and sometimes, by the way, sometimes people objectively act in terrible ways. But sometimes objectively they just cause terrible pain. And they're wrong. You know, not everything is being down the kapstos. So, yes, sure, down the kapstos. But sometimes even after you're down the kapstos, people do bad things, and people do wrong things, objectively wrong things. But how I react to that, and the topic says, what I'm going to go ahead and daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to do to that person, be careful, because at the end of the day, very often all you know and all you see is the person who stands in front of you, but you don't see them in their totality. So Tzaddik now is going to go back and say, even in Elisha, who serves as an example of davening for a person who is Ra Lebrios, had Ruach HaKodesh. Be careful what you daven for the individual. Be careful the judgment you pass upon the individual without having the ability to see that individual in their totality. We'll stop over here today. We'll pick up. We'll spend one more day on Monday at Ayin Aleph. We'll stop over here today. say good morning. Let us begin. So this morning, the Rebbe Hashem, we are beginning Os Ayin Ali in Sivas Tzadik. I sent it out yesterday on the WhatsApp chat. We're going to go over here really beautiful like if you notice, by the way, sometimes these sections of the doesn't flow to each other, sometimes they don't. So in Os Ayin, we're doing with the incredibly profound idea that from destruction comes incredible building, and from sin comes garbage flow. In Ayin Ali, the Rebbe switches gears a little bit. He writes as follows: we're taking up at mark page Tess, Os Ayin Ali, going into the bottom right hand side. Says the Rebbe, in his follow Uvakish Hashem Yisrael, Liros Ras Shum Adam Yisrael. Person should never daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to see the Ra, to see something terrible happen to another Jew. A person shouldn't daven to see something terrible happen to another Jew. Vafilu Russian brother, even if that other Jew is a complete Russian. Sha'anu Chazal, as Chazal said, Alakazu, Yitamu Chatam in the Aretz, Yitamu 48 Sim Babasi. So let's take a step back over here. We'll discuss where Tzaddik gets this from. So the notion that even if someone is a Rasha, one should not daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for some misfortune, for something negative to occur to that person. Now, where does this concept come from? If you take a look in the Torah's two footnotes, on the bottom, you'll see footnote Rish Samech Gimel. In footnote Rish Samech Gimel, he writes as follows: the Gemara Baruch Hashem is to this story. Hano Bar Yoni, the Havi Bishvi, who says Rabbi Meir. There were these Baryonim. Baryonim are ruffians, right? Nobliniks, right? There were these nobliniks that were in the neighborhood of Rabbi Meir. Bahava Kamitzaru Leituva. And these guys were causing Rabbi Meir an incredible amount of difficulty. Hava Kabai Rabbi Meir, Racham Ilahi, Yolehechi Dulemusi. Rabbi Meir wanted to daven that they should die. This is my source in the office. He wanted to daven that they should die. They were causing so much tsar, they should die. Amalek Bruria did this week. Bruria, his wife, said to him, "Why that day? What are you thinking? Why would you daven for them to die? You shouldn't have said you coming to you said quoted. Hatam said to this. Bruria had such an incredible deal, such an incredible insight on the passage. She said, does the passage say Yitamu quoting in the Aretz that sinners should cease to exist in the world? No, what does it say? Yitamu Hatari, sin should cease to exist from the world. Not sinners, but sin. No, Shafin is safe in the God. Furthermore, she said to Rabbi Meir, look at the end of the passage. What does the end of the say? It was shut in old Amos, and the wicked will be no longer. So how do you read that passage? Kavan the Chatoim or shut in old Amos. Once you remove the sin, there are no more sinners. What Bruria was telling her husband, let's finish. Rather, her husband, daven for their benefit, daven for HaKadosh to have compassion on them. Then they had you the tshuva, those do tshuva, they were shut in Ogeram, and they were no longer the wicked. Sure enough, the Hajju the tshuva. They were there daven on behalf of these who shut in, they did tshuva, and they became tzaddik. Or at least, I don't know if they became tzaddik, but they did tshuva. So the story is fascinating for two primary reasons. Number one, what Bruria was saying to Meir is that essentially there aren't bad people, there are just good Jews who do bad things. And a person has to be able, when they look at the others, be able to differentiate this idea. Very often we automatically assume that we characterize the character of someone based on their actions. If you do something bad, that means you are a bad person. And what Bruria was trying to highlight was this incredible yisod, but that's not necessarily the case. Are there bad people? Of course there are bad people. But very often there are good people who do bad things. And if you're just able to stop the bad things, to remove the bad things, the inner good ultimately comes out. So instead of davening saying prayer to her husband for these guys to die, daven like they should do tshuva. And if they do tshuva, yitamu chata'im min haaretz, let sin cease from the world. And if there's no sin, the risha'im oikina. There will be no risha'im. The person, the gavra, is good. Just sometimes the gavra corrupts himself with her own actions. If you correct the actions, the gavra, the individual, is restored to his primary good. I will say, what Purim was telling Rabbi Meir was essentially this concept is the cornerstone of tshuva. Right? Without this bad, if I'm bad, so is there really some significant degree of hope for my salvation, my personal restoration? This entire Yisrael, I am a good person who does bad things. I may do bad things very frequently. That's quite possible. I may even do more bad things than good things. But at the end of the day, my inner good still exists on some level. It's just often eclipsed and tarnished by the negativity. Remove the negativity, remove the sin, and at the end of the day, the good comes out. As an aside, by the way, I'm sure you remember, when we did this sugya in Brachos, there's another famous kasha on this sugya, which is, how do you daven for people to do tshuva? Right? Meaning, at the end of the day, the Gemara says, "Hakol b'dei shamayim," except what? Chutz yira shamayim. Yira shamayim is the relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, relationship with Hashem. At the end of the day, is up to you. It's up to you, right? The Gemara Masechet Mishnah says, "Kadosh Baruch Hu determines how tall or how short you do, how rich or how poor, how smart or not smart you're going to be." All of that HaKadosh Baruch Hu determines. One thing the Rosh Hashanah does not determine is what the nature of your Yira Shamayim is. Who you are on a Yira Shamayim level is absolutely up to you. So it is interesting that over here the Gemara is interesting. So you would normally think you can't daven for someone to be about tshuva. You can't daven for someone to be about tshuva. So we'll say so. There's a lot of different answers to this. It always bothered me a little bit, and then I realized the answer wasn't yesterday's daf. This is incredible how this intersect often happens. The answer wasn't yesterday's daf. So remember again, we saw the Gemara said, Omer, Sela Zulat Staka, Bishvil Sheyichya B'ni. Let this Sela go for tzedakah in order that my son should live. And remember again, we saw the beautiful insight by the Chozeh of Lublin. And what did the Chozeh say? You remember again, the Chozeh said, that what's the pshat? It's not talking about physical life. The brother is talking about spiritual life. That at the end of the day, a person could give tzedakah, do nice and token, in order that your child should spiritually live. That's the whole yisod. That's the whole yisod. Right? So we see that there's a concept of engaging in dynamic spiritual activity for the benefit of someone else. So perhaps that's the yisod over here as well. At the end of the day, can you daven for someone else to do tshuva? So you could daven that your zechuyos should amir Hashem push someone else, push their merit in the right direction. The same way that I could daven for the ruchnius, and I'm obligated to daven for the ruchnius. Do mitzvahs for the ruchnius of my children each and every day. So too, again, perhaps that's the pshat in the Gemara. How do you influence someone else's ruchnius when ruchnius is the one thing that's in a person's own control? So perhaps again, when I daven and I do mitzvahs and I direct those zechuyos for the benefit of the other, then ultimately that has a cathartic effect on that person as well. There's like that would be not to be like something so. But something so going back, we have another minute. We'll just focus on this. Go back up now top to the Rebbe Hasidus. So the Rebbe writes, he says, therefore, in his follow ulevakish Hashem Yisbarach liros roshim adam Yisrael. A person should never daven that something terrible should happen to another Jew. Dafi the Russian government. Even if this Jew is a Russian government. It's an incredible useful. We see why this is. You should never daven for misfortune to befall another person, even another Jew, even if that Jew is a Russian government. And now the Rebbe quotes the Gemara Masechet Brachos, where again Rabbi Meir wanted to daven for the misfortune of these individuals. Luria intervened and said, "Don't do it. Why? Yitamu chatoim v'lo yitamu chotim." So we'll say, listen to this, then we'll start. So this is interesting because why not? Why not? If somebody is a Rasha, right? If somebody is a Rasha and somebody's evil, right? So why can't you daven for their misfortune? In other words, what's so look what he writes. First of all, he never qualifies it. He says, "Zeu klal hanoeg rak ba'adam shura l'shamayim." V'chotei v'vein adam l'makom bilvad. When can't you daven for the misfortune of someone? When ultimately, again, they are an individual who is Rava Shamayim, a person who is terrible and he's been Adam Lamakim. A person who's a Rasha, Mamish, violates every single mitzvah, tramples upon halacha. Such a person, a Rasha like that, you don't daven for his misfortune. Adam kazeh in levakish Hashem's rakshi Irish. Let's say, listen to these words. Aval Adam shuhura lebrios. So Rav Tzaddik says you can never daven for the misfortune of another Jew, even if he's a Rasha. And a Rasha meaning what? Even if he's terrible and he's been Adam Lamakum, you see that he tramples on mitzvahs, tramples on Torah, tramples on halacha. But if a person is terrible, if he's been Adam Lamakum, if a person is terrible and is interpersonal that mistreats people, hurts people, then ultimately says Rav Tzaddik, unshow mida kineged mida. Such a person like that receives a punishment that is mida kineged mida, reciprocal. Ulachein, kishim shemevakish yeravis vasal, ba'osa hamida ye'anish bekach shemuter levakish, u'yispala lahashem she'anish ala asodanki. And ultimately, again, says Rav Tzaddik, there's a mida kineged mida. Because when a person is terrible and they adam l'chavero, and therefore he actively seeks out negativity towards the other, so ultimately I am permitted to go ahead and beseech HaKadosh Baruch Hu to visit negativity upon that person as well. So I'm going to say, we're going to stop there for today. We're leading off in a little bit of an uncomfortable spot, right? Because the notion of davening for the misfortune of any Jew seems to be a little bit counter to how we would think to act as people. But yet Rav Tzaddik is making this profound distinction. We never daven for the misfortune of a Rasha if he's a bit Adam L'Makom Rasha. But if someone is a bit Adam L'Chavero Rasha, says Rav Tzaddik, it is permitted to daven to HaKadosh Baruch Hu to visit justice, so to speak, upon that individual. Why? How? The deeper meaning of that, the Meretz Hashem will continue to go. Right, I will say good morning. Let us begin. So we are starting this morning in Sikas Sadik. We are picking up in Os Ayin, and we left off on page Sameh. So we can just orient ourselves a little bit. Sadik is speaking about this incredible idea, namely that the area of life in which we experience profound deficiency is often the area of life in which we pick up the greatest amount of strength. So Tzaddik essentially is teaching us the idea that our weaknesses really highlight or show us what our potential strengths truly are. So Tzaddik gave a couple of examples of this. Today we're going to focus on one incredible example. So we're on page Samefes, the right hand column in the Biblia Hasidus. First paragraph on top, about 4 lines in. Va'al derech zeh, gan ki matzim, masha'anu chachamim v'al. You also find what Chazal said when they wrote, Shebiyom shenefer bo habayis, the day on which the base Hamikdash was destroyed. Bo bayom nolad melech Mashiach. On the day on which the base Hamikdash was destroyed, the melech Mashiach was born. The Gemara says, it says, Hare, Shish Skula Shadafka Bismana Kilkul, Ivali Batikuna. It's actually something amazing. Where did we get this idea? We've all heard of this idea. But on the day that the base Hamikdash was destroyed, Mashiach was born. So it's Yerushalmi. He quotes it over here in paragraph Reish Nun Hey. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. Let's take a look at it together. Yerushalmi. Of the Hava Bechad Yehudai, the Hava Koim Radei. There was a Jew, there was a particular Jew who was plowing with his ox. What happened? God asked for sake kumai. The ox let out a groan, whatever the groan of an ox is. Right? The ox let out a groan. Avar had Argoi, the Shamakam, was an Arab who was passing by. He heard the ox making this sound. Amalei bar Yudai, Shari Turecha, Shari Kankanecha, Harid Beis Mikdash. Jew, go ahead and unhitch your ox and unhitch the plow because the Beis Mikdash temple has been destroyed. The Arab was saying to the Jew, there's no point in doing anything. The Beis Mikdash has been destroyed. Gas is my final son. So then the ox groaned a second time. Amalei bar Yudai, Hunter to Bechava Katar Kadkalacha. Said, Jew, whatever the other will say, resaddle or reattach your ox to the plow. The Hayalid Mount the Mashiach. So your Mashiach was just born. This is the source for this idea. So right, on one moment, the Hamikdash is destroyed, and in the very next moment, Mashiach is born. Amali Mashmei, the Jew asks the Arab, what is the name of Mashiach? To which the Arab responded, Amalei Mashmei Menachem. Ultimately, what's the name of the Mashiach? What's the name of this Mashiach? His name is Menachem. Amalei Mashma Dabri, what's the name of Menachem, Mashiach's father? Amalei Chizkiah. It's a very, the Gemara itself is a very quick story. The Gemara then goes on to discuss how this particular Jew tried to do anything and everything in order to be able to find the Mashiach. The point of the story is that in the very moment that the Hamikdash was destroyed, the Mashiach was born. Why? Because this is what Tzaddik's thesis, that from Kilkul, from destruction, whether it's personal destruction or whether it's national destruction, in that destruction are the very seeds, are the very catalyst for dynamic, cathartic growth. So on a personal level, it's often because when we, as just mentioned already the last 2 days, when we sin and when we make mistakes and when we destroy ourselves, we begin to see what our weaknesses are. And when we see what our weaknesses are, now I know what I can work on. Very important. Speaking about this a little bit, people rarely improve when life is going well. Life usually, again, and when everything is firing on all cylinders and everything is doing what it's supposed to do, people generally don't change. People change when things go horribly wrong. People change when they hit a brick wall. People change when they make mistakes. That's how change in life truly works. And that's what Rabbi is saying over here also. When is Mashiach born? Mashiach is born when the base of Mikdash is destroyed. When did Adam and Chava begin their redemption? When they're covered with the things, the very thing with which they sin. When do we begin to make dramatic changes in life? When we make mistakes and I realize, you know what? I'm pretty broken, or I'm broken in this area, or I'm deficient over here. And now I know exactly what it is that I have to fix. So Tzaddik goes on, he says, this is so beautiful. So the Ram Sachar Sanhedrin discussing here, where do we know that there's a concept of Tiyas HaMesim, resurrection of the dead? Where do I know that that concept exists? And the Tzaddik goes on and he says, the Gemara brings a number of different groups. So let's say the Tzaddik then goes on. See something so beautiful. He says, what is the concept of Tiyas HaMesim? Think about this for just a moment. And this is such an interesting insight. What's Tiyas HaMesim? Together on the basic level, something that is dead comes back to life. Why is Tiyas HaMesim the paradigmatic example of what it is that occurs over the course of the Messianic era? Right? What is that? What is that? And the Tzaddik says something so beautiful. Tiyas HaMesim is the paradigmatic example of the ability to take something that is broken and to go ahead and once again make it whole. Isn't that a, and that's why, what's the emotional Mashiach? What is Mashiach all about? Mashiach is all about repairing the world. Mashiach is all about going ahead and repairing ourselves. We have to repair ourselves before Mashiach comes. Right? Once Mashiach comes, often that opportunity is lost. But the Meister Tzaddik says that the fact that the concept of Tiyas HaMesim tells you that no matter how badly something is broken, it can be repaired. Isn't that incredible? Each and every day in Shora Esra, right? We speak of if I believe in Mashiach, if I believe in Tiyas HaMesim, if I believe that the dead can come back to life, then no matter what is broken inside of me can be fixed as well. He goes on, he says, take a look at the left-hand paragraph on page Kuf Samachas. Again, the topic just goes on, he's just giving a number of examples like this. But the reason why it's Kedai to go through the examples, the whole highlighting the same point, is because it is interesting to see how reinforced this concept is within our tradition. That you see example after example, situation after situation, where over and over again you see the notion that from that which is broken emerges that which is whole. From the mistakes we made, we learn how to build. from that which is dead has the ability to come back to life. It is one last step, and I will stop for today. He says, "B'zeu inyan paraduma." This is the inyan paraduma. Shebekocha letar es sa'adam itumas meis. What does paraduma have the ability to do? Paraduma has the ability to purify someone from ritual purity with a corpse. Plus mace. Now, what's unique about that? Para Aduma corresponds to which Iran, to the Egelaz, to the Egelazov, the Beit Egel, to the sin of the calf, the sin of the golden calf, right? The Egel caused so much death and destruction. It caused so much terrible fallout. Not just the thousands of people who died because of the Beit Egel, but the stain that the Beit Egel left on the spiritual consciousness of Israel, a stain that has followed us throughout the generations. And yet again, it's the Egla Arufa, it's the Para Aduma, right, the red heifer, that has the ability to cleanse us from the most profound, intense source of Tumah, from Tumas Mace. So once again, the Tzaddik says, from the destruction, from the weaknesses, from that which is broken, ultimately again we begin to see the ability of the very building blocks to build our prayers. So and the Tzaddik goes on. But again, we'll stop over here for today. But the Yisod is a very profound thing. Because very often when we make, on a personal level, when we make mistakes in life, so we look at them just as that, as mistakes. And clearly, again, this mistake is something that's broken in me. But we forget the second part of the sentence. Yes, the mistake represents or is a manifestation of that which is broken, of that which is deficient, of that which is in a state of disrepair. But now, what's the bracha? The bracha is I know what to work on. I know exactly what to work on. I know exactly what my next area of growth has to be. And therefore, sense of that's the bracha of sin, if you could say something like that. The bracha of faith is that now I know exactly what it is that I need to work on. I know what my avoda is, and therefore it turns out, says the tzaddik, that faith itself becomes the very building block for personalistic growth. And so we'll stop over here. We'll pick up the next session with Ayin Aleph tomorrow. Go ahead. We'll miss that. All right, we'll say good morning. Let us begin. So we're continuing the Meretz Hashem in Os Ayin, in Sitkas HaTzadik. So we began this particular piece by the Rebbe in yesterday's shir. And the Rebbe really highlighted this incredibly profound yesod, this idea, just to quote his Lashon again, but also Davar Shebal Yimtzah Yisar and Yuchad Shel Adam, in the very thing in life in which you find your deficiency, in the very thing in life in which you find your lacking, that is the thing that the Rebbe says, that is the way that you will come to recognize and to actualize your singular and your unique naila, your unique character trait or attribute of strength. So remember, on a basic level, what the Rebbe is really highlighting to us is this idea that, and we've seen this before in Sitkas HaTzadik, that it are weaknesses that truly teach us or show us what our actual strengths are. Like we mentioned yesterday, you have to think in life there are two buckets. There are weaknesses and there are strengths. But the truth is, there's only really one bucket. There are strengths. There are strengths that I know about, and then there are strengths that I don't yet know about. How do you find out about your unactualized strengths? How do you find out about the qualities you possess that you don't yet know about? So Tzaddik posits something amazing. He says, you find that out through the expression of your weaknesses. When you fail, or when you fall, or when you find a weakness in a particular area of life, that shows that weakness is actually a koach that is waiting to be harnessed and rechanneled. We gave the example of Abaye, where Abaye felt that perhaps he was lacking morally because he had such a taiva. He felt he could not resist the taiva to be able to sin in a particular situation. The Saba, Ivyanavi, shows up and tells him, no, the fact that you're about taiva, the fact that you have desires, shows that you possess passion. And that in and of itself, that passion, if channeled in the right way, becomes your greatest strength. So the Rebbe gives another example. So we're on page Sam Zayin, bottom left hand column, reading in the Be'urei Hasidus, about 5 lines up. He says, this is example. Allah Pasuk, Vayisperu alei te'ila, Vayasu lahem kaviyos. The Pasuk says, after Adam and Chava sinned, so what they do, they made for themselves clothing out of fig leaves. Clothing out of fig leaves. So in other words, why fig leaves? Why make themselves clothing out of fig leaves? So the Rebbe says, quoting Rashi, because the very thing that Adam and Chava sinned with, that's what it's been a very interesting Rebbe. There was Machlokas in Chazal. What was the eighth das Tovara? What was the tree? The one thing that everyone agrees with, it wasn't an apple. It wasn't an apple. But it's actually interesting. So why is it that the apple is so closely associated with Ganeven on the fruit? So remember again, if you fast forward a little bit, to precious tokens. And remember again, we have the story of Yaakov and Esau, and Yaakov dresses up as Esau to go ahead and get the fruit. So Yaakov comes to get the brachas. So Yaakov comes in to his father Yaakov. Yaakov comes into Yitzchak, and Yitzchak says, Re'eh, Re'ah B'ni, Re'ah Hasada. The scent of my son is like the scent of the field. And that was a compliment. Rashi says the compliment is after you go hunting. Everyone knows after hunting, the smell of the slaughter is disgusting. It's terrible. So Rashi says over there, Re'eh B'ni, Re'ah Hasada, Kisada, Shel Tapuku. Like an apple orchard. Like an apple orchard. And Rashi says the scent of the apple orchard is the scent of Gan Eden. So somehow the scent is the same. So kind of that association over time leads us to think that the fruit that Adam and Chava ate was an apple. But in fact, again, there's a machlokas in Chazal. Was it wheat? Was it grapes? Was it te'inim? Was it figs? Interesting enough, the machlokas all revolve around items that are Shiva Sanim. 7 species of various other. In any event, we go with the Pashup Shot that they ate from a fig tree. They ate a fig. That the fig was the forbidden fruit. So listen to this. So the Hainu, Bachila Safriga, right? Bo atzmo niskenu. Once they see here Tzaddik says, here's the expression of my idea. Remember, the very thing with which they sinned was the very thing through which they were remedied. They ate from the fig tree, they ate from the te'ila, and ultimately, again, what covered their nakedness? What covered their quote-unquote shame? In the aftermath of the sin? The fig tree. The fig tree. Bo niskenu atzmo v'kach she'asu me'ale eitz ha'te'ila kaguros k'dei lechasos es page kufsanefes es marameim. Dafka mikach lamdu chazal she'etz hadas haya eitz te'ila. So Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing. And this, I think that this is an incredible finish. The Tzaddik says, how did Chazal know that it was a fig tree? How did they know? From where did they get this idea that the forbidden fruit was a fig? Which was such a mitzvah, by the way. Such a mitzvah. Throw it all away for a fig. If it was a steak, it was bottled of wine, not the other type. Right? Throw it all the way for a fig. Don't we do that every single day? Throw it all the way for a fig. The things that you think are worth it to seek for in life, right? The shortcuts we think are worth it. You look back and you say, oh my gosh, I threw away opportunity. I threw away Rothschild. I threw away Kedusha. For what? For God, for a fig. But you know, in the moment, the fig looks like the most decent thing in the world. So Tzaddik says, how did the Chazal know that the forbidden fruit was a fig? Where did they glean that from? Where did they get that from? So Tzaddik posits, and this is an incredible condition. Tzaddik posits that Chazal worked backwards. The fact that the Baruch Hu clothed Adam and Chava in the Alei Te'ina in the fig leaves taught Chazal that it must be that the fruit they ate was the fig. Why? Because the Tzaddik says here is always the model. The thing with which you ruin yourself with, the thing with which you sin, becomes the very thing through which you are uplifted and remedied. That's the way life works, as a tzaddik. So if they were remedied with the fig leaves, it must mean, says the tzaddik, Chazal understood that they sinned with the fig as well. Harei sheyish ba'ose itz te'ina ma'ilem yuchades uskuli yisera v'takin es akilton shenigra minachila mimenu. So this model that Tzaddik is espousing is an incredibly profound one. Because essentially what the Tzaddik says again is that the very things with which we sin, the very things through which we go ahead and sometimes spiritually demolish ourselves, become the very things through which we are able to attain unprecedented levels of growth. Let's finish this section. Listen to this. So we'll say, before we get to this piece, so again, I just want to crystallize this idea that a tzaddik is creating a model, and the model is the thing with which you destroy is the very thing through which you build. The thing through which you sin is the very thing which is responsible for the creation of a beautiful spiritual edifice. When we sin, we see weakness. When we sin, we see fractures in the spiritual edifice. When I sin, I now know what's wrong with me. If I know, people say, I've given this much like lahavdil, person's not feeling well. Person's not feeling well. The only way to remedy illness is how? It's how? Right? Before the medicine, right? Okay, assuming you're not self-medicating, right? Before the medicine, what do you need to do? You have to get a diagnosis. Right? In other words, if I'm suffering from chronic pain, if I'm suffering from chronic pain and I just keep taking medication, right? And then I realize, well, why am I not getting better? I'm taking all this medication. Well, because maybe taking the wrong medication. Maybe you don't know what it is. In other words, that if I don't know what the diagnosis is, and if I fall and I break my arm, and I take Advil, and I realize, I don't know, why am I not getting better? It's because the bone hasn't been set. In other words, just because you're taking something that has a curative effect doesn't mean it's going to work for your particular malady. So the incredible Yisod the Lamb says Rabbi Tzaddik is, I have to know what's broken in life in order to fix it. Well, how do you find out in life what's broken? How do I find out what I have to fix? That, says Rabbi Tzaddik, is the beauty. It sounds strange, but the beauty of sin. The beauty of faith is faith tells me exactly what's broken. And if I know what's broken, I now know what it is that I have to fix. So that's what something says. It's the very thing that undermines us that becomes the very catalyst for growth. We'll have to stop over here. We're going to pick up tomorrow morning with an incredible example by Mashiach. Tomorrow morning, Mashiach and Piasa Mason. Mashiach and Piasa Mason tomorrow morning at 5:45. Probably get out of be on time. Don't miss it. All right, so I'm going to say good morning. Let us begin. So we're going to start this morning in Eretz Hashem resuming our Seder in Tzidkas HaTzadik. So then in Eretz Hashem we'll start the daf at 5:55. So just public service announcement. If you're not on the WhatsApp chat, you see me after sharing, we'll add you to the WhatsApp chat. And because I sent out the PDF of what we're going to be doing in Eretz Hashem today, but it's Kidai to invest in a set of Tzidkas HaTzadik. I'll send out the edition that we use. You can order it online. It's a beautiful sefer and an important addition to one's library. And also, it's good to learn from the sefer rather than from sheets or other things like that. So I'll send that information out today, but at least for today we'll get started. So we are picking up in Eretz Hashem this morning in Os Ayin in Tzidkas HaTzadik. And here, the Rebbe says something truly beautiful. He says, on our page Kuf Samech Zayin, if you're following along on the PDF, so the Rebbe says as follows: the Osim Dover Sheba Nimtza Hisron Hamiyuchad Shel Kol Adam. We'll translate the words, and then we'll try to understand it a little bit more depth what the Rebbe is saying. He's saying in that particular area of life where you find your greatest Hisara. Hisara represents that which you are lacking. So in that area of life where you find that which you are lacking, in that area in which you are most deficient, that of the Osa Dover, the Osa Inyan Mamish, the Ayad Atzma, that through that very thing through which you are deficient, it is in that area that you have the ability to achieve your most unique and singular accomplishment. Now, what the Rebbe is describing here is exactly spoken about in previous pieces and previous sections. That often we look at our struggles and our faults and the areas of deficiency as weaknesses. Now, in fact, they are until they're dealt with their weaknesses. But He also represents, says the Rebbe, the greatest opportunity for growth. My deficiencies, my weaknesses, my areas in which I am deficient represent what the Rebbe says, my ma'ala amiyuchadus, my most unique ability for accomplishment. What is it? This way. So first off, you take a quick look. He says in footnote, page 1 Gimel, he says, Ra'a masha kasa rabbeinu la'el, mish ish lo teshuka gidol, ish lo teshuka gidol, l'tavas haguf, I'll use Hasika, because he gives an example, that if someone has incredible tightness, incredible desires, so a person might take a look at their desires and they say, oh, what a lowly individual I am. Look at these things I want. Look at these things that I desire. So the Rebbe says something amazing. He says, Kiad Rabba, Muchan L'Tokef Avos U'Teshuka Derisha Sa'adas. So, for example, he actually quotes over here a little bit of the Chazara, the Gemara in the Sefas Sukkah, where the Gemara quotes this, remember again, that Abaye one time overheard a man and a woman having a conversation in an inn. Right? You remember again the story that they said, "Oh, let's travel with each other tomorrow." So Abaye said, you know what? I'm going to follow them because there's no doubt that they're going to sin." And Abaye felt, "I'll be the chaperone." But we're not going to know the chaperone. I'll be the chaperone. I'll follow them, and this way, when they're ready to commit an avera, I'll be there to stop them from sinning. Remember the Maisa, he follows them. They get to the crossroads, and they say, "Oh, how nice it's been to travel together, but alas, you have to go this way. I have to go that way. Have a good journey." And Abaye was soft. Abaye said, he said, "If I was in that situation and I had the opportunity to sin and no one was around, I don't think I could have resisted temptation." So here the irony of the story was that Abaye was following the couple because he thought that he was going to be the shomer, right? He thought he was going to be the chaperone. He was going to be the one to prevent something from occurring. And meanwhile, he sees that these people were to a certain degree even greater than he was. They resisted a temptation that he thought he could not have resisted. So the Gemara says, Havisaba, there was an old man who appeared to Abaye. Now, of course, whenever mysterious old men appear in the Gemara, usually, it's going to be Hanavi. And then the Hanavi told Abaye, yeah, Abaye was very dejected. He was very dejected because he thought that what this Halach did was such a fundamental deficiency in who and what he was. But the Saba, the old man, appears to Abaye, and he says to Abaye, don't be upset. He says, Al Yisatse Bazel Laksho Kimo Kagum Shushu. He goes on, he says, I'll tell you the rest of it outside. Essentially, he says to Abaye, the greater the tzaddik, the greater the Yitzhak. But the more, see, interestingly enough, in the world of spirituality, the greatest phenomenon is that in general, the more proficient you become in something, the easier it becomes. Right? The person wants to hone the skill. Right? I want to be a good basketball player. The more I play, the more I practice, the better I become. I want to become better in my profession, right? The more I learn and the more time I spend in it, the better I become. One area of life where this formula doesn't work is when it comes to one's workers. That the more I do it and the more time I put into it, sometimes the greater the challenge becomes. Because as I grow, my Yitzhahara grows along with me. What Tzaddik is pointing out over here, something very interesting. That the Saba, Ilya Hanavi, was not simply comforting Abaye by telling him, don't worry, because you're a greater tzaddik, ultimately want to have a greater Yitzhahara. He was comforting Abaye in a different way as well. He was telling Abaye that at the end of the day, the fact that you have this Yitzhahara, the fact that you have these taivas, that's not a weakness. That's a strength. That's a strength. It's just a shayla of how you choose to channel it. Sometimes says to them, and this is what he's saying, that which is our greatest deficiency, that which is our Achilles heel, actually, if channeled the right way, can become your greatest strength. So Abaye, you're upset, you're dejected, because you say to yourself, oh, if I was alone with this woman, I would have committed an Aveira with her, right? I could not have resisted the temptation. What does that say, Abaye? That you have great desire. That you have great desire. See, you're dejected because you think that you would have channeled that desire in the wrong direction to sin. But Abaye, that same desire, it harnessed and channeled in the right way to accomplish incredible things. And that is what Rabbi Tzaddik is saying. Look once again at the Lashon in Ayin. And we'll say, I'll send out today the link to buy this because it's so important. So, have your own Tzidkas Tzaddik is such a schos. So just look at these words again. But also davar shabonim sabah hisaro. In that particular area where you find the hisara, in that particular area where you are deficient, dafka, ba'osa davar, ba'osa inin mamish. It's dafka in that thing. In that deficiency, in that struggle, to muchan lahagia ama. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You see, they'll say, after what Tzaddik is saying, we have to stop with this. What Tzaddik is saying is in life, we think that there are like two buckets. There are my strengths and there are my weaknesses, right? Strengths are the things I want to build on. The weaknesses are the things I have to leverage against. And Tzaddik says it's not true. There's only one bucket. What's the one bucket? Strengths. There are two kinds of strengths. There are strengths that you know about and strengths that you don't know about. And then there are actually three parts. Strengths you know about, strengths you don't know about, and then weaknesses. And what are weaknesses? Weaknesses are just strengths that have to be converted and channeled in the right way. It says that tzaddik, not only that, but sometimes the greatest strength that we cultivate in life is when we're able to harness and turn around those very weaknesses. We'll also have to stop over here. Again, in Eretz Hashem, over the next 2 days, we'll spend 2 more days on this post, but over the next 2 days in Eretz Hashem, we'll see some examples of this, which will make this concept. At least today, hopefully, we establish the conceptual, intellectual framework, and in Eretz Hashem tomorrow, we'll begin to plug in the Mitzvah speak examples. Shkach, everyone. All right, so let's say good. All right, let's say good morning. Let us begin. So today's daf, today's post, will be continuing in post 7. If you remember, we're doing an introduce us to a fascinating idea, namely the concept that as a person grows in their awareness, person grows in their spiritual level, by definition, that requires a new process of tshuva for one's past averos. Now, remember again, as I mentioned on yesterday's shiur, this discussion, the subject is choosing the side, so to speak, in a focus that we saw in the second shiur about what one does with the averos of their past. Make an avera, I did tshuva, I didn't repeat the mistake. What do I do? How do I relate to that past? So we saw a very significant theological dispute. One opinion saying that once you're done, file it away, and as soon as you're not committed the same avera again, leave it alone. Did your tshuva, case is closed, shut it out. Second opinion, quoting the concept and quoting the concept, seeing like do something, because sin is constantly to perform the words of God that a person has to constantly do tshuva to the averos of the past, even if one has not gone ahead and repeated that mistake. Now I will say, just see that, I didn't know if you did the question now, what's the svara for that? Right? Well, I understand, I think most of us understand and relate very well to the first approach, which is you make a mistake, you do tshuva, let it go. Let it go. It's done. It's time to move on. Right? It sounds psychologically healthy, the relationship wise is healthy. What's the svara for the second approach of the couple seeing like these something? Keep my averos in front of me at all times. Never go ahead and forget to constantly do tshuva, even though I've done tshuva and haven't repeated the mistake. On a basic level, the svara is it's always good to remember what you're capable of. I remember someone once told me, going back over the wall, someone once told me that he was stupid of Shiloh. He wanted to do something that was not committed. Check that out, but so like you know the reason it wasn't committed, but you don't do something that wasn't committed something that I don't have the potential to do. Right? So I would never ever do that. There are things that I say I can never imagine myself doing right now, but then again, I look back in my life, there are areas that I did that I never thought I would do that I did do. So how can a person ever say? How can a person ever say, I would never ever do something like that? The world is filled with people who never thought they would do certain things, and unfortunately did those very things and worse things. So the idea of constantly remembering your averos, I think, on a basic level, is to sensitize you to your weaknesses. To your weaknesses. I have frailties. I have frailties. I have temptations. And as much as I would like to think that I could stand up when someone faces me, not necessarily. The Harayat of proof for that is look at what I've done in the past. I'm a good person. I've done many good things, but I've also done many averos, which tells me that I'm prone to temptation, which tells me that I am prone to sin, which tells me that I'm a fragile individual. And again, that's okay. That's what I'm a human being. So if I constantly remember my averos, it's not that I'm beating myself up over what I've done. It's that I'm being real with myself. Because when people think that they're above temptation, and people think, I would never, ever do that, usually they do that. But if I remember all of the things I've done, again, not as if beating myself up or making myself feel bad, but this is of reminding myself how incredibly fragile and prone to temptation I am, that allows me to lead life with a different level of awareness. I think that was the basic story we saw in the Gemara. But the Tzaddik is introducing something a bit different. The Tzaddik is saying is, as you climb the ladder of spiritual accomplishment and become a better person, you begin to actualize your potential. And to a certain degree, when you begin to actualize your potential, it magnifies the sins of the past, which is very interesting. Because we also say, as I begin to actualize my potential, it shows what I really could be. Well, once I show what I really could be, then to a certain degree, it amplifies the failures of the past. If I'm capable of being this, whatever the this is, that I'm holding in life, how could I have done that? Right? So before I became this, before I reached this level of spirituality, so that the simple thing might have been justified when the martial life, like those things, and stuff like that happens to people on that direct level, on that level. But once I reach this new level of accomplishment, this, I'm capable of this. I'm capable of this greatness. But once I'm capable of this greatness, this failure becomes even more magnified. So Tzaddik said, therefore, it's this incredible, like almost strange dialectic on the more I grow, the more I have to reconcile for the mistakes of the past. It just requires a new Shuvah. So according to Tzaddik, I am perpetually locked in this cycle of Shuvah, which again, Tzaddik didn't make this up. This is the Gemara. The Gemara has an opinion that says you constantly do Shuvah for the ideas of the past. Just from the Tzaddik's model, it's incredible. The more I grow, the more I have to, the more I see my capacity for greatness, the more I have to reconcile the mistakes I've made in my life. That was a typical page of Samach Gimel. It's really an incredible idea. Page of Samach Gimel, bottom left hand side, brings down this piece from the Arizal, which is actually quite amazing. It has to do with the fact of how the Neshama is judged in Malazi. Well, we're going to skip that for now, because I want to get to this last piece. It says, Zed Ham, Shenish Kam Berukhnus Emin Shel Yevida with Tzorech Aliyah. This concept of Yevida with Tzorech Aliyah. That literally a descent for the sake of a future ascent. And the word is started, שמזדמנת לכל אדם מבחן לכאן ירידה ממדרגה שבקודש, אולם הכניסתי לגרום לו עלייה. So we'll say, the path of goodness, path of spiritual growth, is not a linear one. But rather, again, there is this concept of yeridah l'tzorech aliyah. And more often than not, what happens in life is, I take 2 steps back in order to take 3 steps forward. That's the way it works. But often when I fail, failure in life itself becomes a catalyst for future growth, for a variety of different reasons. When I fail, often we become much more introspective in moments of failure than we do in moments of success. When I fail, I recognize I really need to take, I need to live with both hands on the wheel. But something, so we'll say that concept of Yerida Torah. By the way, because the Yerida Torah is in and of itself, I think the most profound concept of Yiddishkeit. Because one of those say, if you don't have the right perspective when it comes to failure, you get very easily derailed in life. The failure is just that, failure. That every time I fail, which is pretty often, it's just easy to give up. Now, She'ekin, the concept of the Yerida Torah says, no, every failure paves the way for some greater future sense. I know my weaknesses. I know what I have to work on. I know what I have to do. I know how I have to focus. Again, that becomes something dramatic reality. But look at the episode because we'll have to end. He says, "She'is shebebeis b'shalom alam u'dachtikim b'oda'adam u'maktidim atofit kashiyushto u'az u'is hayirida va'az tzarech ha'adam na'asas tshuva u'la'achnis b'libo charata yoser amuka." Listen to this. The Tzaddik says, in my model, you know what you read the Torah Chaliyah means? You know what it means? It means that every single time changes the meaning of a bit. It's Aliyah Sorech, sorry, you read the Torah Chaliyah, you say, sorry, yeah, you read the Torah Chaliyah means that Yerida is a necessary part of every Aliyah. What does that mean to the Tzaddik? That whenever I ascend the ladder of spiritual accomplishments, there's an automatic Yerida involved. What's the Yerida? What's the descent? The need to go back and do tshuva for my previous efforts. They say every time there's an aliyah, I'm pulled back a little bit. There's a Yerida into that which was. There's a descent back into faith. There's a descent back into the mistakes and the missteps of the past. There's a descent, there's a Yerida back to go ahead and reconcile my behaviors. That's just incredible, no? So every single so there's a Yerida that is a Tzorech Aliyah. Every single time I grow, I have to now take a step back, reconcile with this into the past. Now, once again, that I see my capacity for greatness, to a certain degree, it amplifies the Hakam of the past. Because how could I have done those things if I'm capable of doing this? But the Rebbe goes on. He says, "The Admas ever schwarz out. Sheyesh lo mimash niska b'chata." Of to atzma be'eresh. Now, listen, I just want to point out that to a certain degree, so how do you do tshuva? In other words, this is a pretty intense model, right? In this intense model, pretty much my entire life is always tshuva, right? So remember, I'm doing tshuva for the averos that I've done now, and when I grow up doing tshuva for the averos of the past, it's like tshuva, 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 tshuva. So the simple answer is yes. Yeah, that's actually how it works. You know, life is actually constant and perpetual tshuva. But also, when people have a member of you learn in the study the idea that sometimes the pain that you feel over having sin is in and of itself the truth. That is in and of itself the truth. So the study says, Love Dafka, that this Yerida L'Torah Aliyah is, let's say, an in-depth process of truth. Sometimes it's just the pain. I must not, as I grow in life and I realize my mistakes, I have another epiphany, which is that how much greater I could have been had I not got sidelined by the other past. Right? You see this, like, sometimes you see, sometimes you see, think after that, I kind of with the children. You see the children, you see them doing something beautiful, learning, or special, or this, that, you think to yourself, if I was doing that at that age, what I could have become, right? What I could have been, had I not made this mistake, or not made that mistake, or not done this road, all these different things, like too much like that, it was certainly that's the Admas Nefesh of faith. And that Admas Nefesh is in and of itself the form of choice. So we'll say, so if we just bring these together, I have to stop. What Tzaddik introduced them to is this idea that every time we grow, spiritual growth requires some level of introspection into the past. Because as I grow and I realize what I can become, I am once again held accountable for what I have or have not done. And the Tzaddik says this is the meaning of the concept of Yerida Tzorech Aliyah. That at the end of the day, every Aliyah, every ascent, always comes with a necessary descent. What's the descent? As I go up, I am forced to also now go down and re-examine the sins of the past, do tshuva again, reflecting now that I know that I'm capable of so much, I must reconcile with the mistakes of the past. That's what we are doing right now. All right, so good morning. Let us so we are actually going to become a stiff as sun. Sai, center of the yesterday, and it's been a very, very beautiful piece by Rabbi Rothschild. So we're going to press some of our tefillah. For tefillah to allow the Rebbeinu to deliver even brachos which were already promised, and the brachos which were already pledged, and the brachos which were already committed by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To us, tefillah is still needed in order to ultimately deliver those to our collection to the Tanakh Zion. The Rebbe gives us the Uriah Hasidus. Misha Avar Ariza Avila. Someone goes ahead and ties a particular Avila. And what happens? Gan Ishak the Tshuva Shlema Le'Avila. Because you will see why this is so special, because this relates back to something we just learned towards the end of the year. So a person commits an Avila, whatever the Avila is. Gan Ishak the Tshuva Shlema Allah. Let's say a person Baruch Hashem the Tshuva Shlema. A person managed to complete and holy Tshuva for the particular case. Nikababo, the Komadrega Shu'ula, the Hislomis Nashu Yosef Kusha, Niskoler Hagav Trot Ala Hakan Shekakababa. The rest is fascinating. So listen to the progression of events. A person commits an Avera. A person does Tshuva immediately after repentance for that particular Avera. And now what happens? A person builds themselves up. Literally, his Russian is and now I work on myself. I work on myself to become a better person. And I'm successful. I'm able to reach an elevated level of holiness. In every level of elevation, so in every new degree of holiness which I reach, this only Allah pictured up once again, there is a picture, there is a judgment that is awakened against me from the Averas of committed Because I hear this first glance, it seems very strange and to fly in the face of that which you don't have. So again, it is an Avera. I did Shiva for the Avera. I became holy. Again, I realized my downfall. I realized my weakness. I did Shiva for it. I worked on myself. Now I find myself on a new level of elevated holiness. As a result of that elevated level of new holiness, of the new level of elevated holiness, there is a judgment that is once again awakened against me for the Averas of my life. Okay? In the Madriga Hadasha, Ein Zu Nefsharas Chubaso Sha'asuya. Why is it public? Because now in this new level, this new Darga, this new Madriga, in which I found myself, currently, this new elevated level of holiness, the tshuva that I did in the past is no longer sufficient. Based on where I'm holding now, the tshuva of my past is no longer sufficient to remedy the averas. Therefore, says Rabbi Yesh lo lachzor v'moshuv l'kadosh b'tshuva al ha'mal. Therefore, again, says Rabbi when I reach this new elevated level of holiness, really I need to do tshuva again. For all of my past averas. Becharata yoser anuka. With a sense of remorse, it's even deeper. We'll say, you know this? Again, when I said this piece, this is the fly in the face of every single thing that you know about Shuvah. Right? Remember, again, I commit an Avera, I do Shuvah Shleima. Now, again, I grow, I become better. I always thought that what's the process? You shut the door. You did tshuva, and then you do tshuva, you become a better person. Shut the door. Somebody says, no, just the opposite. When you commit Avera, you do tshuva, now become even a better person. Taking the level of holiness, where I'm holding now, the tshuva of my past is sufficient. I need to do tshuva again for my Averas of the past. And that's what he writes. This is what David HaMelech said. I told you this is the Gemara Pesach V'chatosid negdi samid. My hate, my sin is always the opposite. Let's remember again, we have this machlokes in the Gemara about Averos that you did tshuva for in the past. You have to, let's say you did not repeat the same sin over the course of the last year, you have to do tshuva for it. So again, remember we had the conflicting secret. Ashrei Yisrael Kasha, very praiseworthy is the word, is the person whose sin is covered out. And then we had again this pasuk, the Chatosin Negdi. David says we always have to, like as you grow in life, you have to go ahead and do new tshuva on the Averos of the past, because based on where I'm holding now, the tshuva of the past is no longer sufficient. Abapi shehem in David HaMelech shekan niskablu tshuvas l'pnei Hashem yisparach. Even David HaMelech knew that when he did tshuva, they'll say David HaMelech knew that his tshuva was accepted. Now again, reference over the episode of Bathsheba. And how did David HaMelech know that his tshuva was accepted after David HaMelech had a great gift. The gift was that Nasan Hanavi told him Hashem forgives you. He was explicitly told that Ribono Shel Olam forgives you. Moshe, Shenamar Levukim Nasan Hanavi, Gam Hashem Ha'avir HaChasma. Hashem has removed your sin. We come up and nevertheless, even though again, David HaMelech is told that his sin was forgiven. We come up with the issue with David HaMelech or Hayo Omi, the Misha Ba'usa HaMadrega Shahaisu. B'shas Tshuvasa. Ub'chol Yom Tamid, Hayo Ola U'Miskale Yosef B'Shasa HaMiskava, B'Madrega L'Madrega. But since David HaMelech is becoming greater day after day, and he's going Madrega to Madrega, and the Madrega of today is greater than the Madrega of yesterday, which was greater than the Madrega that he was on once he sinned. Therefore, David HaMelech had to prepare is let's pause here for just a moment and analyze this because this is incredibly dramatic. So I think the Tzaddik can be understood on two levels. On a basic level, this is basic, but on a basic level, there's a like this. I do tshuva for the Avera. I grow. I become a better person. So let's say, as I become a better person, holier you become, the more profound the process of tshuva is. So on a basic level of it, probably the same like this. The tshuva I performed after the fate, represented the spiritual level I was on. That was the quote unquote the best tshuva I could deliver at the time. But now that I've grown and now that I've become somewhat better, I have the capacity to go ahead and do a better tshuva. And as a result of that, right, it's demanded of me to now put forward a better form of tshuva corresponding to the newly elevated spiritual status in which I find myself. The tshuva of the past worked fine because that was the level I was on. But now that I find myself on a new level and I have the ability to deliver a heightened level of tshuva, that's what I'm obligated to do. So and that's what the Tzaddik says. That's what Rabbi Rothschild meant when he said that as I grow in life, my spiritual growth demands a new tshuva. Because now I am capable of delivering a heightened level of tshuva. Incredible. And perhaps we'll just not this time. But perhaps the Tzaddik is saying something else as well. So they'll say, when I commit an Avera, so why is tshuva possible? Tshuva is possible because, again, you don't show me because he's not perfect. And how does he know I'm not perfect? Because he is with all the perfection. So that's the rationale for tshuva. That I recognize that at the end of the day, I am fully flawed, highly imperfect, and therefore I have the ability to do tshuva. Let's say I like this. After I commit the faith and I do an Avera, and now Baruch Hashem, I grow. So, what does that growth highlight? What does that growth highlight? My capacity for greatness. So, once you demonstrate the capacity for greatness, the culpability of sin becomes even more apparent. In other words, think about this for just a moment. If your 3-year-old child goes ahead and your 2-year-old takes a cup of milk and pours it on the table, you get annoyed, but there's a limit to 2. Child is 2 years old. If your 12-year-old goes ahead and dumps out the cup of milk on the table, so there's a high level of responsibility. Why? Because you know better. So when I sin, when I commit an Avera, there's forgiveness. Because again, okay, well, make mistakes. But then once I grow and I become a holier person, emotions will grow. You have the capacity for greatness. And if you have the capacity for greatness, that highlights, that even brings once again to front the center stage the culpability for sin. You're not incapable. You're not unable. Look at what you've accomplished. Look at what you've done. And now, once I see what I can do, the culpability for sin becomes even more manifest. So the Greek anomaly says that Tzaddik is the more I grow in life, the more tshuva I have to do for my past. Because the more I grow in life, the more apparent it becomes how much I'm truly capable of. And the more I'm truly capable of, that highlights the culpability for sin even more. Therefore, says the Tzaddik, again, going back to the Gemara Simba, the Gemara made it all about did you commit the Averas again or not, right? I did an Avera 5780. I did Shuvah for Rosh Hashanah 5781. So now the Shah is left to the Shuvah for it again in Rosh Hashanah 5782. So the Gemara made it kind of dependent on, well, did you commit the Avera again or not? Which would some extent, it actually has nothing to do with more I grow to a certain degree, the more responsibility there is for the past. Because my growth shows how much greatness I am truly capable of. And then once I demonstrate and actualize that greatness, the Rothschild says, come on, what are you doing? That same greatness was there when I committed the Avera last. That same Avera was there that same greatness was there when I committed the infraction, when I committed the transgression, and I misused that koto, that koah. So the greater I become, says Rav Tzadok, the greater my responsibility to do tshuva again for the past. But listen, I want to point out, this is not a doing in onesh. This has nothing to do with punishment. Like once I go out and I do tshuva, onesh is taken care of. It's taken care of. This is a thing of personal responsibility. That the greater I become, the more I realize that I really do have the ability to control myself. And I really do have the ability to actualize my personalistic greatness. And I really do have the ability to accomplish great things in this world, which then heightens that culpability to the transgressions of the past. Therefore, it says regarding something amazing. Whether or not I recommit to the Averos of the past, if the Mirza Hashem I on a trajectory of growth, the more I grow, the more I have to reflect and repent for that which I've done in the past. We'll stop over here for today. We're going to spend one more day on the sit because it's a truly transformative sit, which again brings up the Gemara and gives the humanity different view of it. All right, so let's do this.